Against the Grain by J.K. Huysmans. I more than 2 months slipped by before the time came when des Esseintes found it feasible to immerse himself definitely in the peace and silence of his house at Fontenay. Purchases of all kinds still kept him perambulating the Paris streets, tramping the town from end to end. And yet, what endless inquiries had he not instituted? What lengthy lucubrations had he not indulged in, before finally entrusting his new home to the hands of the upholsterers? He had long been an expert in the right and wrong combinations and contrasts of tints. In other days, when he was still in the habit of inviting women to his house, he had fitted up a boudoir where, amid dainty carved furniture of the light yellow camphor wood of Japan, under a sort of tent of pink Indian satin, the flesh tints borrowed a soft, warm glow from the artfully disposed lights sifting down through the rich material. This room, where mirrors hung on every wall, reflecting backwards and forwards from one to another, an infinite succession of pink boudoirs, had enjoyed a great renown among his various mistresses, who loved to bathe their nakedness in this flood of warm crimson amid the aromatic odors given off by the oriental wood of the furniture. But, quite apart from the miracles wrought by this artificial atmosphere in the way of transfusing, or so it seemed, a new blood into tired veins and freshening up complexions tarnished and wan by the habitual use of cosmetics and too frequent nights of love. He also tasted in his own person, in this luxurious retreat, special and peculiar satisfactions, pleasures exaggerated and rendered in a way more entrancing by the recollections of evil days overpast and vexations now outlived. So, in a spirit of hate and scorn of his unhappy boyhood, he had suspended from the ceiling of the room we speak of a little cage of silver wire in which a cricket was kept prisoner to chirp, as they had been used to do in old days among the cinders in the great fireplaces at the Château de l'Herps. Whenever he heard this sound, which he had so often listened to on many an evening of constraint and silence in his mother's chamber, all the miseries of a wretched and neglected childhood would come crowding before the eye of memory. At such times, roused from his reveries by the movements of the woman he was fondling mechanically at the moment, and whose words and laughter interrupted his thoughts of the past and recalled him to reality, there as he lay in the pink boudoir, a sudden commotion would shake his soul, a longing for revenge on dreary hours endured in former times, a mad craving to befoul with base and carnal acts his recollections of bygone family life, an overmastering temptation to assuage his lustful propensities on the soft cushion of a woman's body, to drain the cup of sensuality to its last and bitterest dregs. Other times again, when despondency weighed heavy on his spirit, when on rainy autumn days he felt a sick aversion for everything, for the streets, for his own house, for the dingy mud-colored sky, for the stony-looking clouds, he would fly to this refuge, set the cricket's cage swinging gently to and fro, and watch its movement repeated ad infinitum in the surrounding mirrors, till at last his eyes would grow dazed, and he seemed to see the cage itself at rest, but all the room tossing and turning, filling the whole apartment with a dizzy whirl of pink walls. Then, in the days when des Esseintes still deemed it incumbent on him to play the eccentric, he had also installed strange and elaborate dispositions of furniture and fittings, partitioning off his salon into a series of niches, each differently hung and carpeted, and each harmonizing in a subtle likeness by a more or less vague similarity of tints, gay or sombre, refined or barbaric, with the special character of the Latin and French books he loved. He would then settle himself down to read in whichever of these recesses displayed in its scheme of decoration the closest correspondence with the intimate essence of the particular book his caprice of the moment led him to peruse. Last fancy of all, he had prepared a lofty hall in which to receive his tradesmen. These would march in, take seats side by side in a row of church stalls. Then he would mount an imposing pulpit and preach them a sermon on dandyism, adjuring his bookmakers and tailors to conform with the most scrupulous fidelity to his commandments in the matter of cut and fashion, threatening them with the penalty of pecuniary excommunication if they failed to follow out to the letter the instructions embodied in his monetaries and bulls. He won a great reputation as an eccentric, a reputation he crowned by adopting a costume of black velvet worn with a gold-fringed waistcoat, and sticking by way of cravat, a bunch of Parma violets in the opening of a very low-necked shirt. Then, he would invite parties of literary friends to dinners that set all the world talking. In one instance in particular, modeling the entertainment on a banquet of the 18th century. He had organized a funeral feast in celebration of the most unmentionable of minor personal calamities. The dining room was hung with black and looked out on a strangely metamorphosed garden, the walks being strewn with charcoal, the little basin in the middle of the lawn bodded with a rim of black basalt and filled with ink, and the ordinary shrubs superseded by cypresses and pines. The dinner itself was served on a black cloth, decorated with baskets of violets and scabiaceae, and illuminated by candelabra in which tall tapers flared. While a concealed orchestra played funeral marches, the guests were waited on by naked negresses wearing shoes and stockings of cloth of silver besprinkled with tears. The viands were served on black-botted plates: turtle soup, Russian black bread, ripe olives from Turkey, caviar, mule steaks, Frankfurt smoked sausages, game dished up in sauces colored to resemble licorice water and bootblacking, truffles in jelly, chocolate-tinted creams, puddings, nectarines, fruit preserves, mulberries, and cherries. The wines were drunk from dark-tinted glasses, wines of the Limagny and Roussillon vintages, wines of Tenedos, the Val de Penas and Oporto. After the coffee and walnuts came other unusual beverages, kvass, porter, and stout. The invitations, which purported to be for a dinner in pious memory of the host's temporarily lost virility, were couched in the regulation phraseology of letters summoning relatives to attend the obsequies of a defunct kinsman. But these extravagances, that had once been his boast, had died a natural death. Nowadays his only feeling was one of self-contempt to remember these puerile and out-of-date displays of eccentricity, the extraordinary clothes he had donned, and the grotesque decorations he had lavished on his house. His only thought henceforth was to arrange, for his personal gratification only and no longer in order to startle other people, a home that should be comfortable, yet at the same time rich and rare in its appointments, to contrive himself a peaceful and exquisitely organized abode, specially adapted to meet the exigencies of the solitary life he proposed to lead. When at length the new house at Fontenay was ready and fitted up in accordance with his wishes and intentions by the architect he had engaged, when nothing else was left save to settle the scheme of furniture and decoration, once again he passed in review, carefully and methodically, the whole series of available tints. What he wanted was colors the effect of which was confirmed and strengthened under artificial light. Little he cared even if by daylight they should appear insipid or crude, for he lived practically his whole life at night, holding that then a man was more truly at home, more himself and his own master, and that the mind found its only real excitant and effective stimulation in contact with the shades of evening. Moreover, he reaped a special and peculiar satisfaction from finding himself in a room brilliantly lighted up, the only place alive and awake among surrounding houses, all buried in sleep and darkness, a sort of enjoyment that is not free from a touch of vanity, a selfish mode of gratification familiar enough to belated workers when, drawing aside the window curtains, they note how all about them the world lies inert, dumb, and dead. Slowly, one by one, he sifted out the different tones. Blue, by candlelight, assumes an artificial green tinge. If deep blue, like cobalt or indigo, it becomes black. If light, it changes to gray. It may be as true and soft of hue as a turquoise, yet it looks dull and cold. Yes, it could only be employed as a supplement to help out some other color. There could be no question of making blue the dominating note of a whole room. On the other hand, the iron grays are even more sullen and heavy. The pearl grays lose their azure tinge and are metamorphosed into a dirty white. As for the deep greens, such as emperor green and myrtle green, these suffer the same fate as the blues and become indistinguishable from black. Only the pale greens therefore remained, peacock green for instance, or the cinnabars and lacquer greens, but then in their case lamplight extracts the blue in them, leaving only the yellow, which for its part shows only a poor false tone and dull, broken sheen. Nor was it any use thinking of such tints as salmon pink, maize, rose. Their effeminate note would go dead against all his ideas of self-isolation. Nor again were the violets worth considering, for they shed all their brightness by candlelight. Only red survives undimmed at night. But then what a red! A sticky red, like wine lees, a base, ignoble tint. Moreover, it struck him as quite superfluous to resort to this color, inasmuch as after imbibing a certain small dose of santonin, a man sees violet, and it becomes the easiest thing in the world to change about at will, and without ever altering the actual tint of his wall hangings. All these colors being rejected, 3 only were left, viz. Red, orange, yellow. Of these 3, he preferred orange, so confirming by his own example the truth of a theory he used to declare was almost mathematically exact in its correspondence with the reality, to wit, that a harmony is always to be found existing between the sensual constitution of any individual of a genuinely artistic temperament and whatever color his eyes see in the most pronounced and vivid way. In fact, if we leave out of account the common run of men whose cos retinas perceive neither the proper cadence peculiar to each of the colors, nor the subtle charm of their various modifications and shades, similarly leaving on one side those bourgeois eyes that are insensible to the pomp and splendor of the strong, vibrating colors, regarding therefore only persons of delicate, refined visual organs, well trained in appreciation by the lessons of literature and art. It appeared to him to be an undoubted fact that the eye of that man amongst them who has visions of the ideal, who demands illusions to satisfy his aspirations, who craves veils to hide the nakedness of reality, is generally soothed and satisfied by blue and its cognate tints, such as mauve, lilac, pearl gray, provided always they remain tender and do not overpass the border where they lose their individuality and change into pure violets and unmixed grays. The blustering, swaggering type of men, on the contrary, the plethoric, the sanguine, the stalwart go-ahead fellows who scorn compromises and byroads to their goal, and rush straight at their object whatever it is, losing their heads at the first go-off, these for the most part delight in the startling tones of the reds and yellows, in the clash and clang of vermilions and chromes that blind their eyes and surfeit their senses. Last comes the class of persons, of nervous organization and enfeebled vigor, whose sensual appetite craves highly seasoned dishes, men of a hectic, overstimulated constitution. Their eyes almost invariably hanker after that most irritating and morbid of colors, with its artificial splendors and feverish acrid gleams, orange. What des Esseintes' final choice then would be hardly admitted of a doubt, but indubitable difficulties still remained unsolved. If red and yellow are accentuated under artificial light, this is not always the case with their composite, orange, which is a het-headed fellow, and often blazes out into a crimson or a fire red. He studied carefully, by candlelight, all its different shades, and finally discovered one he thought should not lose equilibrium or refuse to fulfill the offices he claimed of it. These preliminaries disposed of, he made a point of eschewing, so far as possible, at any rate in his study, the use of oriental stuffs and rugs, which in these days, when rich tradesmen can buy them in the fancy shops at a discount, have become so common and so much a mock of vulgar ostentation. Eventually, he made up his mind to have his walls bound like his books in large-grained crushed morocco, of the best Cape skins, surfaced by means of heavy steel plates under a powerful press. The paneling once completed, he had the moldings and tall plinths painted a deep indigo, a blue lacquer like what the coach builders use for carriage bodies, while the ceiling, which was slightly coved, was also covered in morocco, displaying, like a magnified oil de boeuf, framed in the orange leather, a circle of sky, as it were, of a rich blue, wherein sawed silver angels, figures of seraphim embroidered long ago by the Weavers' Guild of Cologne for an ancient cope. After the whole was arranged and finished, all these several tints fell into accord at night and did not clash at all. The blue of the woodwork struck a stable note that was pleasing and satisfying to the eye, supported and warmed, so to say, by the surrounding shades of orange, which for their part shone out with a pure, unsullied gorgeousness, itself backed up and in a way heightened by the near presence of the blue. As to furniture, des Esseintes had no long or laborious searches to undertake, inasmuch as the one and only luxury of the apartment was to be books and rare flowers, while reserving himself the right later on to adorn the naked walls with drawings and pictures. He confined himself for the present to fitting up, almost all round the room, a series of bookshelves and bookcases of ebony, scattering tiger skins and blue foxes' pelts about the floor, and installing beside a massive money-changes table of the 15th century, several deep-seated, high-backed armchairs, together with an old church lectern of wrought iron, one of those antique service desks whereon the deacon of the day used once to lay the antiphonary, and which now supported one of the ponderous volumes of Du Cange's Glossarium Medeer et Infimi Latinitatis. The windows, the glass of which was coarse and semi-opaque, bluish in tinge, and with many of the panes filled with the bottoms of bottles, the protuberances picked out with gilt, allowed no view of the outside world, and admitted only a faint, dim, religious light. They were further darkened by curtains made out of old priestly stoles, the dull dead gold of whose embroideries faded off into a background of a subdued, almost toneless red. To complete the general effect, above the fireplace, the screen of which was likewise cut from the sumptuous silk of a Florentine dalmatic, midway between two monstrances of gilded copper in the Byzantine style, which had come originally from the Abbé Oxboys at Biva, stood a marvelously wrought triptych, each of the three separate panels carved with a lace-like delicacy of workmanship. This now contained, guarded under glass let into the triple frame, copied on real vellum in beautiful missal lettering, and adorned with exquisite illuminations, 3 pieces of Baudelaires, right and left, the sonnets called The Lover's Death and The Enemy, in the middle, the prose poem that goes by the English title of Anywhere Out of the World. X in the cause of that singular malady, which plays such havoc with races of exhausted vitality, sudden intervals of calm succeed the crises. Without being able to explain the reason, des Esseintes awoke quite strong and well one fine morning. No more hacking cough, no more wedges driven with a hammer into the back of the neck, but an ineffable sensation of well-being and a delightful clearness of brain, while his thoughts became cheerful, and instead of being opaque and dull, grew bright and iridescent like brilliantly colored soap bubbles. This lasted some days, then in a moment, one afternoon, hallucinations of the sense of smell appeared. His room was strong of frangipane. He looked to see if perhaps there was a bottle of the perfume lying about anywhere uncocked, but there was no such thing in the place. He visited his working room and then the dining room. The smell was there too. He rang for his servant. "Don't you smell something?" he asked, but the man, after sniffing the air, declared he noticed nothing. Doubt was impossible. The nervous derangement was come again, taking the form of a fresh delusion of the senses. Wearied by the persistency of this imaginary aroma, he resolved to plunge himself in a bath of real perfumes, hoping that his nasal homeopathy might cure him or, at any rate, moderate the force of the overpowering frangipane. He betook himself to his study. There, beside an ancient font that served him as a wash-hand basin, under a long looking-glass, in a frame of wrought iron that held imprisoned like a wellhead, silvered by the moonlight the pale surface of the mirror, bottles of all sizes and shapes were ranged in rows on ivory shelves. He placed them on a table and divided them into 2 series. First, the simple perfumes, extracts, and distilled waters. Secondly, composite scents, such as are described under the generic name of bouquets. He buried himself in an armchair and began to think. Years ago, he had trained himself as an expert in the science of perfumes. He held that the sense of smell was qualified to experience pleasures equal to those pertaining to the ear and the eye, each of the 5 senses being capable, by dint of a natural aptitude supplemented by an erudite education, of receiving novel impressions, magnifying these tenfold, coordinating them, combining them into the whole that constitutes a work of art. It was not, in fact, he argued, more abnormal than an art should exist of disengaging odoriferous fluids than that other arts should whose function is to set up sonorous waves to strike the ear, or variously colored rays to impinge on the retina of the eyes. Only, just as no one, without a special faculty of intuition developed by study, can distinguish a picture by a great master from a worthless daub, a motif of Beethoven from a tune by Clapeyson, so no one, without a preliminary initiation, can avoid confounding at the first sniff a bouquet created by a great artist with a potpourri compounded by a manufacturer for sale in grocers' shops and fancy bazaars. In this art of perfumes, one peculiarity had more than all others fascinated him, viz., the precision with which it can artificially imitate the real article. Hardly ever, indeed, are scents actually produced from the flowers whose name they bear. The artist who should be bold enough to borrow his element from nature alone would obtain only a half-and-half result, unconvincing, lacking in style and elegance, the fact being that the essence obtained by distillation from the flowers themselves could at the best present but a far-off, vulgarized analogy with the real aroma of the living and growing flower, shedding its fragrant effluvia in the open air. So, with the one exception of the jasmine, which admits of no imitation, no counterfeit, no copy, which refuses even any approximation, all flowers are perfectly represented by combinations of alcoholates and essences, extracting from the model its inmost individuality while adding that something, that heightened tone, that heady savor, that rare touch which makes a work of art. In one word, in perfumery, the artist completes and consummates the original natural odor, which he cuts, so to speak, and mounts as a jeweler improves and brings out the water of a precious stone. Little by little, the arcana of this art, the most neglected of all, had been revealed to des Esseintes, who could now decipher its language. A diction as varied, as subtle as that of literature itself, a style of unprecedented conciseness under its apparent vagueness and uncertainty. To reach this end, he had, first of all, been obliged to master the grammar, to understand the syntax of odors, to grasp the rules that govern them. Then, once familiarized with this dialect, to study and compare the works of the diverse masters of the craft, the Atkinsons and Lubins, the Chardins and Violets, the Legrands and Pieces, to analyze the construction of their sentences, to weigh the proportion of their words and the disposition of their periods. Next, in this idiom of essences, it was for experience to come to the assistance of theories too often incomplete and commonplace. The classic art of perfumery was, in truth, little diversified, almost colorless, uniformly run in a mold first shaped by old-world chemists. It was in its dotage, hidebound in its ancient alembics, when the Romantic epoch dawned and took its part in modifying, in rejuvenating it, in making it more malleable and more supple. Its history followed step by step that of the French language. The Louis Roman XIII style, perfumed and full-flavored, compounded of elements costly at that date, of iris powder, musk, civet, myrtle water, already known by the name of angel's water, barely sufficed to express the rude graces, the rather crude tints of the time which certain sonnets of Saint-Amans have preserved for us. Later on, with the introduction of myrrh, frankincense, the mystic scents, powerful and austere, the pomp and stateliness of the grand cycle, the redundancy and artificiality of the orator's art, the full, sustained, wordy style of Bossuet, and the great preachers became almost possible. Later on again, the well-worn, sophisticated graces of French society under Louis Roman XV found a readier interpretation of their charm in the Frangipane and Maréchal, which offered in their way the very synthesis of the period. Then, finally, after the indifference and incuriousness of the First Empire, which used eau de cologne and preparations of rosemary to excess, perfumery ran for inspiration, in the train of Victor Hugo and Gautier, to the lands of the sun. It created oriental essences, salams overpowering with their spicy odors, invented new savors, tried and approved old tones and shades now rediscovered, which it made more complex, more subtle, more choice, definitely repudiating once for all the voluntary decrepitude to which the art had been reduced by the Maleshubs, the Andrea, the Bayer-Lamians, the vulgar distillers of its poetry. Nor had the language of perfumes remained stationary since the epoch of 1830. Again, it had progressed and following the march of the century had advanced side by side with the other arts. It, too, had complied with the whims of amateurs and artists, flying for motives to China and Japan, inventing scented albums, imitating the flowery nosegays of Tecoca, by a mingling of lavender and clove obtaining the perfume Rondelisha, by a union of patchouli and camphor, the singular aroma of indiarink, by compounding citron, clove and neroli essence of orange blossoms, the Oda, the Hovenier of Japan. Des Esseintes studied, analyzed the soul of these fluids, expounded these texts. He took a delight, for his own personal satisfaction, in playing the part of psychologist, in unmounting and remounting the machinery of a work, in unscrewing the separate pieces forming the structure of a complex oda, and by long practice of this sort, his sense of smell had arrived at the certainty of an almost infallible touch. Just as a wine merchant knows the vintage by imbibing a single drop, as a hop dealer, the instant he sniffs at a bag, can there and then name its precise quality and price, as a Chinese trader can declare at once the place of origin of the teas he examines, say on what farms of the Bohia Mountains, in what Buddhist monasteries, each specimen was grown, and the date at which its leaves were gathered, can state precisely the degree of heat used and the effect produced by its contact with plum blossom, with the aglaya, with the olea fragrans, with all or any of the perfumes employed to modify its flavor, to give it an added piquancy, to brighten up its rather dry savor with a whiff of fresh and alien flowers. Even so could des Esseintes, by the merest sniff at a scent, detail instantly the doses of its composition, explain the psychology of its blending, all but quote the name of the particular artist who wrote it and impressed on it, the personal mark of his style. Needless to say, he possessed a collection of all the products used by perfume makers. He had even some of the true balm of Mecca, a very great rarity, to be procured only in certain regions of Arabia Petrea and guarded as a monopoly of the Grand Turk. Seated now in his study at his working table, he was pondering the creation of a new bouquet, and had reached that moment of hesitation so familiar to authors who, after months of idleness, are preparing to start upon a fresh piece of work. Like Balzac, who was haunted by an imperious craving to blacken reams of paper by way of getting his hand in, Des Esseintes felt the necessity of recovering his old cunning by dint of executing some task of minor importance. He determined to make heliotrope, and measured out the proper quantities from phials of almond and vanilla. Then he changed his mind and resolved to try sweet pea. The phrases, the processes had escaped his memory. So he made experiments. No doubt in the fragrance of that flower, orange blossom was the dominant factor. He tried a number of combinations, and ended by getting the right tone by blending the orange with the tuberose and rose, binding the three together with a drop of vanilla. All his uncertainties vanished. A fever of eagerness stirred him. He was ready to set to work in earnest. He compounded a fresh brew of tea, adding a mixture of cassia and iris. Then, sure of himself, he resolved to march boldly forward, to strike a thundering note, the overmastering crash of which should bury the whisper of that insinuating frangipane which still stealthily impregnated the room. He handled amber, Tonquin musk, with its overpowering scent, patchouli, the most pronounced of all vegetable perfumes, whose blossom, in the natural state, gives off an odor compounded of wet wood and rusty iron. Do what he would, the associations of the 18th century haunted him. Gowns with panniers and furbelows hovered before his eyes. Memories of Boucher's Venus, all flesh, without bones, stuffed with pink cotton wool, besieged him. Recollections of the novel Thermidor and the exquisite rosette with skirts high lifted in a fire-red despair pursued him. In a rage, he sprang up and, to shake himself free from the obsession, sniffed in with all his might that unadulterated essence of spikenard that is so dear to Eastons and so disagreeable to Europeans, by reason of its overstrong savor of valerian. He staggered under the violence of the shock. As if crushed under the blow of a mallet, the delicate fibrils of the dainty scent disappeared. He took advantage of the moment's respite to escape from the dead centuries, the old-time emanations, to enter, as he had been used to do in other days, on creations less limited in scope and more modern in fashion. Of old, he had loved to soothe his spirit with harmonies in perfumery. He would use effects analogous to those of the poets, would adopt, in a measure, the admirable metrical scheme characterizing certain pieces of Baudelaire's, for instance, Elle Irréparable and Le Balcon, where the last of the 5 lines composing the strophe is the echo of the first, returning like a refrain to drown the soul in infinite depths of melancholy and languor. He wondered, lost in the dreams these aromatic stanzas called up in his brain, till suddenly recalled to his starting point, to the original motif of his meditations, by the recurrence of the initial theme, reappearing at studied intervals in the fragrant orchestration of the poem. For the actual moment, he was fain to roam in freedom amid a landscape full of surprises and changes, and he began by a simple phrase, ample, sonorous, at once opening a view over an immense stretch of country. With the help of his vaporizers, he injected into the room an essence composed of ambrosia, Mitcham lavender, sweet pea, compound bouquet, an essence which, if distilled by a true artist, well deserves the name bestowed on it of extract of meadow flowers. Then, into this meadow, he introduced a carefully modulated infusion of tuberose, orange and almond blossom, and instantly artificial lilacs came into being, while lindens swayed in the breeze, shedding on the ground about them their pale emanations, mimicked by the London extract of Tilia. This scene, once arranged in a few imposing lines, melting to the horizon under his closed eyes, he insinuated a light rain of human, not to say half-feline, essences, smacking of the petticoat, announcing woman powdered and painted, the stephanotis, the iapana, the opoponax, the chipa, the champaka, the sarcanthus, over which he superimposed a dash of seringa, to suggest, amid the factitious life of make-up and make-belief which they evoked, a natural flower of haughty, uncontrolled laughter, of the joys of existence in the eye of the sun. Then he let these fragrant waves escape by a ventilator, keeping only the country scent, which he renewed and reinforced, strengthening the dose so as to force it to recur like the burden of a song at the end of each strophe. Little by little, the feminine aroma disappeared. The country was left without inhabitants. Then, on the enchanted horizon, rose a row of factories whose tall chimneys flamed at their tops like so many bowls of punch. A breath as of manufactories, of chemical works now floated on the breeze which he raised by waving fans, though nature still continued to sweeten with her fragrant emanations this foulness of the atmosphere. Des Esseintes proceeded to turn about and warm between his hands a ball of styrax, and a very curious odor filled the room, a smell at once repugnant and exquisite, blending the delicious scent of the jonquil with the filthy stench of gutta percha and coal tar. He disinfected his hands, shut away his resin in a box hermetically sealed, and the stinking factories vanished in their turn. Then, he tossed amid the revivified vapors of lindens and meadow grass some drops of new-mown hay, and on the magic spot, instantly bared of its lilacs, rose mounds of hay, bringing with them a new season, scattering their delicate odors reminiscent of high summer. Last of all, when he had sufficiently savored the sight, he hurriedly scattered about exotic perfumes, exhausted his vaporizers, concentrated his strongest essences, gave the rein to all his balms, and lo, the stifling closeness of the room was filled with an atmosphere, maddening and sublime, breathing powerful influences, impregnating with raging alcoholates an artificial breeze, an atmosphere unnatural, yet delightful, paradoxical in its union of the allspice of the tropics, the pungent savors of the sandalwood of China and the hedyosmere of Japan with native odors of jasmine, hawthorn and vervain, forcing, to grow together, in despite of seasons and climates, trees of diverse essences, flowers of colors and fragrances the most opposite, creating by the blending and shock of all these tones one common perfume, unknown, unforeseen, extraordinary, wherein reappeared at intervals as a persistent refrain, the decorative phrase of the opening, the odor of the broad meadows breathed over by the lilacs and the lindens. Suddenly, a sharp agony assailed him. It felt as though a centibit were boring into his temples. He opened his eyes to find himself once more in the middle of his study, seated before his working table. He got up and walked painfully, half-stunned, to the window, which he threw part open. A current of fresh air sweetened the stifling atmosphere that enveloped him. He marched up and down the room to recover the proper use of his limbs, going to and fro, his eyes fixed on the ceiling on which crabs and seaweed powdered with sea salt stood out in relief from a grained background, yellow as the sand of a beach. A similar design decorated the plinths bordering the panels, which in their turn were covered with Japanese crepe, a watery green in color, and slightly waved to imitate the ripple of a wind-blown river, while down the gentle current floated a rose-leaf round which frolicked a swarm of little fishes dashed in with 2 strokes of the pen. But his eyes were still heavy. He left off pacing the short length of floor between the font and the bath, and leant his elbows on the windowsill. Presently his dizziness ceased, and after carefully recocking the bottles of scents and essences, he seized the opportunity to tidy his apparatus for making up the face, his paints and powders, and the like. He had not touched these things since his arrival at Fontenay, and he was almost astonished now at the sight of this collection once visited by so many women. One on top of the other, phials and porcelain pots littered the table confusion. Here was a china box, of the green sort, containing Schnauder, that marvelous white cream which, once spread on the cheeks, changes under the influence of the air to a tender pink, then to a scarlet so natural that it gives an absolutely convincing illusion of a complexion mantling with red blood. There, jars encrusted with mother-o'-pearl held Japanese gold and Athens green, colored like the wing of the cantharides beetle, golds and greens that blend into a deep purple directly they are moistened. Beside pots full of filbert paste, of cirques of the harem, of emulsions of cashmere lilies, of lotions of strawberry and elderflower for the skin, beside little phials of solutions of India ink and rosewater for the eyes, lay a host of different instruments, of mother-o'-pearl, of ivory and of silver, mixed up with dainty brushes for the teeth and gums, pincers, scissors, strigils, stumps, crimpers, powder puffs, back scratches, patches, and files. He handled all this elaborate apparatus, bought in former days to please a mistress who found an ineffable pleasure in certain aromatics and certain balms, an ill-balanced, nerve-ridden woman, who loved to have her nipples macerated in scents, but who only really experienced a genuine and overmastering ecstasy when her head was tickled with a comb, and she could, in the act of being caressed by a lover, breathe the smell of chimney soot, of wet plaster from a house building in rainy weather, or of dust churned up by the heavy thunder drops of a summer storm. He pondered these recollections, recalling particularly an afternoon spent, partly for want of anything better to do, partly out of curiosity, in this woman's company at her sister's house at Panton, the memory of which stirred in his breast a whole forgotten world of long-ago thoughts and old-time scents. While the two women were chattering and showing each other their frocks, he had gone to the window and, through the dusty panes, had looked out on the long, muddy street and heard its pavements echo under the incessant beat of heavy boots trampling through the puddles. The scene, now far away in the past, suddenly stood out before him with extraordinary vividness. Panton lay there in front of his eyes, bustling and alive, imaged in the green, dead water of the mirror into which his eyes involuntarily gazed. A hallucination carried him far away from Fontenay. The looking-glass reproduced for him the same reflections the street had once presented to his bodily eye, and buried in a dream, he said over the ingenious, melancholy yet consoling, anthem he had noted down on that former occasion on getting back to Paris. Yes, the time of the great rains is come. Behold, the gutter pipes vomit their drippings on to the pavements, with a song of many waters, and the horse dung lies fermenting in the puddles that fill the holes in the macadam with a coffee-colored fluid. Everywhere, for the humble wayfarer, are footbaths full to overflowing. Under the lowering sky, in the dull air, the walls of the houses drip black sweat and the cellar openings stink. Loathing of life is strong within the soul, and the spleen is a torment to the flesh. The seeds of filthiness that every man has in his heart begin to bud. Cravings for foul pleasures trouble the austerest, and in the brain of respectable folks criminal desires spring up. And yet there I am, warming myself before a blazing fire, while a basket of blowing flowers on a table fills the room with a sweet savor of benzoin, geranium, and bent grass. In mid-November, it is still springtime at Panton, in the Rue de Paris, and I find myself laughing in my sleeve to think of the timorous family parties that, in order to avoid the approach of winter, fly to Antibes or Cannes as fast as steam will take them. Inclement nature goes for nothing in this strange phenomenon. It is to industry, to commerce, and that alone, be it said, that Panton owes this artificial spring. The truth is, these flowers are of lustring, mounted on brass wire, and the spring-like fragrance floating in through the cracks of the window frame is exhaled by the neighboring factories where Pinaud and St. James make their perfumes, for the artisan exhausted by the hard labor of the workshops, for the small clock, alas, only too often a father, the illusion of a breath or two of good air is a possibility, thanks to these manufacturers. Indeed, out of this scarce, believable illusion of the country may be developed a quite rational medical treatment. Fast livers affected by chest complaints who are now carted off to the south mostly die, broken down by the rupture of all their habits of life, by the homesick craving to return to the Parisian pleasures that have brought them to this pass by their excess. Here, in an artificial climate, heated and regulated by stoves, libertine recollections will return, gently and harmlessly, along with the languishing feminine emanations given off by scent factories. In lieu of the deadly dreariness of provincial existence, the physician can by this device supply his patient platonically with the longed-for atmosphere of Parisian boudoirs, of Parisian haunts of pleasure. In the majority of cases, all that will be required to complete the cure is for the sick man to possess a little touch of imagination. Now, seeing that, in these times of ours, there is no single thing really genuine to be found, seeing that the wine we drink and the liberty we acclaim are equally adulterate and derisory, considering how remarkable a dose of credulity it takes to suppose the governing classes to deserve respect, and the lower to be worthy either of relief or commiseration, it appears to me, concluded des Esseintes, neither more absurd nor more insane to demand of my neighbor a sum total of illusion barely equal to that he expends every day in his life for quite idiotic objects, that he may successfully persuade himself that the town of Panton is an artificial nice, a factitious Menton. All which, he exclaimed, rudely interrupted in his reflections by a sudden failure of all his bodily powers, does not alter the fact that I must beware of these delicious and abominable experiments that are killing me. He heaved a sigh. Well, more pleasures to moderate, more precautions to take, and he retired for refuge to his study, thinking in this way to escape more easily from the haunting influence of the perfumes. He threw the window wide open, delighted to enjoy an air bath, but next moment, the wind seemed to bring with it a vague breath of essence of bergamot, mingled with a smell of jasmine, cassia and rosewater. He shuddered, asking himself if he was not surely under the tyranny of one of those possessions by the devil that the priests used to exercise in the Middle Ages. Soon the odor changed and altered, however. An uncertain savor of tincture of tolu, balm of Peru, saffron, blended together by a few drops of amber and musk, now floated in from the sleeping village at the bottom of the hill. Then, suddenly, in an instant, the metamorphosis was wrought. The scent of frangipane, of which his nostrils had caught the elements and were so familiar with the analysis, filled all the air from the valley of Fontenay away to the fort, assailing his exhausted sense of smell, shaking afresh his shattered nerves, prostrating him to such a degree that he fell swooning and half dying across the windowsill. Roman 11, the terrified domestics hurried off in search of the Fontenay doctor, who did not understand one word of des Esseintes' condition. He muttered sundry medical terms, felt the invalid's pulse and examined his tongue, tried in vain to make him speak, ordered sedatives and rest, promised to come back next day, and on des Esseintes shaking his head. He had regained strength enough to disapprove his servant's zeal and send the intruder about his business, took his departure, and went off to describe to every inhabitant of the village the eccentricities of the house, the furniture and appointments of which had struck him with amazement and frozen him where he stood. To the astonishment of the servants, who dared not stir from their quarters, their master recovered in a day or two, and they came upon him drumming on the window panes and gazing up anxiously at the sky. One afternoon, the bells rang a peremptory summons, and des Esseintes issued orders that his trunks were to be got ready for a long journey. While the old man and his wife were selecting, under his superintendence, such articles as were necessary, he was pacing feverishly up and down the cabin of his dining room, consulting the timetables of steamers, going from window to window of his study, still scrutinizing the clouds with looks at once of impatience and satisfaction. For a week past the weather had been atrocious. Sooty rivers pouring unceasingly across the gray plains of the heavens rolled along masses of clouds that looked like huge boulders torn up from the earth. Every few minutes storms of rain would sweep down and swallow up the valley under torrents of wet. But that day the firmament had changed its aspect. The floods of ink had dried up, the rugged clouds had melted. The sky was now one great flat plain, one vast watery film. Little by little this film seemed to fall lower, a moist haze wrapped the face of the land. No longer did the rain descend in cataracts as it had the day before, but fell in a continuous drizzle, fine, penetrating, chilling, soaking the garden walks, churning up the roads, confounding together earth and sky. The daylight was darkened, and a livid gloom hung over the village, now transformed into a lake of mud speckled by the raindrops that pitted with spots of silver the muddy surface of the puddles. In the general desolation, all color had faded to a drab uniformity, leaving only the roofs glittering with wet above the lifeless hues of the walls. "What weather?" sighed the old servant, depositing on a chair the clothes his master had called for, a suit ordered some time before from London. The only answer des Esseintes vouchsafed was to rub his hands and take his stand before a glass-fronted bookcase, in which a collection of silk socks was arranged in the form of a fan. He hesitated a while over the best shade to choose, then rapidly, taking into consideration the gloom of the day and the depressing tints of his coat and trousers, and remembering the object he had in view, he selected a pair of drab silk and quickly drew them on. Next he donned lace-up, brogued, shooting boots, put on the suit, mouse gray with a check of a lighter gray and whitey spots, clapped a little round hat on his head, threw an Inverness cape round his shoulders, and followed by his servant staggering under the weight of a trunk, a collapsible valise, a carpet bag, a hat box, and a traveling rug wrapped round umbrellas and sticks, he made for the railway station. Arrived there, he informed the domestic that he could fix no definite date for his return, that he might be back in a year's time, next month, next week, sooner perhaps, gave orders that nothing should be changed or moved in the house during his absence, handed over the approximate sum required to keep up the establishment during his absence, and got into the railway carriage, leaving the old fellow dumbfounded, arms dangling and mouth wide open, behind the barrier beyond which the train got into motion. He was alone in his compartment, a blurred, murky landscape, looking as if seen through the dirty water of an aquarium, whirled past the flying, rain-splashed train. Buried in his thoughts, des Esseintes closed his eyes. Once more, this solitude he had so ardently desired, and one at last, had resulted in poignant distress. This silence that had once appealed to him as a consolation for all the fool's chatter he had listened to for years, now weighed upon him with an intolerable burden. One morning, he had awoke as frenzied in mind as a man who finds himself locked up in a prison cell. His trembling lips moved to cry out, but no sound came. Tears rose to his eyes. He felt choked like one who has been sobbing bitterly for hours. Devoured by a longing to move, to see a human face, to talk with a fellow human being, to mingle with the common life of mankind, he actually asked his servants to stay with him, after summoning them to his room on some pretext or other. But conversation was impossible. Besides the fact that the two old people, bowed and bent under the weight of years of silence and broken in to the habits of sick nurses, were next door to dumb, the distance which des Esseintes had always maintained between himself and his dependents was not calculated to make them anxious to unclose their lips. Their brains, too, had grown sluggish and inert, and refused to supply more than monosyllabic answers to any questions they might be asked. There was nothing, therefore, to be hoped for from them in the way of relief or solace. But now, a fresh phenomenon came to pass. The reading of Dickens, which he had in the first instance carried out with the object of composing his nerves, but which had produced just the opposite effect to what he had looked for in the matter of benefiting his health, now began to act little by little in an unexpected direction, inducing visions of English life over which he sat pondering for hours. Gradually, into these fictitious reveries came creeping notions of turning them into a positive reality, of making an actual voyage to England, of verifying his dreams, engrafted on all which was further a growing wish to experience novel impressions, and so escape the divagations of a mind dizzied with grinding at nothing, which had so disastrously sapped his strength. Then the abominable weather with its everlasting fog and rain helped on his purpose, confirming as it did what he remembered from his reading, keeping constantly before his eyes a picture of what a land of mist and mud is like, and in this way focusing his ideas and holding them to their original starting point. He could resist no more, and one day had quite suddenly made up his mind. So great was his hurry to be off that he fled precipitately, impatient to be done with his present life, to feel himself hustled in the turmoil of a crowded street, in the crush and bustle of a railway station. "I can breathe now," he said to himself as the train slowed down in its dance and came to a halt in the rotunda of the Paris terminus of the Sceaux railway, its last pirouettes accompanied by the crashes and jerks of the turntables. Once out in the street, on the Boulevard d'Enfer, glad to be encumbered as he was with his trunks and rugs, he hailed a cabman. By the promise of a generous pourboire, he soon came to an understanding with the man of the drab breeches and red waistcoat. "By the hour," he ordered, "drive to the Rue de Rivoli and stop at the office of Galignani's messenger." His idea was to purchase before starting a Baedeker's or Murray's Guide to London. The conveyance blundered off, throwing up showers of mud from the wheels. The streets were like a swamp. Under the gray sky that seemed to rest on the roofs of the houses, the walls were dripping from top to bottom, the rain gutters overflowing, the pavements coated with mud of the color of gingerbread in which the passers-by slipped and slid. On the sidewalks, as the omnibuses swept by, people would stop in crowded masses, and women, kilted to the knees and bending under sodden umbrellas, would press against the shop windows to escape the flying mire. The wet was coming in at the windows, so des Esseintes had to put up the glass, which the rain streaked with little rivulets of water, while clots of mud flew, like a firework, in all directions from the moving vehicle. To the monotonous accompaniment of the storm beating down with a noise like a sack of pears being shaken out on his luggage and the carriage roof, des Esseintes dreamed of his coming journey. It was already an installment on account of rainy London he was now receiving at Paris in this dreadful weather. The picture of a London, fog-bound, colossal, enormous, smelling of hot iron and soot, wrapped in a perpetual mantle of smoke and mist, unrolled itself before his mind's eye. Vistas of endless docks stretched farther than eye could see, crowded with cranes and capstans and bales of merchandise, swarming with men perched on masts, astraddle across ships' yards, while on the quays myriads of others were bending, head down and rump in air, over casks which they were storing away in cellars. All this activity he could see in full swing on the riverbanks, and in gigantic warehouses bathed by the foul, black water of an imaginary Thames, in a forest of masts, in vast entanglements of beams piercing the wan clouds of the lowering firmament, while trains raced by, some tearing full steam across the sky, others rolling along in the sewers, shrieking out horrid screams, vomiting floods of smoke through the gaping mouths of wells, while along every avenue and every street, buried in an eternal twilight and disfigured by the monstrous, gaudy infamies of advertising, streams of vehicles rolled by between marching columns of men, all silent, all intent on business, eyes bent straight ahead, elbows pressed to the sides. Des Esseintes shuddered deliciously to feel himself lost in this terrible world of men of business, in this isolating fog, in this incessant activity, in this ruthless machine grinding to powder millions of the poor and powerless, whom philanthropists urged, by way of consolation, to repeat verses of the Bible and sing the Psalms of David. Then, in a moment, the vision vanished as the vehicle gave a jolt that made him jump on the seat. He looked out of the window. Night had fallen. The gas lamps were winking through the fog, each surrounded by a dirty yellow halo. Ribbons of fire swam in the puddles and seemed to circle round the wheels of the carriages that jogged on through a sea of liquid, discolored flame. He tried to see where he was, caught sight of the Arc du Carrousel, and in an instant, without rhyme or reason, perhaps simply from the reaction of his sudden fall from the high regions where his imagination had been roaming, his thoughts fell back on a quite trivial incident he now remembered for the first time. How, when he stood looking on at his servant packing his trunks, the man had forgotten to put in a toothbrush among his other toilet necessaries. Then he mentally reviewed the list of objects included. Yes, they had all been duly arranged in his portmanteau, but the annoyance of this one omission pursued him obstinately till the coachman pulled up his horse, and so broke the current of his reminiscences and regrets. He was now in the Rue de Rivoli, in front of Galignani's Messenger. On either side of a door of frosted glass, the panels covered with lettering and hung with Oxford frames containing cuttings from newspapers and telegrams in blue wrappers, were two broad windows crammed with books and albums of views. He came nearer, attracted by the look of these volumes, some of them in paper covers, butcher's blue and cabbage green, lavishly decorated with gold and silver patterning, others bound in cloth of various colors, carmelite blue, leek green, goose yellow, currant red, cold tooled on back and sides with black lines. All this had an anti-Parisian touch, a mercantile flavor, more vulgar, but yet less cheap and tawdry than the way the bookhawker's wares are got up in France. Here and there, among open albums showing comic scenes by Du Maurier and John Leech or chromos of mad gallops across country by Caldecott, appeared a few French novels, tempering this riot of discordant colors with the plain and soothing commonplace of their yellow backs. At last, tearing himself away from this display, he pushed open the door and entered a vast library, crowded with people. Foreign females sat examining maps and jabbering remarks to one another in strange tongues. A clock brought Des Esseintes a selection of guidebooks. He, too, sat down and fell to turning over the volumes, whose flexible covers bent between his fingers. He glanced through them, but was presently arrested by a page of Baedeker describing the London museums. His interest was roused by the brief, precise details supplied by the guide, but it was not long before his attention wandered from the works of the old English painters to those of the new school which appealed to him more strongly. He recalled certain examples he had seen at international exhibitions, and he thought that very likely he would see them again in London. Pictures by Millet, the Eve of St. Agnes, with its moonlight effect of silvery green, pictures by Watts, with their strange coloring, speckled with gamboge and indigo, works sketched by a Gustave Moreau fallen sick, painted in by a Michelangelo gone anemic, and retouched by a Raphael lost in a sea of blue. Among other canvases he remembered a Cure of Cain, an Ida, and more than one Eve, wherein, under the weird and mysterious amalgamation of these three masters, lurked the personality, at once complex and essentially simple, of an erudite and dreamy Englishman, unfortunately haunted by a predilection for hideous tones. All these pictures came crowding into his head at once. The shopman, surprised to see a customer sitting at a table lost in a brown study and quite oblivious of his surroundings, asked him which of the guides he had chosen. Des Esseintes looked up in a dazed way, then, with a word of excuse for his absence of mind, purchased a Baedeker and left the shop. The cold wind froze him to the bone. It was blowing crosswise, lashing the arcades of the Rue de Rivoli with a pelting rain. "Drive there," he cried to the cabman, pointing to a shop at the end of a section of the arcade standing at the corner of the street he was in and the Rue de Castiglione. With its shining panes lighted from within, it looked like a gigantic lantern, a beacon fire amid the perils of the fog and the horrors of the vile weather. It was the Bodega. Des Esseintes stood wondering to find himself in a great hall that ran back, like a broad corridor, the roof carried by iron pillars, and lined along the walls on either side with tall casks standing appended on stocks. Hooped with iron, and having round their waist a miniature line of battlements resembling a pipe rack in the notches of which hung tulip-shaped glasses upside down, with a hole drilled in the lower pot in which was fixed an earthenware spigot. These barrels, blazoned with a royal shield, displayed on colored cards the name of the vintage each contained, the amount of liquor they held, and the price of the same, whether by the hogshead, in bottle, or by the glass. In the passageway left free between these rows of casks, under the gas jets that flared noisily in a hideous chandelier-painted iron gray, ran a long counter loaded with baskets of Palmer's biscuits, stale, salty cakes, plates piled with mince pies and sandwiches, hiding under their greasy wrappers great blotches of miniature mustard plasters. Beside this stood a double row of chairs, extending to the far extremity of this cellar-like room, lined all along with more hogsheads having smaller barrels laid across their tops, these last lying on their sides, and having their names and descriptions branded with a hot iron in the oak. A reek of alcohol assailed his nostrils as he took a seat in this room where so many strong waters were stored. He looked about him. Here, the great casks stood in a row, their labels announcing a whole series of pots, strong, fruity wines, mahogany or amaranth-colored, distinguished by laudatory titles, such as Old Pot, Light Delicate, Cockburn's Very Fine, Magnificent Old Regina. There, rounding their formidable bellies, crowded side by side enormous hogsheads containing the martial wine of Spain, the sherries and their congeners, topaz-colored whether light or dark, San Luca, Pasto, pale dry, Oloroso, Amontillado, sweet or dry. The cellar was crammed. Leaning his elbow on the corner of a table, Des Esseintes sat waiting for the glass of port he had ordered of a gentleman, busy opening explosive sodas in egg-shaped bottles that reminded one, on an exaggerated scale, of those capsules of gelatine and gluten which chemists use to mask the taste of certain nauseous drugs. All round him were swarms of English, ungainly figures of pale-faced clergymen, dressed in black from head to foot, with soft hats and monstrously long coats decorated down the front with little buttons, shaven chins, round spectacles, greasy hair plastered to the head, laymen with broad pock-butcher faces and bulldog muzzles, apoplectic necks, ears like tomatoes, wine-sodden cheeks, bloodshot, foolish eyes, beards and whiskers joining in a collar like some of the great apes. Further off, at the far end of the wine shop, a tall, thin man like a string of sausages, with towy locks and a chin adorned with straggling gray hairs like the root of an artichoke, was deciphering with a microscope the small print of an English newspaper. More to the front, a sort of American commodore, short and stout and roundabout, with a smoke-dried complexion and a bottle nose, sat half asleep, a cigar stuck in the hairy orifice of his mouth, staring at the placards on the walls advertising champagnes, the trademarks of Perrier and Roederer, Heidsieck and Mumm, and a hooded monk's head with the name in Gothic lettering of Dom Perignon, Rhymes. A feeling of lassitude crept over Des Esseintes in this rude, garrison town atmosphere. Deafened by the chatter of these English folk talking to one another, he fell into a dream, calling up from the purple of the pot wine that filled their glasses a succession of Dickens characters, who were so partial to that beverage, peopling in imagination the cellar with a new set of customers, seeing in his mind's eye here Mr. Wickfield's white hair and red face, there, the phlegmatic and astute bearing and implacable eye of Mr. Tulkinghorn, the gloomy lawyer of Bleak House. Perfect in every detail, they all stood out clear in his memory, taking their places in the Bodega, with all their works and ways and gestures. His recollections, lately revived by a fresh perusal of the stories, were extraordinarily full and precise. The novelist's town, the well-lighted, well-warmed house, cozy and comfortably appointed, the bottles slowly emptied by Little Dorrit, by Dora Copperfield, by Tom Pinch's sister Ruth, appeared to him sailing like a snug ark in a deluge of mire and soot. He loitered idly in this London of the imagination, happy to be under shelter, seeming to hear on the Thames the hideous whistles of the tugs at work behind the Tuileries, near the bridge. His glass was empty. Despite the mist that filled the room overheated by the smoke of pipes and cigars, He experienced a little shudder of disgust as he came back to the realities of life in this moist and foul-smelling weather. He asked for a glass of Amontillado, but then, as he sat before this pale, dry wine, the nerve-soothing stories, the gentle lenitives of the English author were scattered, and the harsh revulsives, the cruel irritants of Edgar Allan Poe rose in their place. The chill nightmare of the cask of Amontillado, the story of the man walled up in an underground chamber, seized upon his fancy. The kindly, commonplace faces of the American and English customers who filled the hall seemed to him to reflect uncontrollable and abominable cravings, odious and instinctive plans of wickedness. Presently he noticed he was nearly the last there, that the dinner hour was close at hand. He paid his score, tore himself from his chair, and made dizzily for the door. He got a wet buffet in the face the instant he set foot outside. Drowned by the rain and driving squalls, the street lamps flickered feebly and gave hardly a gleam of light. The clouds ruled lower than ever, having come down several pegs, right to the middle of the house fronts. Des Esseintes looked along the arcades of the Rue de Rivoli, bathed in shadow and dripping with moisture, and he thought he was standing in the dismal tunnel excavated beneath the Thames. But the cravings of hunger recalled him to reality. He went back to his cab, threw the driver the address of the tavern in the Rue d'Amsterdam, near the Saint Lazare railway station, and looked at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He had just time enough to dine. The train did not start till 8:50, and he fell to counting up the time on his fingers, calculating the hours required for the crossing from Dieppe to Newhaven, and telling himself, if the figures in the railway guide are right, I shall be in London tomorrow on the stroke of 12:30 noon. The vehicle stopped in front of the tavern. Once more Des Esseintes left it and made his way into a long hall, with drab walls innocent of any gilding, and divided by means of breast-high partitions into a series of compartments like the loose boxes in a stable. In this room, which opened out into a wider space by the door, rows of beer engines rose along a counter, side by side with hams as brown as old violins, lobsters of a bright metallic red, salted mackerel, along with slices of onion, raw carrots, pieces of lemon peel, bunches of bay leaves and thyme, juniper berries and cos pepper swimming in a thick sauce. One of the boxes was unoccupied. He took possession of it and hailed a young man in a black coat, who nodded, muttering some incomprehensible words. While the table was being laid, Des Esseintes examined his neighbors. It was the same as at the Bodega. A crowd of islanders with china-blue eyes, crimson faces, and pompous, supercilious looks were skimming through foreign newspapers. There were some women amongst the rest, unaccompanied by male escort, dining by themselves, sturdy English dames with boys' faces, teeth as big as tombstones, fresh, apple-red cheeks, long hands and feet. They were attacking with unfeigned enthusiasm a rump steak pie, meat served hot in mushroom sauce and covered with a crust like a fruit tart. After his long loss of appetite, he looked on in amazement at these sturdy trencherwomen, whose voracity whetted his own hunger. He ordered a plate of oxtail, a soup that is at once unctuous and tasty, fat and satisfying. Then he scrutinized the list of fish, asked for a smoked haddock, which struck him as worthy of all praise, and seized with a rabid fit of appetite at the sight of other people stuffing themselves, he ate a great helping of roast beef and boiled potatoes, and absorbed a couple of pints of ale, his palate tickled by the little musky, cow-like smack of this fine, light-colored beer. His hunger was nearly satisfied. He nibbled a bit of blue Stilton, a sweet cheese with an underlying touch of bitter, pecked at a rhubarb tart, and then, to vary the monotony, quenched his thirst with porter, that British black beer which tastes of licorice juice from which the sugar had been extracted. He drew a deep breath. For years he had not guzzled and swilled so much. The change of habits, the choice of unexpected and satisfying viands had roused the stomach from its lethargy. He sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and prepared to enjoy his cup of coffee, which he laced with gin. The rain was still falling steadily. He could hear it rattling on the glass skylight that roofed the far end of the room and running in torrents along the gutters. Nobody stirred a finger. All were dozing, comfortable like himself with liqueur glasses before them. Presently tongues were loosened. As nearly everyone looked up in the air in talking, Des Esseintes concluded that these Englishmen were all discussing the weather. No one ever laughed, and all were dressed in suits of grey cheviot with nankin yellow and blotting paper red stripes. He cast a look of delight at his own clothes, the color and cut of which did not sensibly differ from those of the people round him, highly pleased to find himself not out of tone with his surroundings, glad to be, in a kind of superficial way, a naturalized citizen of London. Then he gave a start. But what of the train time? He asked himself. He consulted his watch, 10 minutes to 8. He had still nearly half an hour to stay there, he told himself, and once more he fell to thinking over the plan he had framed. In the course of his sedentary life, 2 countries only had tempted him to visit them, Holland and England. He had fulfilled the first of these 2 wishes. Attracted beyond his power to resist, he had left Paris one fine day and inspected the cities of the Low Countries one by one. The general result of the journey was a series of bitter disappointments. He had pictured to himself a Holland after the pattern of Teniers' pictures and Jan Steen's, Rembrandt's and Ostades, fashioning beforehand for his own particular use and pleasure juries as richly sun-browned as pieces of Cordova leather, imagining prodigal kermesses, everlasting junketings in the country, expecting to see all that patriarchal goodfellowship, that riotous joviality limned by the old masters. No doubt Haarlem and Amsterdam had fascinated him. The common folk, seen in their unpolished state and in true rustic surroundings, were very much as Van Ostade had painted them, with their unlicked cubs of children and their old gossips as fat as butter, big-bosomed and huge-bellied. But of reckless merrymakings and general carousings not a sign. As a matter of fact, he found himself forced to admit that the Dutch school as represented in the Louvre had led him astray. It had merely supplied him with a springboard, as it were, to start him off on his fancies. From it, he had leapt off on a false trail and wandered away into an impossible dreamland, never to discover anywhere in this world the land of fairy he had hoped to find real. Nowhere to see peasants and peasant maidens dancing on the greensward littered with wine casks, crying with sheer happiness, shouting with joy, relieving themselves under stress of uncontrollable laughter in their petticoats and their trunks. No, decidedly, nothing of the sort was to be seen. Holland was a country like any other, and to boot, a country by no means simple and primitive, by no means specially genial, for the Protestant faith was rampant there with its stern hypocrisies and solemn scruples. This past disillusionment recurred to his memory. Again he consulted his watch. There was then some minutes more before his train left. "It is high time to ask for my bill and be going," he muttered to himself. He felt an extreme heaviness of stomach and an overpowering general lethargy. "Come now," he exclaimed, by way of screwing up his courage, "let's drink the stirrup cup," and he poured himself out a glass of brandy while waiting for his account. An individual in a black coat, a napkin under one arm, a sort of majordomo, with a pointed head very bald, a harsh beard turning grey and a shaved upper lip, came forward, a pencil behind his ear, took up a position, one leg thrown forward like a singer on the platform, drew a paper book from his pocket, and fixing his eyes on the ceiling without once looking at his writing, scribbled out the items and added up the total. "Here you are, sir," he said, tearing out the leaf from his book and handing it to des Esseintes, who examined it curiously, as if it had been some strange animal. What an extraordinary specimen, this John Bull, he thought, as he gazed at this phlegmatic personage, whose clean-shaven lips gave him a vague resemblance to a helmsman of the American mercantile marine. At that moment, the door into the street opened, and a number of people came in, bringing with them a stench of drowned dog mingled with a smell of cooking which the wind beat back into the kitchen as the unlatched door banged to and fro. Des Esseintes could not stir a limb. A soothing, enervating lassitude was creeping through every member, rendering him incapable of so much as lifting his hand to light a cigar. He kept telling himself, come now, get up, we must be off." But instantly objections occurred to him in contravention of these orders. What was the good of moving, when a man can travel so gloriously sitting in a chair? Was he not in London, whose odours and atmosphere, whose denizens and viands and table furniture were all about him? What could he expect if he really went there, save fresh disappointments the same as in Holland? He had only just time enough left now to hurry to the station, and a mighty aversion for the journey, an imperious desire to stay quiet, came over him with a force that grew momentarily more and more powerful and peremptory. He sat dreaming and let the minutes slip by, thus cutting off his retreat, telling himself, "Now I should have to dash up to the barriers, hustle with the luggage. How tiresome, what a nuisance that would be." Then, harking back, he told himself over again, "After all, I have felt and seen what I wanted to feel and see. I have been steeped in English life ever since I left home. It would be a fool's trick to go and lose these imperishable impressions by a clumsy change of locality. Why, surely I must be out of my senses to have tried thus to repudiate my old settled convictions, to have condemned the obedient figment of my imagination, to have believed like the veriest ninny in the necessity, the interest, the advantage of a trip abroad. There, he concluded, glancing at his watch, the time is ripe to go back home again. And this time he did get to his feet, left the tavern, and ordered the cabman to take him back to the Gare de Sceaux. Thence he returned with his trunks, his packages, his portmanteau, his rugs, his umbrellas and walking sticks to Fontenay, feeling all the physical exhaustion and moral fatigue of a man restored to the domestic hearth after long and perilous journeyings. Roman 12. During the days that followed his return home, Des Esseintes occupied himself in reviewing the books of his library, drawing from the thought that he might have been parted from them for a long period as genuine a satisfaction as he would have enjoyed if he had really been coming back to them after a serious absence. Under the stimulus of this feeling, the volumes appeared to him in a new light altogether, for he found beauties in them he had quite forgotten ever since the day he first purchased them. Everything, books, bric-a-brac, furniture, acquired a peculiar charm in his eyes. His bed struck him as more downy, in comparison with the pallet he would have occupied in London. The discreet, silent bearing of his domestics enchanted him, harassed as he was to think of the noisy loquacity of hotel waiters. The methodical organization of his daily life seemed more than ever desirable, since the haphazard of traveling had become a possibility. He plunged himself again in the bath of fixed habits to which artificial regrets added a more bracing and tonic quality. But it was his books that chiefly attracted his interest. He examined them, arranged them afresh on the shelves, looking to see whether, since his coming to Fontenay, the heat and wet had not injured their bindings or foxed their costly papers. He began by turning over all his Latin library, after which he remarshalled the special works of Archelaus, Albertus Magnus, Raymond Lully, and Arnaud de Villanova, treating of the Kabbalah and the occult sciences. Lastly, he verified, one by one, his modern books and was delighted to find they were all intact, dry, and in good condition. This collection had cost him considerable sums of money. The fact is that he could not endure to see the authors he specially cherished printed, like those in other people's libraries, on rag paper, wearing hobnailed shoes like a clumsy peasant's. In former days at Paris, he had certain volumes specially set up for him and printed off by specially hired workmen on hand presses. Sometimes he would go to Perrin of Lyons, whose slim, clear types were suitable for archaic reimpressions of old tracts. Sometimes he would send to England or the States for new characters to print works of the present century. Sometimes he would apply to a house at Lille, which had for hundreds of years possessed a complete font of Gothic letters. Sometimes again he would call in the help of the long-established Inshed Press of Haarlem, whose type foundry preserves the stamps and matrices of the so-called letters of civility. He had followed the same course for his papers, wearying one fine day of the ordinary papers de luxe, the silvery Chinese, the pearly golden Japanese, the white Huysmans, the brown Dutch, the turkey grains and Seychelles mills tinted to resemble chamois leather, and long ago disgusted with the machine-made articles. Lai had commissioned a laid paper run in special molds from the ancient paper mills at Via, where they still used the old-fashioned stamps formerly employed to break the hemp. Then, to introduce a little variety in his collection, he had at various times imported from London dressed fabrics, flock papers, rep papers, while to further accentuate his scorn of the bibliophiles, a Lubeck tradesman was making him a glorified candle paper, bluish in tint, crackling and rather brittle, in the substance of which the straw lines were replaced by gold spangles like those that glitter in Danzig liqueur brandy. By such means, he had secured a unique library, always choosing unusual sizes and shapes of page. These treasures he had clothed by Lotic, by Trott's Bosonnet, by Chainbull, by the firm of Capet's successors, in irreproachable bindings of antique silk, of stamped ox leather, of Cape goatskin, full bindings, panelled and mossaced, with wavy or wadded silk linings instead of end papers, adorned like church service books with clasps and metal corners, sometimes even ornamented by Gruelengelmann in oxidized silver and transparent enamel. On these lines, he had printed in the admirable episcopal character of the ancient firm of Leclerc, a copy of Baudelaire in a large format, recalling that of a missal, on a very light Japanese felt, spongy in texture, as soft as elderpith, and just faintly tinged with pink over its milky white. This edition, limited to a single copy and printed in a velvety India ink black, had been clothed outside and covered within with a marvelous and authentic sowskin, one picked out of 1,000, flesh color all dotted with the bristle marks and decorated with a lacework in black executed with the cold iron, the designs miraculously assorted by a great artist. Today, Des Esseintes took down this incomparable volume from his shelves, and after fondling it reverently in his hands, reread certain pieces, which in this simple but inimitable frame seemed to him more striking and significant than ever. His admiration for the writer in question was limitless. To his mind, literature had hitherto confined itself to exploring the mere surface of the soul, or, at most, penetrating into such of its underground chambers as were readily accessible and well lighted, verifying here and there the stratification of the deadly sins, studying their seams and their origin, noting, for instance, with Balzac, the geological formation of the soul possessed by the monomania of an overmastering passion, by ambition, or avarice, or paternal infatuation, or senile love. After all, it was entirely concerned with virtues and vices of a quite healthy and robust order, with the peaceable activity of brains of a perfectly ordinary conformation, with the practical reality of current ideas, with never a thought of morbid deprivations, with no outlook beyond the pale of everyday. In a word, the speculations of these analysts of human nature stopped short at the ordinary classification of human acts by the Church into good and evil. It was all the simple investigation, the mere examination into normal conditions of a botanist who watches minutely the foreseen development of the everyday flora growing in common earth. But Baudelaire had gone further. He had descended to the bottom of the inexhaustible mine, had pushed his way along abandoned or unexplored galleries, had penetrated those districts of the soul where the monstrous vegetations of the sick mind flourish. There, near the confines where aberrations of the intellect and diseases of the will sojourn, the mystic tetanus, the burning fever of wantonness, the typhoids and yellow fevers of crime, he had found, hatching in the gloomy fossing house of ennui, the appalling reaction of age on the feelings and ideas. He had revealed the morbid psychology of the mind that has reached the October of its sensations, detailed the symptoms of souls challenged by grief, set apart by spleen, had demonstrated the ever-encroaching carries of the impressions at a time when the enthusiasms and beliefs of youth are faded, when there remains only the barren memory of miseries endured, of tyrannies suffered, of vexations undergone, in intelligences crushed by an incongruous fortune. He had traced all the phases of this lamentable autumn as he watched the human creature, quick to grow embittered, ingenious at self-deception, forcing his thoughts to cheat each other, all to render his suffering more acute, spoiling in advance, thanks to his powers of analysis and observation, all possibility of happiness. Next, following on this sensitiveness, this irritability of soul, on this ferocity of bitter reflection that repulses the importunate ardor of acts of devotion, the benevolent insults of charity, he saw arise little by little the horror of those passions of age, those loves of maturity, where one is still ready to comply while the other remains aloof and on guard, where lassitude claims of the pair filial caresses, whose false juvenility seems a something new, all maternal fondlings, whose gentleness is so restful and affords, as it were, the stimulating remorse of a vague sort of incest. In magnificent pages, he had exposed these hybrid loves, pages exasperated by their powerlessness to express the whole truth, these dangerous subterfuges of stupefying and poisonous drugs, called upon to help soothe pain and conquer the weariness of the flesh. At a period when literature was wont to attribute the grief of living exclusively to the mischances of disappointed love or the jealousy of adulterous deceptions, he had said not a word of these childish maladies, but had sounded those more incurable, more poignant, and more profound. Wounds that are inflicted by satiety, disillusion and contempt in ruined souls tortured by the present, disgusted with the past, terrified and desperate of the future. And the more Des Esseintes reread his Baudelaire, the more fully he recognized an indescribable charm in this writer, who, in days when verse had ceased to serve any purpose save to depict the external aspect of men and things, had succeeded in expressing the inexpressible, thanks to a sinewy and firm-bodied diction which, more than any other, possessed the wondrous power of defining with a strange sanity of phrase the most fleeting, the most evanescent of the morbid conditions of broken spirits and disheartened souls. After Baudelaire, the number of French books that found a place on his shelves was very limited. He was assuredly insensible to the merits of those works, which it is a mark of taste and cleverness to wax enthusiastic over. The side-shaking mirth of Rabelais, the full-bodied vis comica of Molière, failed to rouse his sense of humor. Indeed, his antipathy towards these comicalities even went so far that he did not hesitate to liken them, from the point of view of art, to those rows of flaring sconces that contribute to the jollity of country fairs. So far as older poets were concerned, his reading hardly went beyond Villon, whose mournful ballads touched him, and some stray morsels of D'Aubigné that stirred his blood by the incredible virulence of their apostrophes and anathemas. In prose, he made small account of Voltaire and Rousseau, or even of Diderot, whose extravagantly lauded salons struck him as being stuffed to a singular excess with moral twaddlings and nonsensical aspirations. Detesting all this balderdash, he confined his reading almost entirely to the masterpieces of Christian eloquence, to Berthelot and Bossuet, whose sonorous and elaborate periods impressed him. But for choicer preference, he savored those pithy aphorisms condensed in stern, strong phrases of the Sot Nicole wrought in his Meditations, and still more Pascal, whose austere pessimism and agonizing sense of sin stirred him to the bottom of his heart. Apart from these few books, French literature, so far as his library was concerned, began with the present century. It was classified into two groups, one comprising the ordinary, profane writers, the other the Catholic authors, a special literature, almost unknown to the generality, albeit disseminated by long-established and enormous bookselling firms to the far corners of the world. He had the courage to wander in these hidden places, and the same as in secular literature, he had discovered, underneath a gigantic mass of insipidities, some works written by true masters. The distinctive characteristic of this literature was the persistency, the unchangeableness of its ideas and diction. Just as the Church has perpetuated the primordial shape and form of sacred objects, in the same way has she kept intact the relics of her dogmas and piously preserved the reliquary that enshrined them, the oratorical phraseology of the grand cycle. As one of its own exponents, even, Ozanam to wit, declared, the Christian style had nothing to learn from the language of Rousseau. Its duty was to employ exclusively the dialect made use of by Berthelot and by Bossuet. Despite this dictum, the Church, more tolerant than her disciple, winked at sundry expressions, sundry turns of phrase, borrowed from the lay speech of the same century, and the Catholic idiom had to some extent shaken itself free of its ponderous periods, weighed down, especially in Bossuet, by the length of its parentheses and the painful redundancy of its pronouns. But there the concessions had stopped. Indeed, others would no doubt have been unavailing, for so lightened, this prose was adequate for the limited number of subjects which the Church condemned herself to treat. Incapable of dealing with contemporary life, of making visible and palpable the simplest aspect of men and things, ill adapted to explain the complex ruses of a brain indifferent to the state of grace, this diction nevertheless excelled in the treatment of abstract subjects, useful in the discussion of a controversy, in the demonstration of a theory, in the uncertainties of a commentary. It possessed more than any other the authority needful to lay down, without discussion, the value of a doctrine. Unfortunately, there as everywhere, an innumerable army of pedants had invaded the sanctuary and degraded by their ignorance and want of talent its stern and uncompromising dignity. Then, to crown the calamity, pious ladies had taken up the pen, and ill-advised sacristies and rash drawing-rooms had extolled as veritable works of genius the wretched prattlings of these females. Among other works of this sort that stirred his curiosity, Des Esseintes had read those of Madame Swetchine, the Russian general officer's wife, whose house at Paris was the rendezvous of the most fervent Catholics. They had filled him with an inexhaustible and overpowering sense of weariness. They were worse than bad. They were trivial. The whole thing suggested an echo hanging about a little chapel, wherein a crowded congregation of bigoted, narrow-minded people knelt muttering prayers, asking after each other's news in whispers, repeating with looks of profound mystery a string of commonplaces on politics, the state of the barometer, the condition of the weather at the moment. But there was a lower depth. There was Madame Augustus Craven, an accredited laureate of the Institut, the author of the Récit d'une Soeur, of Elaine, of Fleurange, applauded with blaring trumpets and rolling organ by the whole Catholic press. Never, no never, had des Esseintes imagined that anyone could write such poor stuff. The books were, from the point of view of general conception, so utterly silly, and were written in so nauseous a style, that they actually attained a sort of individuality of their own, became curiosities in their way. In any case, it was not among female writers that des Esseintes, whose mind was naturally sophisticated and unsentimental, could find a literary refuge adapted to his peculiar idiosyncrasies. Still he persevered, and with a conscientiousness no impatience could modify, did his best to appreciate the work of that child of genius, the blue-stocking virgin of this group, Eugénie de Guérin. His efforts were in vain. He could not stomach the famous journal and letters in which she extols, without tact or discretion, the prodigious talents of a brother who rhymed with such consummate ingenuity and grace that we must surely go back to the works of M. de Jouy and M. Ecouchard Lebrun to find any verses so boldly conceived and so fresh and new. To no purpose had he tried to understand the charm of these productions in which we find such thrilling remarks as these. This morning I hung up beside Papa's bed a cross a little girl gave him yesterday. We are invited tomorrow, Mimi and I, to M. Ruquia's, to attend the service of Blessing a Bell. I am very pleased to go, in which are recorded such momentous events as this. I have just hung about my neck a medal of the Blessed Virgin, sent me by Louise as a safeguard against cholera, in which we come upon poetry of this caliber. Oh, the lovely moonbeam that has just fallen on the gospel I was reading? Ah, to make an end, observations of the brilliant perspicacity of the following. Whenever I see a man, on passing a crucifix, cross himself and take off his hat, I tell myself, that is a Christian going by. This was the sort of thing that runs on page after page, without truce or respite, till the death of Maurice de Guérin, whom his sister bewails in still more rhapsodies, written in a wishy-washy prose interspersed here and there, with tags of verse, the poverty of which ended by moving des Esseintes' pity. Well, there was no denying it. The Catholic party was not hard to please in its choice of protégés, and far from critical. These pious muses it had made so much of, and for whom it had exhausted the complacence of its press, wrote one and all like convent schoolgirls, in a colorless diction, in a flux of words no astringent can arrest. The end was des Esseintes turned away in horror from the stuff, but neither were the modern masters of sacred literature of a nature to offer him any sufficient compensations for his disappointment. These preachers and palmists were impeccable and correct in style, but the Christian dialect, in their sermons and books, had ended by becoming impersonal, stereotyped in a rhetoric whose movements and pauses were all fixed beforehand, arranged in a series of periods each constructed on one and the same model. In fact, the ecclesiastical authors all wrote alike, with a trifle more or a trifle less unconstraint and emphasis. The differences were all but imperceptible among these grey, colourless canvases, whether the work of Messeigneurs Dupanloup or Landriot, La Bouillerie or Gaume, of Dom Guéranger or the Pierre Ratisbonne, of Monseigneur Frappel or Monseigneur Perraud, of the Raverends Piers Ravignan or Gratry, the Jesuit Olivain, the Carmelite Dossethy, the Dominican Didon, or of the erstwhile prior of Saint Maximin, the Reverend Chaucon. Again and again, the conclusion had been forced upon des Esseintes that it would need a very authentic talent, a very genuine originality, a firmly anchored conviction to thaw this frozen diction, to give life to this conventional style incapable of expressing a single unexpected idea, of upholding any thesis of the smallest audacity. Nevertheless, one or two authors were to be found whose burning eloquence could melt and mold this inert phraseology. Lacordaire first and foremost, one of the only real authors the Church has produced for many years. Imprisoned, like all his colleagues, within the narrow circle of orthodox speculation, obliged, like them, to mock time and refrain from touching any ideas but such as had been originated and consecrated by the fathers of the Church and developed by the masters of the pulpit, he yet managed to turn the obstacle, to rejuvenate, almost to modify, these time-honored commonplaces by throwing them into a more personal and more living form. Scattered up and down his conferences de Notre Dame, happy phrases, bold expressions, accents of loving-kindness, outbursts of enthusiasm, cries of gladness, ecstatic outpourings of spirit occurred that made the age-old style smoke under his pen. Then, over and above his talent as an orator, and he was a true orator, this capable, gentle-hearted monk, whose intellect and industry were exhausted in the hopeless effort to conciliate the liberal doctrines of an advanced society with the authoritative dogmas of the Church, he was further endowed with a temperament of fervent charity, of diplomatic tenderness. Then, again, the letters he used to write to young men often contained the loving words of a father exhorting his sons, smiling reprimands, indulgent expressions of forgiveness. Some were charming where he would avow all his greed for affection, others almost impressively serious when he was sustaining his correspondents' courage or dissipating their doubts by the statement of the irrefragable certainties of his own faith. In a word, this feeling of fatherhood, which under his pen assumed a dainty, feminine touch, impressed on his prose an accent unique amid all the mass of clerical literature. After him, very few were the ecclesiastics and monks who showed any individuality. At most, some pages of his pupil, the Abbé Périve, were readable. He had left touching biographical notices of his master, written some amiable letters, composed articles conceived in the sonorous language of the pulpit, pronounced panegyrics in which the declamatory note is too dominant. Undoubtedly, the Abbé Périve had neither the tenderness nor the fire of Lacordaire. He was too much a priest and too little a man. Here and there, nevertheless, his rhetoric as a preacher was illuminated by telling analogies, broad and weighty phrases, purple patches rising almost to sublimity. But it was only among writers who had not submitted to ordination, among secular authors attached to the interests of Catholicism and devoted to its propaganda, that a prose style was to be found worthy to arrest the attention. The episcopal diction, so feebly handled by our prelates, had acquired new strength, regained something of masculine force and vigor in the hands of the Comte de Falloux. Under an appearance of moderation, this academician distilled gall. His discourses pronounced in 1848 in Parliament were diffuse and dull, but his articles, contributed to the Correspondent, and afterwards collected in book form, were biting and bitter under the exaggerated courtesy of their outward expression. Conceived as set speeches, they displayed a certain caustic wit, while they startled by the intolerance of their convictions. Dangerous as a controversialist, by reason of the pitfalls he dug for his adversaries and the crookedness of his logic. Forever turning the enemy's flank and striking an unexpected blow, the Comte de Falloux had also written some striking pages on the death of Madame Swetchine, whose remains he had edited and whom he revered as a saint. But where this author's temperament really showed itself was in two pamphlets which appeared, one in 1846 and the other in 1880, the latter entitled L'Unité Nationale, National Unity. Filled with a cold fury, this implacable legitimist delivered for once, contrary to his custom, a frontal attack, and by way of peroration hurled at the skeptics' heads this thunder of savage invective. And you, utopians of a system, who make an abstraction of human nature, panegyrists of atheism, nourished on hallucinations and detestations, emancipators of woman, destroyers of the family, genealogists of the simian race, you, whose name was once insult enough, be well content. You will have been the prophets, and your disciples will be the high priests of an abominable future. The other pamphlet bore for title, Le Parti Catholique, the Catholic Party, and was directed against the despotism of the Univers and its editor Vuillot, whose name it refused to utter. Here the flank attacks were resumed. Poison lurked under every line of the little book in which the gentleman, bruised and battered, answered with scornful sarcasms the brutal blows of the professional bully. Between them, they represented the two parties in the Church, whose differences degenerate into ungovernable hatred. De Falloux, at once more arrogant and more crafty than his opponents, belonged to that liberal coterie which already embraced both Montalembert and Cochin, both Lacordaire and de Broglie. He adhered heart and soul to the principles advocated by the Correspondent, a review which strove to overlay, with a varnish of tolerance, the peremptory theories of the Church. Vuillot, more outspoken and frank, threw off the mask, avowed unhesitatingly the tyranny of ultramontane aspirations, openly admitted and loudly acclaimed the pitiless yoke of her dogmas. The latter champion had forged himself for the struggle a special language, borrowed part from La Braya, and part from the bully of the Gros Caillou. This style, half pompous, half familiar, wielded by this brutal personality, had the crushing weight of a bludgeon. Extraordinarily stubborn and extraordinarily courageous, he had felled with this terrible weapon freethinkers and bishops alike, hitting out might and main, rushing like a wild bull at his foes to whichever party they belonged. Distrusted by the church, which approved neither his contraband diction nor his blackguard attitude, this religious mountebank had nevertheless made his mark by his undoubted talents, bringing about his heels the whole pack of the press, which he lashed till the blood came in his odeurs de Paris, keeping at bay every assault, kicking off the whole base hod of low quill drivers that tried to bite his calves. Unfortunately, his incontestable talents only showed in a fight. In cold blood Violet was but an indifferent writer. His poetry and novels only inspired pity. His peppery invective lost its pungency when blows were no longer flying. The Catholic warrior was metamorphosed, in peaceful days, into a dyspeptic wheezing out trite litanies and stammering puerile canticles. More narrow, more limited, more serious was the cherished apologist of the Church, the inquisitor of Christian diction, Huysmans. Difficult though he was to apprehend, des Esseintes could not fail to be astonished by the aplomb of this author, who would prate of the inscrutable purposes of God, when he should have been adducing the proofs of the impossible assertions he was making. With the most perfect coolness he would travesty events, deny, more impudently still than the painjurists of the other parties, the acknowledged facts of history, declare that the Church had never hidden the high esteem in which it held science, describe heresies as foul miasmas, treat Buddhism and all other religions with such fine scorn that he excused himself from sullying Catholic prose by so much as an attack upon their doctrines. There were occasions when religious passion breathed a certain ardor into his oratorical periods, beneath the ice of which boiled an undercurrent of suppressed violence. In his numerous writings on Dante, on St. Francis, on the author of the Stabat, on the Franciscan poets, on socialism, on commercial law, on everything, the man never failed to plead the defense of the Vatican, which he deemed impeccable, judging all cases alike according as they approached more or less close or differed more or less widely from his own. The same manner of looking at all questions from one point of view, and one, only equally belonged to that paltry scribbler, whom some people held up as his rival, Netmant. The latter was less straight-laced, and made less exalted and more worldly pretensions. He had repeatedly trespassed beyond the literary cloister, in which Huysmans was a voluntary prisoner, and had dipped into profane writings with a view to appraising them. This region, indeed, he had penetrated groping, like a child in a cave, seeing nothing but darkness round him, perceiving in the general blackness only the flicker of the taper that lighted him onwards, throwing its glimmer a few feet ahead. In this ignorance of the localities, in this obscurity, he had blundered at every step. Speaking of Muaja, he described him as heedful of a polished and carefully finished style. Victor Hugo was one who searched out the impure and filthy, and he dared to compare N. de Laprade with him. Delacroix disdained all rules, while Paul de Laroche and the poet Rabaul he extolled, because they seemed to him to possess faith. Des Esseintes could not help a shrug of the shoulders at these unfortunate criticisms, which were expressed in a labored prose, the material of which, already worn threadbare, caught and tore on every corner of his sentences. In another class, the productions of Paugelat and Genoud, Montalembert, Nicolas and Corneille failed to inspire him with any much more vivid interest. Nor were his inclinations for history treated with painstaking erudition and in dignified language by the Duc de Broglie, nor his predilections for social and religious questions discussed by Henry Cochin, who had, however, revealed his true sentiments in a letter wherein he recounted a hot-stirring assumption of the veil at the Sacré-Cœur, very much more pronounced. For years, he had not looked into these books, and it was now a far-off day when he had thrown away, as waste paper, the puerile lucubrations of the dismal Pontmartin and pitiable Fable, and handed over to the servants for household purposes the little histories of Aubeneau and Lesserat, those feeble hagiographers of the miracles wrought by M. Dupont de Tours and the Virgin. In a word, des Esseintes failed to extract from this literature even a passing distraction to his bottom. So he pushed away into the remote corners of his library this mass of volumes which he had studied in former days, after leaving the Jesuit seminary. "I should have done better to leave them behind in Paris," he muttered, as he drew out from their lurking place behind the rest 2 sets of books he found particularly unendurable, the works of the Abbé Lamennais and those of that unmitigated fanatic, so supremely, so pompously tiresome and futile, Count Joseph de Maistre. A single volume only was left still in place on a shelf within reach of the hand, that entitled Elham, by Ernest Hulot. This writer was the absolute antithesis of his brethren in religion. Almost isolated in the pious group, which was shocked by his ways of thought, Ernest Hello had ended by abandoning the great main road that leads from earth to heaven. Sickened no doubt by the triteness of this highway, and the throng of pilgrims of letters that had for centuries filed obediently along the same track, walking each in the footmarks of his predecessor, stopping at the same halting places, to exchange the same commonplaces on religion, on the fathers of the church, on their identical beliefs, on their identical masters. He had diverged along bypaths, had come out into the gloomy forest clearing of Pascal, where he had tarried a long while to recover his wind. Then he had pursued his journey and penetrated further into Jansenism, which all the time he abused, in the regions of human thought. Full of subtlety and preciosity, erudite and elaborate, Hello, with his hair-splitting minutiae of analysis, reminded des Esseintes of the labored and meticulous studies of some of the psychological skeptics of the last and present centuries. There was in him a kind of Catholic durante, but more dogmatic and more astute, a practiced master of the microscope, a trained engineer of the soul, a skillful watchmaker of the brain, delighting to examine the mechanism of a passion and explain minutely every wheel of the machinery. In this oddly constituted mind were to be found associations of thought, analogies and contrasts scarcely to have been expected, added to which, a curious trick whereby he made the etymology of the words he used a springboard for leaping off to fresh ideas, the combination of which was often trivial enough, but almost invariably ingenious and stimulating. In this way, and in spite of the faulty equilibrium of his constructions, he had taken to pieces, so to speak, with remarkable perspicacity, the miser, the mediocre man, analyzed popular taste. The passion of calamity, besides revealing the interesting comparisons that can be established between the processes of photography and those of memory. But this adroitness in wielding this perfected weapon of analysis, which he had stolen from the church's enemies, represented only one of the sides of the man's temperament. Yet another being existed in him. His mind had a double aspect, and after the good side appeared the bad, that of a religious fanatic and a biblical prophet. Like Hugo himself, whose contortions both of thought and phrase he recalled, Ernest Hello had loved to pose as a little St. John on Patmos to play the pontiff, and enact the oracle from the top of a rock, manufactured in the sacred image shops of the Rue Saint-Sulpice, haranguing the reader in an apocalyptic tongue salted here and there with the gall of an Isaiah. He affected at that time exaggerated pretensions to profundity. Some flatterers even hailed him as a genius, pretended to regard him as the great man of his day, the well of knowledge of his epoch, a well perhaps, but one where you could very often not see one drop of water. In his volume, Paroles de Dieu, Words of God, in which he paraphrased the scriptures and did his best to complicate their meaning when fairly obvious. In another book of his entitled Elham, in his pamphlet Le Jour du Seigneur, The Day of the Lord, composed in a biblical style, broken and obscure, he showed the qualities of a vindictive, haughty apostle, full of gall and bitterness. He revealed himself in the character of a crack-brained deacon, half mystic, half epileptic, of a demaster for once endowed with talent, of a harsh and ferocious sectary. At the same time, reflected des Esseintes, this morbid excess of zeal barred the way to inventive sallies of casuistry. With more intolerance than Ozanam, he repudiated absolutely whatever did not pertain to his own narrow world, announced the most amazing axioms, maintained with a disconcerting air of authority that geology had gone back to Moses, that natural history, chemistry, all contemporary science was by way of verifying the scientific accuracy of the Bible. Every page was full of the sole and only verity, the superhuman wisdom of the Church, the whole interspersed with aphorisms more than dangerous, and savage imprecations poured out in foul torrents on the art and literature of the lost century. To this strange alloy was superadded a love of pious studies, translations of the visions of Angel de Foligno, a book of an unparalleled fluidity and folly, and of selected portions from Ruysbroek El Admirable, a mystic of the 13th century, whose prose presents an incomprehensible but fascinating combination of gloomy ecstasies, outpourings of unction, transports of bitterness. All this attitude of the overbearing high priest, which was characteristic of Hello, had come out in full force in an astounding preface he wrote for this book. It is his own remark that extraordinary things can only be told in stammers, and he stammered accordingly, declaring that the holy obscurity wherein Ricebrook spreads his eagle's wings is his ocean, his prey, his glory, and the far horizons would be for him a garment all too narrow. Let him be what he would, des Esseintes felt himself attracted by this ill-balanced, but subtle mind. To complete the fusion between the adroit psychologist on the one hand and the pious pedant on the other, had proved impossible, and these jolts, these incoherences even constituted the personality of the man. Recruits to his standard were certain other writers forming little bands that operated as skirmishers on the outskirts of the clerical camp. They did not belong to the main body, but were, properly speaking, rather the scouts of a religion that distrusted men of talent like Vuillot and Hulot, whom it deemed too independent and not colorless enough. What it really wanted was soldiers who never reasoned, regiments of the purblind, mediocre sort of men whom Hulot stigmatized with the indignation of one who had endured their yoke. Accordingly, Catholicism had made all haste to expel from the columns of its organs one of its own partisans, Leon Bloy, a savage pamphleteer, who wrote a style at once furious and artificial, coquettish and uncultivated, and had turned out of doors at its official bookshops, as one plague-stricken and unclean, another author who had yet bawled himself hoarse in celebrating its praises, Bobby d'Aurevilly. Truth to tell, he was too compromising an ally, and too indocile a disciple. The rest would always in the long run bow the head under rebuke and fall back into line. He was the incorrigible urchin the party could not recognize. He was a literary renegade after the girls, whom he brought bare-bosomed into the very sanctuary. It was only due to that huge scorn with which Catholicism looks down on talent that an excommunication in due and proper form had not outlawed this strange servant who, under pretext of doing honor to his masters, was for breaking the church windows, mountebanking with the sacred vessels, executing fancy dances round the tabernacle. Two works in particular of Bobby d'Aurevilly's fired des Esseintes' imagination, the Prêtre-à-Marier, Married Priest, and the Diaboliques. One others, such as Ellen Saucelet, The Bewitched, The Chevalier des Touches, Une Vieille Maîtresse, An Old Mistress, were no doubt better balanced and more complete works, but they appealed less warmly to des Esseintes, who was genuinely interested only in sickly books with health undermined and exasperated by fever. In these comparatively sane volumes, Bobby d'Aurevilly was perpetually tacking to and fro between those two channels of Catholicism, which eventually run into one, mysticism and sadism. But in these two books which des Esseintes was now turning over, Bobby had abandoned all prudence, had given the rein to his steed, had dashed off whip and spur along the roads he had then traversed to their extremest limits. All the mysterious horror of the Middle Ages hovered over that improbable book, the Prêtre-à-Marier. Magic was mixed up with religion, gibberish with prayer, and more pitiless, more cruel than the devil, the god of original sin tortured without respite or remorse the innocent Calixte, the victim of his abhorrence, branding her with a red cross on the brow. As of old he had had one of his angels mock the houses of unbelievers whom he was fain to slay. Conceived by a fasting monk run delirious, these scenes succeeded one another in the broken language of a fever patient. But, unfortunately, among these creations, as fantastic as the Coppelias galvanized into life by Hoffmann, there were some, the Nil de Nehu, for example, that seemed to have been imagined in one of those periods of exhaustion that follow a crisis, and were quite out of keeping amid these tales of gloom and madness, into which they imparted the comic element that moves our involuntary mirth at sight of the little tin mannequin that plays the horn, in hunting boots, on the top of a mantelpiece clock. Succeeding to these mystical divagations, the author had a period of comparative calm, then a terrible relapse followed. The belief that man is a Buridan's ass, a being dragged this way, and that by two forces of equal strength, which fight, turn and turn about victorious and vanquished, for his soul, the conviction that human life is no better than a doubtful struggle between hell and heaven, the faith in two opposed entities, Satan and the Christ, were bound fatally and inevitably to engender those inward discords where the soul, stimulated by an incessant combat, excited and assault by promises and threats, ends by giving up the effort to resist and prostitutes itself to whichever of the two factions had been most obstinate in its pursuit. In the Prêtre-à-Marier, the praises of the Christ, whose temptations had been successful, were sung by Bobby d'Aurevilly. In the Diaboliques, the author had surrendered to the devil whom he then extolled. And then came the apparition of sadism, that bastard birth of Catholicism, which faith has for centuries, under all its shapes, pursued with its exorcisms and its fires. This condition of mind, so strange and so ill-defined, cannot in fact arise in the soul of an unbeliever. It does not consist solely in a mad riot amid the excesses of the flesh, further stimulated by bloody outrages of cruelty, for in that case it would be merely an aberration of the sexual feelings, an instance of satyriasis arrived at its point of supreme maturity. It consists primarily and particularly in a cause of sacrilegious acts, in a moral revolt, in a spiritual debauch, in an aberration purely ideal, purely Christian. Another essential characteristic is a joy tempered by fear, analogous to the naughty pleasure of disobedient children who insist on playing with forbidden articles for no other reason than because their parents have expressly forbidden them to go near them. In truth, if it did not involve a sacrilege, sadism would have no raison d'etre. On the other hand, sacrilege, which flows from the very existence of a religion, cannot be intentionally and effectively committed save by a believer, for a man would experience no satisfaction from profaning a faith that he did not believe in, or knew nothing of. The farce of sadism, then, the attraction it offers, lies wholly in the forbidden pleasure of transferring to Satan the homages and prayers we owe to God. It lies then in the non-observance of the Catholic precepts which we are actually respecting, though in an inverse sense, when we commit, in order the more scornfully to mock the Christ, the sins he had most expressly banned, pollution of holy things and carnal orgies. In reality, the vice to which the Marquis de Sade has given his name was as old as the Church herself. It had been rampant in the 18th century, reintroducing, to go back no farther, by a mere phenomenon of atavism, the impious practices of the medieval witches' Sabbath. By simply consulting the Malleus Maleficorum, Jacob Sprenge's terrible code of justice, which permitted the Church to exterminate by the fires of the stake thousands of necromancers and sorcerers, Des Esseintes was enabled to recognize in the ancient Sabbath all the obscene practices and all the blasphemies of sadism. Over and above the unclean orgies dear to the evil one, nights consecrated successively to lawful and unnatural coition, nights befouled by the bloody bestialities of ruttish animals, he found repeated the same parodies of church processions, the same standing insults and defiances against God, the same ceremonies of devotion to his rival, when was celebrated, with curses in lieu of blessings on the bread and wine, the black mass on the back of a woman crouching on all fours, whose rump, naked and polluted again and again, served for altar table, and the congregation communicated, in derision, with a black host on the face of which a figure of a he-goat was impressed. The very same debauch of foul-mouthed raillery and degrading insults was to be seen in the Marquis de Sade, who added to his cruel and abominable sensualities the spice of sacrilegious profanities. He defied heaven, made invocation to Lucifer, called God a contemptible scoundrel, an idiot, an imbecile, spat on the communion, did all he could to degrade with vile obscenities a deity he hoped would damn him, while declaring, the better to defy him, that he had no existence. This condition of soul Bobby Doravally came very near sharing. If he did not go as far as de Sade in uttering atrocious maledictions against the Saviour, if, more prudent or more timid, he always made a profession of honoring the Church, he none the less, as they did in the Middle Ages, addressed his pleadings to the devil and fell, like the rest, by way of defying God, into demoniac erotomania, contriving sensual monstrosities of vice, borrowing even from the philosophy dans le boudoir a certain episode, which he seasoned with new condiments when he wrote the tale, La Dina Dunathe, an atheist's dinner party. This extraordinary book was Des Esseintes' delight. He had printed for him in violet ink, bishop's violet, within a border of cardinal purple, on an authentic parchment which the church officials had blessed, a copy of the Diabolique set up in letters of civility, whose outlandish serifs and flourishes, twisted into horns and hoofs, affect a satanic contour. After certain pieces of Baudelaires which, in imitations of the psalms chanted on the nights of the witches' Sabbath, took the form of infernal litanies, this volume was among all the works of contemporary apostolic literature the only one that bore witness to that condition of soul, at once pious and impious, towards which the remembered claims of Catholicism, stimulated by the attacks of nervous disorder, had often urged Des Esseintes. With Bobby Doravally, the series of religious writers came to an end. To tell the truth, This pariah belonged more, from every point of view, to secular literature than to the other in which he was for claiming a place that was denied him. His language, characterized by a romanticism run wild, crammed with contorted expressions, unusual turns of phrase, extravagant similes, whipped up his sentences which tore along with raw and rattle and clang of noise of bells from top to bottom of the page. In a word, Doravally appeared like a full-blooded stallion among the geldings that people the ultramontane stables. Such were des Esseintes' reflections as he reread passages chosen at random from the book, and compared its nervous and varied style with the lymphatic, stereotyped diction of his fellows, thinking at the same time of the evolution of language so rightly insisted on by Darwin. Associating with the profane, educated in the Romantic school, familiar with the new literature, accustomed to the business of modern publications, Bobby found himself inevitably in possession of a dialect which had undergone many and profound modifications, which had been changed and renovated since the days of the Grand Cycle. Very different had been the case with the ecclesiastical writers, confined to their own domain, imprisoned within an ancient and identical range of reading, knowing nothing of the literary movements of the centuries and firmly determined, if need be, to tear out their eyes rather than see. They necessarily employed a language incapable of change, like that speech of the 18th century, which the descendants of the French settlers in Canada still speak and write as their mother tongue, without any selection of phraseology or words having ever been possible in their idiom, isolated as it is from the ancient metropolis, and surrounded on all sides by the English language. Matters were at this point when the silvery sound of a bell tinkling a tiny angelus informed des Esseintes that breakfast was ready. He left his books, wiped his forehead, and made for the dining room, telling himself that among all the volumes he had been arranging on his shelves, the works of Bobby Doravally were still the only ones whose matter and style offered those gamey flavors, those stains of disease and decay, that cankered surface, that taste of rotten ripeness which he so loved to savor among the decadent writers, Latin and monastic, of the early ages. Roman 13, the weather went from bad to worse. That year the seasons seemed to have changed places. After a long succession of rainstorms and fogs, blazing skies, like sheets of white-hot metal, now hung over the earth from horizon to horizon. In 2 days, without any transition whatever, cold, wet mists and lashing showers were followed by a torrid heat, an atmosphere as heavy as lead. As if stirred to a fiery fury with giants, the sun glared, a glowing furnace mouth shooting forth an almost white light that scotched the eyes. A dust of flame rose from the burnt-up roads, grilling the parched trees, frying the dry grass. The reverberation from the whitewashed house walls, the flames thrown back from the zinc of roofs and panes of windows, blinded the sight. The temperature of a smelting house in full blast weighed on des Esseintes' house. Half-stripped, he threw open a casement, to receive full in the face a puff of wind as hot as if coming from an oven. The dining room, whither he fled for refuge, was burning. The rarefied air seemed to boil. In utter exhaustion, he sat down, for the excitement that had kept his mind active with dreams and fancies during the time when he was arranging his books had come to an end. As is the case with all sufferers from nervous disorders, the heat undermined his strength terribly. His anemia, checked for the time being by the cold, recurred, exhausting a body debilitated by copious perspirations. With shirt clinging to his moist back, perspiring perineum, dripping arms and legs, brow streaming with salt drops that pawed down his cheeks, des Esseintes lay back half-fainting in his chair. The sight of the food on the table sickened him. He ordered it to be taken away and boiled eggs brought instead. He tried to swallow sippets of toast dipped in the yolk, but they stuck in his throat. He turned sick and drank a few drops of wine, but it seemed to burn his stomach like fire. He mopped his face. The sweat, hot just now, was now cold as it trickled from his temples. He tried sucking bits of ice to relieve the feeling of nausea, but all to no purpose. An infinite lassitude glued him to his chair by the table. At last he got up, longing for air, but the sippets of toast had swelled and risen in his throat till they came near choking him. Never before had he felt so oppressed, so feeble, so ill at ease. His eyes, too, were affected. He saw things double and turning round and round. Soon the sense of distance grew confused. His glass seemed to be a mile away from his hand. He told himself he was the victim of an optical delusion, but he could not throw off the sensation. Finally, he went and lay down on the sofa in the drawing-room, but then the rolling of a ship at sea began. increasing his nausea still further. He sprang up again, resolved to take a digestive to settle the eggs in his stomach. He returned to the dining room and sadly compared himself, in his cabin, to passengers on a vessel attacked by seasickness. With staggering steps, he made his way to the cupboard that contained his mouth organ, and examined the latter. But without opening it, he reached instead up to a higher shelf for a bottle of Benedictine, which he selected to keep by him, because of its shape, which struck him as suggestive of ideas at once pleasantly festive and vaguely mystical. But for the moment, he remained indifferent, looking with a dull eye at the thick-set flagon of dark green glass, which was wont at other times to call up before his mind's eye the priors of the medieval monastery, as he looked at its antique monkish paunch, its head and neck wrapped in a parchment cowl, its stamp of red wax quoted with 3 silver mitres on a field azure, the cock tied over and sealed with lead like a papal bull, and the label written in sonorous Latin, on paper yellowed and faded as if by age, Liquor Monachorum Benedictinorum Abbatiae Fiscanensis, liqueur of the Benedictine monks of the Abbey of Fécamp. Under this full monastic habit, certified by a cross and certain ecclesiastical initial letters, POM, within these parchments and bands that guarded it like an authentic charter, slumbered a saffron-colored liquor of an exquisite delicacy. It distilled an aroma of the quintessence of angelica and hyssop, mingled with seashore herbs rich in iodines and bromines, disguised by sugary matters. It stimulated the palate with a spirituous heat dissimulated under a toothsomeness, altogether virginal and innocent, flattered the nose with a smack of rankness, enwrapped in a soothing savor at once childlike and pious. This hypocrisy resulting from the startling discrepancy between the containing vessel and its contents, between the liturgical form of the bottle and the soul inside it, so feminine, so modern, had before now set him dreaming. He had indeed fallen many a time into a brown study as he sat before this liqueur, thinking of the monks who sold it, the Benedictines of the Abbey of Fécamp who, while belonging to the congregation of Saint Maur, famous for its researches in history, served under the rule of Saint Benedict, yet did not follow the observances of the white monks of Cytox and the black monks of Cluny. Irresistibly, they came crowding before his mind's eye in their daily life as they lived in the Middle Ages, cultivating simples, heating retorts, distilling in alembics sovereign panaceas, infallible cure-alls. He drank off a drop of the liqueur and felt a relief that lasted a minute or two, but very soon the same fire that a mouthful of wine had before kindled in his inwards burned there again. He tossed away his napkin and went back into his study, where he began pacing up and down. He felt as if he were under the bell of an air pump in which a vacuum was being gradually produced, and a sensation of faintness, at once soothing and excruciating, ran from his brain down every limb. He pulled himself together, and, unable to bear more, for the first time perhaps since his arrival at Fontenay, fled for refuge to his garden, where he found shelter in the ring of shadow cast by a tree. Seated on the turf, he gazed with a dazed look at the beds of vegetables the servants had planted. But it was only after an hour had elapsed that his eyes saw what he was looking at, for a greenish mist floated before his eyes and prevented his making out more than the blurred images, as if viewed through deep water, of objects, whose appearance and color kept continually changing. In the end, however, he recovered his balance and found himself able to distinguish clearly onions and cabbages, further off a broad patch of lettuce, and in the background, all along the hedge, a row of white lilies standing motionless in the heavy air. A smile flitted over his lips, for suddenly he remembered a quaint comparison old Nicander makes, likening, from the point of view of shape, the pistil of a lily to an ass's genitals, while a passage from Albertus Magnus also occurred to him where that miracle worker gives a singular formula for discovering by the use of a lettuce whether a girl is still virgin. These recollections gave him a moment's merriment. Then he fell to examining the garden, mocking how the plants lay withered by the heat and the ground smoked in the glare of the dusty sunbeams. Presently, above the hedge separating the garden, which lay at a lower level from the raised roadway leading up to the fort, he caught sight of a band of young rascals tumbling over each other in the blazing sunshine. His attention was still concentrated on them when another village lad appeared, a smaller mite than the rest. He was a squalid object. His hair looked like seaweed sodden with sand, his nose was filthy, his mouth was disgusting, the lips smeared with a white paste from what he had been nibbling at. Skim milk cheese spread on a piece of bread, and sprinkled over with slices of raw green onion. Des Esseintes sniffed the air. A sudden longing, a perverse craving seized him. The nauseous dainty brought the water to his mouth. He thought somehow that his stomach, that rebelled against all food, would digest this horrid repast, and his palate enjoy it like a royal feast. He sprang up, ran to the kitchen, and gave instant orders to send to the village for a round loaf, some white cheese, and a raw onion, directing that they should make him a meal exactly like what he had seen the child gnawing at. This done, he went back and resumed his seat under the tree. The lads were fighting now, snatching scraps of bread out of each other's hands, shoving them into their mouths, and then licking their fingers. Kicks and fisticuffs were freely exchanged, and the weaker vessels got tumbled over in the road, where they lay squalling as the jagged stones scraped their backsides. The sight gave new life to Des Esseintes. The interest he took in the combat diverted his thoughts from his own miseries. Looking on at the fury of these naughty youngsters, he reflected on the cruel and abominable law of the struggle for existence, and ignoble as the children were, he could not help sympathizing with their lot, and concluding it would have been better for them had their mother never borne them. In fact, what was it all but scald head, colics, fevers, measles, kicking and cuffings in infancy, hard knocks and degrading jobs of work at 13 or so, women's trickeries, vile diseases and wives' unfaithfulness in manhood, then, in declining years, infirmities and a painful death in a workhouse or a hospital. When all was said and done, the future was the same for all, and neither one nor the other class, if they had had a particle of common sense, could possibly have desired it. For the rich it was, in different surroundings, the same passions, the same vexations, the same sorrows, the same diseases, and likewise the same poor satisfactions, whether these were alcoholic, literary, or carnal. There was even a vague compensation for all the sufferings, a kind of rude justice that restored the balance of misery as between the classes, enabling the poor to endure more easily the physical sufferings that broke down more mercilessly the feebler and more emaciated bodies of the rich. What madness to beget children, reflected Des Esseintes, and to think that ecclesiastics, who have taken a vow of sterility, have actually pushed unreason so far as to canonize St. Vincent de Paul, because he saved innocent little ones for useless torments. Thanks to his odious precautions, he had postponed for years the death of beings, devoid of intelligence and feeling, in such wise that, having in time grown almost understanding and at any rate capable of pain, they could foresee the future, could expect and dread the death they had hitherto not known so much as the name of, that they could, some of them, even call upon it to come. In very hatred of the condemnation to live, he inflicted on them in virtue of an illogical code of theology. Yes, and since the old saint's death, his ideas had come to govern the world. Children abandoned to die were rescued, instead of being left to perish quietly without their being conscious of aught amiss. While, at the same time, the life they preserved them for was growing day by day harsher and more barren. Under pretext of liberty and progress, society had discovered yet another means of aggravating the miseries of man's existence, by dragging him from his home, tricking him out in an absurd costume, putting specially contrived weapons in his hands, brutalizing him in a slavery identical with that from which they had, out of compassion, enfranchised the Negro, and all this merely to put him in a condition to slaughter his fellows without risking the scaffold, as common murderers do who work in units, without uniform, with arms less noisy and less swift to kill. What a strange epoch, Des Esseintes told himself, is this, which, while invoking the sacred name of humanity, and striving to perfect anesthetics to abolish physical pain, at the very same time provides such irritants to aggravate moral agonies. Ah, if ever, in the name of pity, useless procreation should be abolished, that time was now. But here, again, the laws promulgated by men like Potales and Huysmans appeared, ferocious and self-contradictory. Justice deemed quite natural the ways men used to trick nature in the marriage bed. It was a recognized, admitted fact. There was never a household, no matter how well-to-do, that did not employ means to hinder procreation, use contrivances to be bought openly in the shops, all artifices it would never occur to anybody to disapprove. Yet if these means, these subterfuges proved ineffectual, if the trickery failed, and to make good the failure, recourse was had to more certain methods. There were not prisons and jails and penal settlements enough to hold in durance vile people condemned to this punishment by judge and jury, who the same night in the conjugal bed used every trickery they could devise not to beget youngsters of their own. The trickery itself, therefore, was no crime, but to make good its failure was one. In a word, society regarded as a crime the act that consisted in killing a creature endowed with life. And yet, in expelling a fetus, the operator was surely destroying an animal, less fully formed, less alive and certainly less intelligent, and more ugly than a dog or a cat, which may be strangled at birth without penalty. It is right to add, thought des Esseintes, for further proof how monstrous the injustice is, that it is not the unskillful operator, who generally makes off with all haste, but the woman, victim of his awkwardness, who pays the penalty for saving an innocent being from the burden of life. Verily, the world must be extraordinarily prejudiced to want to suppress maneuvers so natural that primitive man, that the very savages of the South Seas have been led to practice them by the mere action of their own instinct. At this moment, his servant interrupted these charitable reflections of his master by bringing des Esseintes a silver-gilt salver on which lay the nauseous dainty he had asked for. A spasm of disgust shook him. He had not the courage to touch the thing, for the morbid craving had now ceased. A sensation of extreme malaise returned. He was forced to rise from where he sat. The sun, in moving westwards, was little by little encroaching on the place, the air becoming more oppressive and the heat more scorching. "Go and pitch the thing," he ordered the man, "to those children yonder fighting in the road. I hope the weakest ones will be maimed and never get a scrap and, what's more, be soundly whipped by their parents when they get back home with trousers torn and eyes blackened. That will give them a foretaste of the merry life that awaits them." Then he returned to the house, where he sank half-fainting in an armchair. "Still, I must try and eat something," he sighed, and he proceeded to soak a biscuit in a glass of old Constantia, J.P. Clote brand, a few bottles of which were still left in his cellar. This wine, the color of onion skins slightly burnt, smacking of old Malaga and pot, but with a sugary bouquet of its own and an aftertaste of grapes whose juices have been condensed and sublimated by burning suns, had often comforted his stomach and given a fillip to his digestion enfeebled by the fast fasts he was compelled to undergo. But the cordial, generally so efficacious, failed of its effect. Then, hoping an emollient might cool the hot irons that were burning his intestines, he had recourse to Nalifka, a Russian liqueur, contained in a flask patented over with dead gold filigree, but this unctuous, fruity syrup was equally ineffective. Alas! The days were long past when des Esseintes, still in the enjoyment of robust health, would, in the middle of the dog days, mount a sledge he had at home, and then, closely wrapped in furs which he would pull up to his chin, force himself to shiver as he told himself through teeth that chatted of set purpose. Ah, but the cold is arctic. It's freezing, freezing hard, till he actually persuaded himself it was cold weather. Alas, such like remedies were of no avail now that his sufferings were real. With all this, it was useless for him to have recourse to laudanum. Instead of acting as a sedative, that drug only irritated his nerves and robbed him of sleep. In former times he had resorted to opium and hashish in order to see visions, but the only result had been to bring on vomiting and intense nervous disturbances. He had been obliged forthwith to give up their use, and without the help of these caustic excitants, to ask his brain of itself alone to bear him far away from everyday life into the region of dreams. What a day! He moaned to himself on this occasion, as he sponged his neck, feeling as if every ounce of strength he had left was melting away in a fresh access of perspiration. A feverish restlessness still made it impossible for him to stay in one place. Again he set off roaming through his rooms, trying all the seats one after the other. Wearied out at last, he presently sank down before his writing desk, and resting his elbow on the table, fell mechanically, and without any ulterior motive, to turning about in his hands an astrolabe, lying as a paperweight on a heap of books and memoranda. He had purchased the instrument, which was of copper engraved and gilt, of German workmanship, and dating from the 17th century, at a bric-a-brac shop in Paris, after a visit he had paid one day to the Musée de Cluny, where he had stood for hours enraptured before a wonderful astrolabe of carved ivory, the cabalistic look of which had fascinated him. The paperweight in question stirred up in him a whole crowd of reminiscences. Influenced by the associations evoked by the sight of the little ornament, his thoughts flew from Fontenay to Paris, to the old curiosity shop where he had bought it, then returned to the Musée des Thermes, where he called up the mental picture of the ivory astrolabe, while his eyes still continued to dwell, but without seeing it, on the copper astrolabe on his writing table. Then, still led by memory, he quitted the museum and, without leaving town, strolled up and down the streets. After roaming along the Rue Sommerard and the Boulevard Saint-Michel, he struck off into the adjoining streets and came to a halt in front of certain establishments whose frequency and peculiar character had often struck him. Beginning with the Astrolabe, this mental excursion ended by leading him to the beer halls of the Quartier Latin. He recalled the great number of these places all along the Rue Monsieur le Prince, and at the end of the Rue Vaugirard adjoining the Odeon. Sometimes they stood cheek by jowl, like the old Riddex in the Rue du Canal aux Herrings at Antwerp, stretching one after the other down the sidewalk, which they overlook with a row of signboards, all very much alike. Through the half-open doors, and the windows only partially obscured by colored panes or curtains, he could remember having caught glimpses of women walking up and down with dragging step and out-thrust neck, the way geese waddle. Others lounging on benches were rubbing elbows on marble-topped tables, dreaming away the hours or singing to themselves, their heads drooped between their fists. Yet others would be preening themselves before the looking-glass, patting with the tips of their fingers their false hair just dressed by a barber. Others again would be drawing out of reticules with broken fastenings piles of silver and copper, which they amused themselves by ranging methodically in little heaps. The majority had massive features, hoarse voices, flaccid bosoms and painted eyes, and all, like so many automata wound up at the same time with the same key, uttered in the same tone the same invitations, lavished the same smiles, talked in the same silly phrases, indulged in the same absurd reflections. Thoughts began to crystallize in Des Esseintes' mind, and he found himself coming to a definite inference, now that he could look back in memory and take a bird's-eye view, as it were, of these crowded taverns and streets. He realized the meaning of these cafes, saw that they corresponded to the state of mind and imagination of a whole generation. He gathered from them material for the synthesis of the period. Indeed, the symptoms were plain and unmistakable. The legalized brothel was disappearing, and each time one of these closed its doors, a beer tavern opened. This diminution of official prostitution, organized for the satisfaction of clandestine amours, was evidently to be accounted for by the incomprehensible illusions men indulge in from the carnal standpoint. Monstrous as this might seem, the fact was, the beer tavern satisfied an ideal. True, the utilitarian tendencies transmitted hereditarily and further developed by the precocious discourtesies and constant brutalities of school and college had made the youth of the present day singularly coarse and also singularly opinionated and cold-hearted. But for all this, it had preserved, deep down in its heart, an old-fashioned flower of sentiment, a vague, half-decayed ideal of love. So nowadays, when the blood was hot within, it could no more consent just to march in, work its will, pay, and go home again. This, in its eyes, was a bestial thing, like a dog covering a bitch without preliminary or preamble. Besides, vanity was in no sort of way gratified in these official houses of vice, where there was no pretense of resistance on the woman's part, no semblance of victory on that of the man, where no special preference was to be expected, nor even any special liberality of favors from the prostitute who, as a tradeswoman should, measured her caresses in proportion to the price paid. On the other hand, to pay court to a girl at a beer saloon was allowing for all these sentimentalities, all the delicacies of love. There were rivals in this case striving for her affection, and those to whom she agreed, for a sufficient consideration, to grant a rendezvous, imagined themselves, in all good faith, to have won a victory, to be the object of a flattering preference, the recipient of a precious favor. Yet, all the time, the creatures were every whit as stolid, as mercenary, as base and degraded as those who ply their trade in the houses with numbers. Like these, the tavern waitresses drank without being thirsty, laughed without being amused, were mad after the caresses of a fancy man from the streets, blackguarded each other, and quarreled and fought on the slightest provocation. Yet, in spite of everything, the young Parisian rake had never learned that the servant wenches at these beer halls were, from every point of view, whether of personal good looks or attractive poses or pretty dresses, altogether inferior to the women confined in the luxurious rooms of the other sort of establishment. Great God! Des Esseintes could not help exclaiming, what simpletons these fools must be who flutter round beer halls, for, to say nothing of their ridiculous self-deception, they have positively brought themselves to ignore the danger they run from the low-class, highly suspicious quality of the goods supplied, to think nothing of the money spent in drinks, all priced beforehand by the landlady, to forget the time wasted in waiting for delivery of the commodity. A delivery put off, and put off continually in order to raise the price, frittered away in delays and postponements endlessly repeated, all to quicken and stimulate the liberality of the client. This imbecile sentimentalism, combined with ferocity in practice, seemed to represent the dominant feeling of the age. These same fellows who would have gouged out their best friend's eye to make a sixpence lost all clearness of vision, all perspicacity, in dealing with the disreputable tavern wenches who bullied them without compunction and exploited them without mercy. Workmen toiled, families cheated one another in the name of trade, all to let themselves be swindled out of money by their sons, who in their turn allowed themselves to be plundered by these women, who in the last resort were drained dry by their fancy lovers. From end to end of Paris, east to west and north to south, it was one unbroken chain of petty trickeries, a series of organized thefts repeated continually from one to another. All this simply because, instead of satisfying lechers straight away, the suppliers of these goods were artful enough to keep their clients dangling about and waiting with what patience they might. At bottom, human wisdom might be summed up in the precept: drag things out indefinitely, say no, then after a long time, yes, for indeed, there was no way of managing mankind half so good as procrastination. Ah, if only the same held good of the stomach, sighed des Esseintes, seized with a sudden spasm of pain which instantly brought his thoughts back to Fontenay, recalling them from the faraway regions they had been roaming. Roman 2 or 3 days had jogged by more or less satisfactorily, thanks to various devices for cheating the stomach's reluctance, when one morning, the highly spiced sauces which masked the smell of fat and savor of blood that go along with flesh meat stirred des Esseintes' gorge, and he asked himself anxiously whether his weakness, already alarming, was not getting worse and likely soon to force him to take to his bed. Suddenly, a gleam of light shone through his distress of mind. He remembered how one of his friends, who had been very ill at one time, had succeeded by using a patent digester in checking the anemia, stopping the wasting, keeping what was left him of vigor from further dissipation. He dispatched his servant to Paris to procure the precious apparatus, and in accordance with the directions the maker sent with it, himself instructed the cook how to cut up the beef into little bits, put it dry into the tin digester, to add a slice of leek and carrot, then screw on the lid and set the whole thing to boil in a hot water pan for 4 hours. At the end of that time, the threads of meat were squeezed dry, and you drank a spoonful of the muddy, salty juice left at the bottom of the pot. Then you felt something slip down that was like absorbing warm marrow, something that soothed the stomach with a gentle, velvety caress. This quintessence of nourishment stopped the spasms and nauseas of the empty stomach, stimulating its action till it no longer refused to keep down a few spoonsful of soup. Thanks to his digesta, des Esseintes' nervous malady made no further progress, and he told himself, "Well, that is something gained at any rate. Perhaps the temperature will fall soon, the clouds will modify the glare of that odious sun that wears me out, and I shall then get along, without overmuch suffering, to the first fogs and frosts of autumn." In his present state of apathy, and the weariness of having nothing to occupy his thoughts, his library, the rearrangement of which still remained uncompleted, got on his nerves. No longer stirring from his chair, he had continually before his eyes the shelves appropriated to profane literature with the books on them lying about in disorder, propped up one against the other, piled up in heaps or tumbled like a pack of cards flat on their sides. This confusion shocked him the more when he contrasted it with the perfect order of his religious works, carefully drawn up, as if on parade, along the walls. He tried to remedy this confusion, but after 10 minutes' labor he found himself bathed in perspiration. The effort was too much for his strength. He lay down exhausted on a couch and rang for his servant. Following his directions, the old domestic set to work, bringing him the books one by one, which he then examined and pointed out the chosen place for each. The task was quite a short one, for des Esseintes' library contained only a singularly limited number of non-religious books of the present day. By dint of passing them through the test of a severe mental review, in the same way as the wire draw passes strips of metal through a steel draw plate from which they issue attenuated and light, reduced to almost invisible threads, he had finally come to possess only books which had proved capable of withstanding such a treatment, and were solid enough of frame to bear the second rolling mill of perusal. By this process of elimination, he had checked and pretty well sterilized all pleasure in reading, accentuating yet further the irreconcilable conflict between his ideas and those of the society in which chance had ordained he should be born. It had come to this at last that he found it impossible any longer to discover a book to satisfy his secret aspirations. Nay, he had even ceased to admire the very volumes that had without a doubt done much to embitter his mind and fill it so full of subtle suspicions. Yet in literature and art, his opinions had started in the first instance from a simple enough point of view. For him, there were no such things as schools. Only the writer's individual temperament mattered. Only the working of the creator's brain interested him, whatever the subject treated of. Unfortunately, this true criterion of appreciation, worthy of Laplace, was as good as useless, for the simple reason that, while desiring to be rid of prejudice, to refrain from all passion, every man goes for choice to those works which correspond most intimately with his own temperament, and he ends by relegating all the rest to the background. This work of selection had gone on slowly. He had at one time adored the great Balzac, but in proportion as his organism had lost balance, as his nerves had gained the upper hand, his inclinations had been modified and his preferences changed. Soon even, and this although he was well aware of his injustice towards the marvelous author of the Comedie Humaine, he had given up so much as ever opening his books, the sturdy art of which irritated him. Other aspirations stirred him now, that were in a sense incapable of precise definition. By careful self-examination, however, he realized in the first place that a book to attract him must bear the character of singularity that Edgar Allan Poe craved. But des Esseintes was ready and willing to adventure further along this road, demanding strange flowers of Byzantine fancy and complicated sophistries of diction. He preferred a vague, vexing indefiniteness that left him to brood meditatively over it till he had made it, at will, yet more vague, or more firmly outlined, according to the condition of his spirit at the moment. He wanted, in one word, a work of art both for what it was in itself and for what it allowed him to lend it of himself. He wanted to go along with it, thanks to its support, helped on his way by it as if supported by a friend's arm, as if borne forward by a vehicle, into a sphere where the sublimated stress of sensation roused in him an unexpected commotion, the exact causes of which he would strive long and even vainly to unravel. Lastly, ever since his leaving Paris, he shrunk more and more from the realities of life, and above all from the society of his day, which he regarded with an ever-growing horror, a detestation which had reacted strongly on his literary and artistic tastes. He refused, as far as possible, to have anything to do with pictures and books whose subjects were in any way connected with modern existence. Thus, losing the faculty of admiring beauty independently of the shape, whatever that may be, under which it presents itself, he now preferred in Flaubert the Tentation de Saint-Antoine to the Education Sentimentale, in de Goncourt, Faustin to Germany lassitude, in Zola, La Faute de l'Abbé Murat to l'Assommoir. This point of view seemed to him logical. These works, less direct indeed, but equally thrilling, equally human, let him penetrate further into the inmost secrets of temperament of these masters, who displayed with a more unfeigned frankness the most mysterious impulses of their being, while at the same time they raised him also, higher than the rest, out of that trivial life he was weary of. Moreover, he could enter in reading them into complete community ideas with the writers who had conceived them, because at the moment of writing, the authors had been in a state of mind closely analogous to his own. The truth is, when the period at which a man of talent is condemned to live is dull and stupid, the artist is, unconsciously to himself, haunted by a sensation of morbid yearning for another century. Unable to bring himself into harmony, save at rare intervals, with the surroundings amid which he develops, ceasing to find in the study of these surroundings, and in the beings who are subjected to them, sufficient pleasures of observation and analysis to divert him, he feels the birth and growth in himself of phenomena of a singular sort. Confused cravings for a change of time and place spring up, which find their satisfaction in reflection and reading. Instincts, sensations, preferences transmitted from his ancestors awake, grow more and more precise, and govern his thoughts as masters. He recalls memories of persons and things he had never personally known, and there comes a time when he escapes impetuously from the prison house of his century, and wanders forth in freedom in another epoch, with which, by a crowning piece of self-deception, he believes he would have been in better accord. In some cases, it is a return to past ages, to vanished civilizations, to dead centuries. In others, it is an impulse towards the fantastic, the land of dreams. It is a vision more or less vivid of a time to come whose images reproduce, without his being aware, as a result of atavism, that of bygone epochs. In Flaubert's case, it was a series of vast and solemn pictures, of grandiose and pompous spectacles, in the magnificent and barbaric frame of which moved beings sensitive and delicate, mysterious and proud, women endowed, in the perfection of their beauty, with sick and suffering souls, wherein he discerned secret horrors of infatuation and insane caprice, driven to desperation, as they were even in their day, by the miserable inadequacy of the pleasures they could hope to enjoy. The temperament of the great author was revealed in all its brilliance in those incomparable pages of the Tentation de Saint-Antoine and Salammbô, in which, far from all associations of our petty modern life, he called up the Asiatic splendors of far-off ages, their mystic aspirations and discouragements, the morbid fancies of their idleness, the ferocities springing from the oppressive ennui that flows, even before its pleasures have been drained to the dregs, from a life of opulence and prayer. In de Goncourt, on the other hand, it was a longing for the preceding century, a craving to return to the elegant trivialities of the 18th century, never to be renewed. The gigantic panorama of seas breaking upon piers of granite, of deserts beneath blazing skies stretching farther than eye can see, found no place in his work of imaginary reconstruction, which confined itself, within the boundaries of a great noble's park, to a boudoir warm with the alluring emanations of its fair occupant, a woman with a tired smile, a discontented mouth, restless yet pensive eyes. The soul wherewith he animated his characters was not now the soul Flaubert breathed into his creations, a soul in revolt beforehand at thought of the inexorable certainty that no new happiness was possible. Rather was it a soul driven to revolt after trial, after experience, after all the fruitless efforts it had made to invent novel, less hackneyed liaisons, to give a new spice to the one, world-old pleasure that is repeated from age to age in the gratification, more or less ingeniously carried out, of a pair of lovers' lust. Albeit Faustin lived among us moderns and was body and soul of our age. Yet, by ancestral influences, she was a being of the bygone century, the captious heart and mental lassitude and sensual satiety of which she shared in full. This book of Edmond de Goncourt's was one of the volumes des Esseintes most delighted in. Indeed, that suggestiveness, that invitation to dreamy reverie which he loved, abounded in this work, where underneath the written line peeped another visible to the soul, only, indicated rather than expressed, which revealed depths of passion piercing through a reticence that allowed spiritual infinities to be defined such as no idiom of human language could have encompassed. It was very different from the diction of Flaubert, no doubt one of inimitable magnificence. Here the style was at once clear and morbid, vigorous and deformed, careful to note the impalpable impression that strikes the senses and determines sensation. A style expert to modulate complicated shades of distinction of a period which was itself extraordinarily complex. In a word, it was the phraseology inevitably called for by decrepit civilizations which for the due expression of their needs demand, to whatever age they belong, special acceptations, special turns of phrase, novel molds of sentences and words. At Rome, expiring paganism had modified its prosody, transmuted its language, with Ausonius, Claudian, Rutilius, whose style, careful and scrupulous, full-bodied and sonorous, presented, particularly in passages descriptive of reflections, shadows, shades of meaning, an inevitable analogy with that of the de Goncourts. At Paris, a unique phenomenon in literary history had come about. This perishing society of the 18th century, which had produced painters, sculptors, musicians, architects, all influenced by its predilections, imbued with its beliefs, had never succeeded in fashioning a veritable writer capable of rendering its dying elegancies, or expressing the essential juice of its feverish pleasures, that were to be so cruelly expiated. It had had to wait for de Goncourt, whose temperament was made up of memories, of regrets stirred to life by the grievous spectacle of the intellectual poverty and the base aspirations of his own day, to resuscitate, not alone in his books of history, but likewise in a retrospective work like Faustin, the very soul of the epoch, to incarnate its nervous daintinesses in his actress-heroine, so painfully eager to torment heart and head alike that she might savor to the verge of exhaustion the cruel revulsives of love and art. In Zola, the same feeling of neurotic longing, the craving to overpass the bounds of the present day, took a different form. In him, there was no wish to travel to regions and systems of the past, to worlds vanished in the darkness of bygone ages. His temperament, strong and powerful, enamored of the luxuriances of life, of full-blooded vigor, of moral sturdiness, deterred him from the artificial graces, the painted and powdered pallors of the last century, as likewise from the hieratic solemnity, the brutal ferocity and the effeminate, dubious imaginations of the ancient East. The day when he, too, in his turn, had been attacked by this same yearning, this desire that is in essence poetry itself, to fly far from this contemporary society he was studying, he had hastened to an ideal country where the sap boiled in full sunshine. He had dreamed of fantastic concupiscences of heaven, of long passionate swoonings of earth, of fertilizing showers of pollen falling on the panting genitals of flowers. He had arrived at a gigantic pantheism, had, all unconsciously perhaps, created, in these surroundings where, as in a Garden of Eden, he placed his Adam and Eve, a wondrous Hindu epic, celebrating in a style whose broad colors, laid on unmixed, had a sort of quaint brilliancy as of an Indian painting. The hymn of the flesh, matter, animated, living, revealing to human beings by its very frenzy of generation the forbidden fruit of love, its suffocating spasms, its instinctive caresses, its natural attitudes. With Baudelaire, these were the three masters who in all the range of French literature, modern and profane, had most caught and molded des Esseintes' tastes. But by dint of rereading them, of saturating his mind in their works, of knowing them by heart from end to end, he had been constrained in order to gain the power of absorbing them again, to force himself to forget them and leave them for a while undisturbed on his bookshelves. Accordingly, he barely opened them as the old servant handed them to him one by one. He confined himself to pointing out the place they were to occupy, taking care to see them arranged in good order and with plenty of elbow room. The domestic next brought him another series of books, which caused him more trouble. These were works to which he had grown more and more partial, works which by the very fact of their imperfection relieved the strain after the high perfections of writers of vaster powers. Here again, in his refining way, des Esseintes had come to look for and find in pages otherwise ill put together occasional sentences, which gave him a sort of galvanic shock, and set him quivering, as they discharged their electricity in a medium that had seemed at first entirely a non-conductor. The very imperfections themselves pleased him, provided they did not come from base parasitism and servility, and it may well be there was a modicum of truth in his theory that the subordinate writer of the Decadence, the writer still individual though incomplete, distills a balm more active, more aperitive, more acid than the author of the same period, who is really truly great, really and truly perfect. In his view, it was in their ill-constructed attempts that the most acute exaltations of sensibility were to be seen, the most morbid aberrations of psychology, the most extravagant eccentricities of language pushed to its last refusal to contain, to enclose the effervescent salts of sensations and ideas. So, in spite of himself, neglecting the masters, he now addressed himself to sundry minor writers, who were only the more agreeable and dear to him by reason of the contempt in which they were held by a public incapable of understanding them. One of these, Paul Verlaine, had already made his debut with a volume of verse, the poems Saturnians, a volume almost to be described as feeble, in which imitations of Leconte de Lisle jostled against experiments in romantic rhetoric, but which nevertheless revealed in certain pieces, such as the sonnet entitled Un Rêve Familier, the real personality of the poet. Going back to his antecedents, des Esseintes discovered underlying these attempts with their uncertain touch of talent already profoundly affected by Baudelaire, whose influence subsequently became much better marked, though without the contributions offered by the impeccable master being too flagrantly plagiarisms. Then later, some of his books, the Bonnes Chansons, the Fêtes Galantes, the Romances sans Paroles, and finally his last volume, Sages, contained poems in which the original writer was revealed, making his mark among the mass of his contemporaries. Provided with rhymes contrived by using the tenses of verbs, sometimes even by lengthy adverbs preceded by a monosyllable, from which they fell as from a stone sill in a massive cascade of water. His verse, divided by impossible caesuras, was often singularly obscure with its daring ellipses and strange breaches of rule, that were yet not without a certain grace. Handling metre better than most, he had endeavored to rejuvenate the stereotyped forms of poetry, the sonnet, for instance, which he turned about, tail in air, like those Japanese fish of variegated earthenware we see which rest on their pedestal gills downwards. In other cases, he had degraded its form, employing only masculine rhymes, for which he seemed to show a predilection. Similarly, and not unfrequently, he had adopted a quaint form, a strophe of 3 lines, the middle one being left unrhymed, and a tercet, with 1 rhyme only, followed by a single line by way of refrain and recurring as an echo of itself, as in the popular pieces like Danson's La Gigue. Yet other rhymes were to be found whose half-heard ring was only faintly to be caught in far-off strophes, like the distant sound of a bell. But his individuality was mainly conspicuous in the fact that he had known how to suggest vague and delicious secrets, in whispered voices, in the dusk of twilight. He alone had had the art to half-reveal certain mysterious and troublous instincts of the soul, certain whisperings of thought so soft and low, certain avowals so gently murmured, so brokenly expressed, that the ear catching them was left hesitating, passing on to the mind languors stirred by the mystery of this breath of sound, divined rather than heard. Verlaine's very spirit is in those admirable lines of the Faits Galantes, Le soir tombait, un soir equivoque d'automne, les belles si pendant revuses à nos bras, diant alors des mots si spacia tout basse, que notre âme depuis si temps tremble et essait 1.2. It was not now the limitless horizon revealed through unforgettable pottles by Baudelaire, but rather, on a moonlit night, a chink half opened upon a field of view more restricted and more intimate. In a word, a field peculiar to the author. Indeed, the latter, in verses that des Esseintes greatly savoured, had formulated his own poetic system. Quand nous voulons la nuance encore, passe la couleur, rien que la nuance et tout le reste est littérature. 3. Gladly des Esseintes had followed him through the series of his works, even the most diverse. After the publication of his romances Sans Paroles, issued from the printing office of a local newspaper at Sens, Verlaine had written nothing for a considerable interval. Then, in charming lines touched with the gentle, moving charm of villain, he had reappeared, celebrating the Virgin, far from our days of carnal spirit and dreary flesh. Often would des Esseintes read and reread this book, Sages, and enjoy under its inspiration secret reveries, imaginations of an occult passion for a Byzantine Madonna, transmuting at a given moment into a Cyprian goddess who had strayed into our century. She was so mysterious and so troublous to the senses that none could say whether she was craving for depravities of vice so monstrous that, once accomplished, they would become irresistible by mankind, or whether she herself was immersed in a dream, an immaculate reverie, where the adoration of the soul should float about her in a love forever unconfessed, forever pure. There were other poets, too, who enticed him to trust their guidance. One was Tristan Corbière, who, in 1873, amid general indifference, had launched a volume of verses of the wildest eccentricity under the title of Les Amours Jaunes. Des Esseintes, who, in his hatred of the trivial and commonplace, would have welcomed the most unmitigated follies, the most grotesque extravagancies, spent some agreeable hours with this book where the burlesque was strangely combined with an inordinate vigor, where lines of a disconcerting brilliance occurred in poems that were as a whole utterly incomprehensible, such as the litanies in his Sommeil, which he himself in one passage stigmatized as obscene confesseur des dévots matines. 4. It was barely French. The author was talking Negro, using a sort of telegram language, passing all bounds in the suppression of verbs, affecting a ribald humor, condescending to quips and quibbles only worthy of a commercial traveler of the Beza sought. Then, in a moment, in this tangle of ludicrous conceits, of smirking affectations, would rise a cry of acute pain, like a violoncello string breaking. But with all this, in this style, rugged, arid, fleshless, bristling with unusual vocables and unexpected neologisms, flashed many a happy expression, many a stray verse, rhymeless yet superb. Finally, to say nothing of his poems Parisians, from which des Esseintes used to quote this profound definition of womankind. Eternal Féminin, der Eléternel Jocrisse. 5. Tristan Corbière had, in a style almost imposing in its conciseness, sung the seas of Brittany, the Marinas Seraglios, the pardon of St. Anne, and had even risen to the eloquence of hate in the invective he hurled, in connection with the camp of Conlai, at the individuals whom he reviled under the title of mountebanks of the 4th of September. This overripe flavor which des Esseintes loved, and which was offered him by this poet of the contorted epithets and beauties that are always of the rather suspect sort, he found likewise in another poet, Theodore Hannon, a disciple of Baudelaire and Gautier, a writer animated by a very special sense of far-sought elegancies and factitious pleasures. Unlike Verlaine, who came direct, without cross, from the Baudelaire breed, particularly on the psychological side, the whimsical turn of his thought and the artful concentration of his sentiment, Theodore Hannon derived from the master, mainly on the plastic side, by his external envisagement of men and things. His fascinating corruption bore a fatal correspondence with des Esseintes' predilections, and in days of fog and rain, the latter would shut himself up in the retreat imagined by this poet, intoxicating his eyes with the glitter of his rich stuffs, with the flash of his jewels, with his sumptuosities, exclusively material, which all helped to excite the brain to frenzy, and rose like a cantharide's powder in a cloud of hot incense towards a Brussels idol with painted face and belly tanned with perfumes. With the exception of these and of Stéphane Mallarmé, whom he directed his servant to set on one side, in order to give him a glass apart, des Esseintes was only very moderately drawn to the poets. For all his magnificence of technique, for all the impressive roll of his verse, which moved with so fine a stateliness that even Victor Hugo's hexameters seemed in comparison flat and dull, Leconte de Lisle could now no longer satisfy him. The ancient world, reanimated with so marvelous a vigor by Flaubert, remained dead and cold in his hands. There was no movement in his verse. It was all outside facade, with, most part of the time, never an idea to prop it up. There was no life in the dusty poems whose dull mythologies ended by chilling him. On the other hand, after having long cherished him as a prime favorite, des Esseintes was coming to lose interest in Gautier's work. His admiration for that incomparable painter of pictures had been melting from day to day, and now he was more amazed than delighted before his descriptions, in a way impersonal as they are. The impression of objects had fixed itself on his eminently perceptive eye, but there it had, so to say, localized itself, had penetrated no further into brain and into body. Like a marvelously contrived reflector, it had confined itself to repeating all things about it with an indifferent precision. No doubt des Esseintes still loved the works of these two poets in the same way as he loved rare jewels, precious articles of dead matter. But none of the variations of these accomplished instrumentalists could any longer move him to ecstasy, for not one of them was conducive to reverie, not one of them opened, at any rate for him, one of those living outbursts that enabled him to speed the slow flight of the hours. He left their books hungry, and the same was true of Victor Hugo's. The Oriental and patriarchal side was too conventional, too empty to retain his interest, while the other side, at once good-natured and grandfatherly, got on his nerves. It was not till he came to the chansons des Rues et des Bois that he felt himself bound to applaud the faultless jugglery of his metrical technique, yet, when all was said and done, how gladly would he have given all these tours de force for one new poem of Baudelaire to match the old. For beyond a doubt, the latter was almost the only author whose verses contained beneath their shining rind a really balsamic and nutritious kernel. To leap from one extreme to the other, from form devoid of ideas to ideas devoid of form, left des Esseintes no less cold and circumspect in his admiration. The psychological labyrinths of Stendhal, the analytical divagations of Duranty attracted him, but their diction, official, colorless, dry, their mercenary prose, at most good for the ignoble consumption of the stage, repelled him. Besides, the interesting intricacies of their analyses appealed, after all, only to brains still stirred by passions that no longer moved him. Little he cared for the common emotions of humanity, for the ordinary associations of ideas, now that his mental reserve was growing more and more pronounced, and he was sensitive to none but superfine sensations and the doubts raised by Catholicism and sensual phenomena. To enjoy a literature uniting, as he desired, with an incisive style, a penetrating, feline power of analysis, he must resort to that master of induction, that strange, profound thinker, Edgar Allan Poe, for whom, since the moment when he had begun to reread him, his predilection had suffered no possible diminution. Better than any other writer, perhaps, Poe possessed those close affinities of spirit that fulfilled the demands des Esseintes had formulated in the course of his meditations. While Baudelaire had deciphered in the hieroglyphics of the soul the period of recurrence of feelings and thoughts, he had, in the realm of morbid psychology, more particularly scrutinized the region of will. In literature, he had been the first, under the emblematic title of the demon of perversity, to explore those irresistible impulses which the will submits to without understanding their nature, and which cerebral pathology now accounts for with a fair degree of certainty. Again, he was the first, if not to note, at any rate to make generally known, the depressing influence of fear acting on the will, like those anesthetics that paralyze sensibility and that curia that annihilates the nervous elements of motion. It was on this point, this lethargy of the will, that he had focused his studies, analyzing the effects of this moral poison, pointing out the symptoms of its progress, the troubles incidental to it, beginning with anxiety, proceeding to anguish, culminating finally in terror, which stupefies the powers of volition, yet without the intelligence, however severely shaken, actually giving way. To death, which the dramatists had so lavishly abused, he had, in a manner, given a new and keener edge, made it other than it was, introducing into it an algebraic and superhuman element. Yet, to say truly, it was not so much the actual death agony of the dying he depicted as the moral agony of the survivor, haunted before the bed of suffering by the monstrous hallucinations engendered by pain and fatigue. With a hideous fascination, he concentrated his gaze on the effects of terror, on the collapse of the will, applied to these horrors the cold light of reason, little by little choking the breath out of the throat of the reader who pants and struggles, suffocated before these mechanically reproduced nightmares of raging fever. Convulsed by hereditary nervous disorders, maddened by moral couriers, his characters lived only by the nerves. His women, the Mallas, the Lygias, possessed a vast erudition, deeply imbrued with the foggy mists of German metaphysics and the Kabbalistic mysteries of the ancient East. All had the inert bosoms of boys or angels, all were, so to say, unsexual. Baudelaire and Poe, whose minds have often been compared because of their common poetical inspiration and the predilection they shared for the examination of mental maladies, yet differed radically in their conceptions of love, and these conceptions filled a large place in their works. Baudelaire's passion was a thirsty, ruthless thing, a thing of cruel disillusion that suggested only reprisals and touches. Poe's a matter of chaste and ethereal amours, where the senses had no existence, and the brain alone was stirred to erethism, with nothing to correspond in the bodily organs, which, if they existed at all, remained forever frozen and virgin. This cerebral clinic where, vivisecting in a stifling atmosphere, this spiritual surgeon became, directly his attention flagged, the prey of his imagination, which sprayed about him, like delicious miasmas, apparitions whether of nightmare horrors or of angelic hosts, was for des Esseintes a source of indefatigable conjectures. Now, however, when his nerves were all sick and on edge, there were days when such reading exhausted him, days when it left him with trembling hands and ears strained and watchful, feeling himself, like the lamentable Usher, seized by unreasoning pangs of dread, by a secret terror. So he felt bound to moderate his zeal, to indulge sparingly in these formidable elixirs, just as he could now no longer visit with impunity his red vestibule, and intoxicate himself with the sight of Odilon Redon's gloomy paintings, or Jan Lyken's representations of torches. And yet, when he was in these dispositions of mind, all literature struck him as vapid after these terrible philters imported from America. Thereupon, he turned his attention to Villiers der Elialadam, in whose works he noted, here and there, observations equally unorthodox, vibrations equally spasmodic, but which, at any rate, with the exception of his Claire Lenoir, did not distill so overwhelming a sense of horror. First published in 1867, in the Revue des Lettres et des Arts, this Claire Lenoir opened a series of romances included under the generic title of Histoires Moroses. On a background of obscure speculations borrowed from old Hegel, moved a phantasmagoria of impossible beings, a ducta tribulat bonhomit, pompous and puerile, a Claire Lenoir, comic and uncanny, wearing blue spectacles, as round and big as 5-franc pieces, concealing her almost lifeless eyes. The romance turned on an ordinary adultery, but ended on an unspeakable note of horror. When Bonhommet, uncovering Claire's eyeballs on her deathbed and searching them with hideous probes, beheld distinctly reflected on the retina the picture of the offended husband brandishing in his extended hand the severed head of the lover, and, like a Kanaka savage, howling a wasong of triumph. Based on the physiological fact, more or less surely verified, that the eyes of some animals, oxen for instance, preserve till decomposition sets in the same way as photographic plates, the image of the persons and things lying at the instant of their death, within the range of their last look, the tale evidently derived from those of Edgar Allan Poe, from whom he copied the meticulous and appalling discussion of the details. The same might be said of the Intescene, subsequently incorporated in the Contes Cruels, a collection of stories displaying indisputable talent, and in which occurred Vera, a romance des Esseintes regarded as a little masterpiece. Here the hallucination was impressed with an exquisite tenderness. There was nothing here of the gloomy imaginings of the American author. It was a vision of warmth and gentleness, almost celestial in its beauty. It formed, in an identical mode, the antithesis of Poe's Beatrices and Lygias, those sad, wan phantoms engendered by the inexorable nightmare of black opium. This romance likewise brought into play the operations of the will, but it no longer treated of its enfeeblements and failures under the action of fear. On the contrary, it made a study of its exaltations under the impulse of a conviction become a fixed idea. It demonstrated its power, which even came to saturate the atmosphere and impose its faith on surrounding things. Another book of Villiers, Isis, struck him as curious on other grounds. The philosophical lumber of Claire Lenoir cumbered this book no less than its predecessor, and it presented an incredible confusion of verbose, chaotic observations and reminiscences of old-fashioned melodramas, oubliettes, poniards, rope ladders, all those transpontine situations Villiers was to prove himself unable to revivify in his Hélène and his Morgane, pieces long since forgotten, published by an obscure local printer, Monsieur Francis Guyon, of Saint Brieuc. The heroine of this book, a mockwise Tullia Fabriana, who was supposed to have assimilated the Chaldean learning of Poe's women together with the diplomatic wisdom of the Sanseverina taxis of Stendhal, had into the bargain put on the enigmatic air of a Bradamante, added to an antique Circe. These incompatible mixtures developed a smoky vapor through which philosophical and literary influences elbowed each other, without having been able to take order in the author's brain at the time he was writing the prolegomena to this work, which was planned to embrace not less than 7 volumes. But in Villiers' temperament there existed another side, altogether more telling, more clearly defined, an element of grim pleasantry and savage raillery. It was no longer, when this came into play, a case of Poe's paradoxical mystifications, but rather a cruel jeering, a gloomy jesting, of the same sort as Swift's black rage against humanity. A whole series of pieces, Les Memoiselles de Bienfailata, L'Affichage Céleste, La Machine à Gloire, Le Plus Beau Dîner au Monde, revealed a gift of satirical banter singularly inventive and effective. All the filth of utilitarian ideals, all the mercenary baseness of the century were glorified in pages the bitter irony of which moved des Esseintes to ecstasy. In this special class of serious and biting pleasantry no other book existed in France. At most, a romance of Charles Crow's, La Science de l'Âme, published originally in the Revue du Monde Nouveau, might well amaze readers by its wild eccentricities, its satiric humor, its coldly comic observations, but the pleasure was no more than relative, for the execution was fatally defective. Villiers' style, strong, varied, often original, had disappeared to give place to a sort of farce meat scraped from the shop-board of the first literary pock-butcher to hand. Great God! How few books then there are that one can reread, sighed des Esseintes, watching the servant as he stepped off the stool he had been perched on and drew aside to let his master cast a general look along the shelves. Des Esseintes nodded his approval. There now remained on his table only 2 thin volumes. He beckoned the old man to leave the room, and fell to skimming the pages of one of these, bound in wild ass's skin, first glazed under a hydraulic press, dappled in watercolor with silver clouds, and provided with end papers of old China silk, the pattern of which, now rather dim with age, had that grace of faded splendor that Mallarmé celebrated in a singularly delightful poem. These pages, 9 in all, contained extracts from unique copies of the 2 earliest Parnasses, printed on parchment, and preceded by a title page bearing the words, Quelques vers de Mallarmé, designed by a wonderful calligrapher in uncial letters, colored and picked out, like the characters in an ancient manuscript, with points of gold. Among the 11 pieces included in the collection some, Les Fentes, L'Epilogue, Azure attracted him, but one of all the rest, a fragment of the Herodiad, mastered him like a veritable spell at certain times. How many evenings, under the light of the lowered lamp flooding the silent room, had he not felt his senses stirred by this same Herodias who, in Gustave Moreau's masterpiece that, now half invisible in the dimness, gleamed merely as a vaguely seen white statue in the midst of a dull, glowing brazier of jewels. The darkness hid the blood, dimmed the flash of colors and gold, buried in gloom the far corners of the temple, obscured the minor actors in the murderous drama where they stood wrapped in sad-colored garments, sparing only the high lights of the painting, showing the white figure of the woman emerging from her sheath of jewels and accentuating her nakedness. Involuntarily, he lifted his eyes and looked. There gleamed the never-to-be-forgotten outlines of her shape. She lived again, recalling to his lips those weird, sweet words that Mallarmé puts in her mouth. O miroir, o Freud par l'ennui dans ton cas de gelée, que de fois, et pendant les heures désolées des songes et cherchant mes souvenirs qui sont comme des fuels sous ta glace au trou profond, m'apparais en toi comme une ombre lointaine, mais, horreur, des soirs, dans ta save fontaine, j'ai de mon rêve pas connu ta nudité. 6. He loved these verses as he loved all the works of this poet who, in an age of universal suffrage and an epoch of filthy lucre, lived aloof from literary society, sheltered against the folly of the world about him by his fine scorn, finding joy, far from the crowd, in the surprises of the intellect, the visions of his brain, refining on thoughts already fine and specious, engrafting on them Byzantine conceits, perpetuating them in deductions just lightly hinted, deductions barely bound together by an imperceptible thread. These thoughts, interwoven and precious, he knotted into one with an adhesive diction, aloof and secret, full of contorted phrases, elliptical turns of speech, audacious tropes. Catching analogies the most remote, he would often designate by a word that suggests by an effect of likeness at once form, scent, color, quality, brilliancy, the object or being to which he must have appended a host of different epithets to indicate all its aspects, all its lights and shades, if it had been merely referred to by its technical name. He thus contrived to do away with the formal statement of a comparison, which arose of itself in the reader's mind by analogy, once he had comprehended the symbol, and avoided dissipating the attention over each of the several qualities which might otherwise have been presented one by a series of adjectives strung in a row, concentrating it instead on one single word, on one whole, producing, as an artist does in a picture, one unique and complete effect, one general aspect. The result was a sort of condensed literature, an essence of nutriment, a sublimative art. It was a device which Mallarmé, after first employing it only sparingly in his earlier works, had openly and boldly adopted in a piece he wrote on Théophile Gautier and in the L'après-midi du Faun, an eclogue in which the subtleties of sensual joys were unfolded in mysterious, softly suggestive verses, broken suddenly by this frantic, wild beast cry of the faun. Alors aimé Valerigi à la ferveur première, droit et seul sous un flot antique de lumina, lies, et l'un de vous tous pour l'ingénuité. 7. The last verse, which with its monosyllable lies, thrown back to the beginning, called up the idea of something rigid, tall, white, an indication further strengthened by the noun, ingénuité, brought in as a rhyme, expressed allegorically, in a single word, the passion, the effervescence, the passing moment of excitement of the virgin faun, maddened to lust at sight of the nymphs. In this extraordinary poem, surprises, novel images, unexpected conceptions awaited the reader in every line, as the poet went on to describe the emotions and regrets of the goatfoot standing by the marsh side and gazing at the clumps of rushes, still keeping a fleeting impress of the rounded forms of the naiads that had lain there. Then Des Esseintes also found a fanciful delight in handling the miniature volume, the covers of which, in Japanese felt, as white as curdled milk, were fastened with 2 silk cords, one china pink, the other black. Concealed behind the binding, the black ribbon met the pink one, which gave a note of velvety softness, a suspicion as of modern Japanese rouge, a suggestion of love and license, to the antique severity of the pure white, the frankly natural tint of the book, which it entwined, knotting together in a small rosette its sombre hue with the brighter tint of the other, suggesting a discreet intimation of the faun's regrets, a vague foreshadowing of the melancholy that succeeds the transports of passion and the appeasing of the senses, excited to frenzy by desire. Des Esseintes replaced on the table the Après-midi du Faun, and glanced through another thin volume, which he had printed for his private use. An anthology of prose poetry, a little shrine dedicated to Baudelaire as patron saint, and opening with one of his pieces. The collection included selected passages from the Gaspard de la Nuit of that fantastic author Aloysius Bertrand, who has transferred Da Vinci's methods to prose and painted with his metallic oxides a series of little pictures whose brilliant tints glitter like transparent enamels. To these Des Esseintes had added the Vox Populi of Villiers, a piece superbly struck off in a style of gold recalling the type of Leconte de Lisle and Flaubert, and some extracts from that delicious trifle, the Liver de Jade, whose exotic perfume of ginseng and tea is mingled with the fresh fragrance of water babbling in the moonlight from cover to cover of the book. But in this selection had likewise been gathered sundry pieces rescued from Dead and Gun reviews. Le Demon de l'Analogie, La Pipe, Le Pauvre Enfant Pale, Le Spectacle Interrompu, Le Phénomène Futa, and in particular the Plaintes d'Autonie et Frisaux de Hiva. This last was one of Mallarmé's masterpieces, one of the masterpieces of prose poetry to boot, for they united a diction so magnificently ordered that it lulled the senses, like some mournful incantation, some intoxicating melody, with thoughts of an irresistible seductiveness, stirrings of soul of the sensitive reader, whose quivering nerves vibrate with an acuteness that rises to ravishment, to pain itself. Of all forms of literature, that of the prose poem was Des Esseintes' chosen favorite. Handled by an alchemist of genius, it should, according to him, store up in its small compass, like an extract of meat, so to say, the essence of the novel, while suppressing its long, tedious analytical passages and superfluous descriptions. Again and again, Des Esseintes had pondered the distracting problem: how to write a novel concentrated in a few sentences, but which should yet contain the cohabated juice of the hundreds of pages always taken up in describing the setting, sketching the characters, gathering together the necessary incidental observations and minor details. In that case, so inevitable and unalterable would be the words selected that they must take the place of all others. In so ingenious and masterly a fashion would each adjective be chosen that it could not with any justice be robbed of its right to be there, and would open up such wide perspectives as would set the reader dreaming for weeks together of its meaning, at once precise and manifold, and enable him to know the present, reconstruct the past, divine the future of the spiritual history of the characters, all revealed by the flashlight of this single epithet. The novel, thus conceived, thus condensed in a page or two, would become a communion, an interchange of thought between a magic-working author and an ideal reader, a mental collaboration by consent between half a score persons of superior intellect scattered up and down the world, a delectable feast for epicures, and appreciable by them only. In a word, the prose poem represented in Des Esseintes' eyes the concrete juice, the osmosome of literature, the essential oil of art. This succulence, developed and concentrated in a drop, already existed in Baudelaire, as also in those poems of Mallarmé's which he savored with so deep a delight. When he had closed his anthology, Des Esseintes told himself, here was the last book of his library, which would probably never receive another edition. In fact, the decadence of a literature, attacked by incurable organic disease, enfeebled by the decay of ideas, exhausted by the excess of grammatical subtlety, sensitive only to the whims of curiosity that torment a fever patient, and yet eager in its expiring hours to express every thought and fancy, frantic to make good all the omissions of the past, tortured on its deathbed by the craving to leave a record of the most subtle pangs of suffering, was incarnate in Mallarmé in the most consummate and exquisite perfection. Here was to be found, pushed to its completest expression, the quintessence of Baudelaire and Poe. Here was the same powerful and refined basis, yet further distilled and giving off new savors, new intoxications. It was the dying spasm of the old tongue which, after a progressive decay from century to century, was ending in a total dissolution, in the same deliquium the Latin language had suffered, as it expired finally in the mystic conceptions and enigmatic phrases of Saint Boniface and Saint Edhelm. For the rest, the decomposition of the French language had come about at a blow. In Latin, a lengthy period of transition, a pause of 400 years, had intervened between the variegated and magnificent phraseology of Claudian and Rutilius and the dialect of the 8th century with its taint of decomposition. Not so in French. Here no interval of time, no long-drawn series of ages, occurred. The variegated and magnificent style of the de Goncourts and the tainted style of Verlaine and Mallarmé rubbed elbows at Paris, dwelling together at the same time, in the same period, in the same century. And des Esseintes smiled to himself as he looked at one of the folios lying open on his church reading desk, thinking how the moment might come when a learned scholar would compile for the decadence of the French language a glossary like that in which the erudite Du Cange has noted down the lost stammering accents, the lost spasmodic efforts, the lost flashes of brilliancy of the Latin tongue as it perished of old age, the death rattle sounding through the recesses of monkish cloisters. Roman 15, after blazing up like a fire of straw, his enthusiasm for the digesta was extinguished with a like rapidity. Soothed for the time being, his dyspepsia began again. Presently, this overstimulating essence of nourishment brought on such an irritation of the bowels that des Esseintes was obliged to drop its use with all possible speed. The complaint resumed its course, hitherto unknown symptoms going with it. First nightmares, hallucinations of smell, disturbances of vision, a hacking cough, coming on at a fixed hour with the regularity of clockwork, a beating of the arteries and heart accompanied by cold sweats, then delusions of hearing, all the mischiefs, in fact, that mock the last stage of the malady. Eaten up by a burning fever, des Esseintes would suddenly hear the sound of running water, the buzz of wasps. Then these noises would melt into a single one resembling the whirring of a lathe. Then this would grow shriller and thinner, changing finally into the silvery tinkle of a bell. Then he would feel his maddened brain wafted away on waves of music, rolling among the billows of harmony familiar to his boyhood. The chants he had learned from the Jesuit fathers recurred to him, recalling the college chapel, where they had echoed. Then the hallucination would pass on to the olfactory and visual organs, wrapping them in the vapor of incense and the gloom of a sanctuary, dimly lit through painted windows under lofty vaults. Among the fathers, the rites of religion were performed with great pomp and ceremony. An excellent organist and a noteworthy choir made these spiritual exercises an artistic delight, to the great end of edification. The organist was a lover of the old masters, and on days of festival he would select one of Palestrina's or Orlando Lassu's masses, Marcello's psalms, Handel's oratorios, Sebastian Bach's motets, would play in preference to the sensuous, facile compilations of Father Lambertot, so much favored by the average priest, certain laudy spirituali of the 16th century, whose stately beauty had many a time fascinated des Esseintes. But above all, he had experienced ineffable pleasures in listening to the plainsong, which the organist had kept up in spite of modern prejudices. This form, now looked down upon as an effete and Gothic type of the Christian liturgy, as an antiquarian curiosity, as a relic of barbarous centuries, was the life word of the ancient church, the very spirit of the Middle Ages. It was the prayer of all time set to music in tones, modulated in accord with the aspirations of the soul, the never-ceasing hymn of praise that had risen for hundreds of years to the throne of the Most High. This traditional melody was the only one that, with its mighty unison, its solemn, massive harmonies, like blocks of ashlar, could fitly go with the old basilicas and fill their Romanesque vaults, of which it seemed the emanation and the living voice. How many times had not des Esseintes been entranced and mastered by an irresistible awe, when the Christus Factus Est of the Gregorian chant had swelled up in the nave, whose pillars trembled amid the floating clouds of incense, or when the rolling bass of the De Profundis groaned forth, mournful as a stifled sob, poignant as a despairing cry of mankind bewailing its mortal destiny, imploring the tender mercy of its Saviour. In comparison with this magnificent plainsong, created by the genius of the Church, impersonal, anonymous as the organ itself, whose inventor is unknown, all other religious music seemed to him secular, profane. At bottom, in all the works of Gemelli and Porpora, of Carissimi and Durante, in the most admirable conceptions of Handel and Bach, there was no real renunciation of popular triumph, no sacrifice of artistic success, no abdication of human pride listening to itself at prayer. At best, in those imposing masses of lesueurs performed at Saint-Truc, was the true religious style renewed, grave and august, making some approach to the unadorned nudity, the austere majesty of the old plainsong. Since those days, utterly revolted by pretentious works like the Stabat Mater of Rossini or the similar compositions of Pergolese, disgusted with all this intrusion of worldly art into the liturgical sanctum, des Esseintes had held aloof altogether from these equivocal productions tolerated by an indulgent Mother Church. In fact, this fatal complacence, due partly to the greed for offertories, partly to a supposed attraction the music exercised on the faithful, had led directly to abuses. Airs borrowed from Italian operas, trivial cavatinas, unseemly quadrilles, performed with full orchestral accompaniment in the churches transformed into fine ladies' boudoirs, entrusted to theater actors who bellowed aloft under the roof, while down below the women fought a pitched battle of fine clothes with one another, and quivered with soft emotion to hear the heroes of the opera, whose wanton tones defiled the sacred notes of the organ. For years now, he had positively refused to take part in these pious entertainments, resting satisfied with his memories of childhood, regretting even having heard sundry Te Deums by great masters. For did he not remember that admirable Te Deum of the plainsong, that hymn so simple and grandiose, composed by some saint, a St. Ambrose, or a St. Hilary, who, lacking the complicated resources of an orchestra, failing the mechanical music of modern music, displayed an ardent faith, a delirious joy, the essence of the soul of all humanity expressed in burning, trustful, almost heavenly accents. In any case, des Esseintes' ideas on music were in flagrant contradiction with the theories he professed as to the other arts. In religious music, he really cared only for the monastic music of the Middle Ages, that ascetic music that acted instinctively on the nerves, like certain pages of the old Christian Latinity. Besides, he admitted it himself, he was incapable of understanding the artful devices contemporary masters might have been able to introduce into Catholic art. The truth is, he had not studied music with the same passionate ardor he had applied to painting and to literature. He could play the piano like any other amateur, had come, after many fumblings, to be competent to read a score, but he knew nothing of harmony or the technique needful for really appreciating lights and shades of expression, for understanding nice points, for entering, with proper comprehension, into refinements and elaborations. Then, on another side, secular music is a promiscuous art which one cannot enjoy at home and alone, as one reads a book. To taste it, he must needs have mixed with that inevitable public that crowds to theatres and besieges the Cirque de Hiva where, under a broiling sun, in an atmosphere as muggy as a washhouse, you see a man with the look of a carpenter bawling a remoulade and massacring disconnected bits of Wagner to the huge delight of an ignorant crowd. He had never had the courage to plunge into this bath of promiscuity in order to hear Berlioz, some fragments of whom had nevertheless won his admiration by their high-wrought passion and abounding fire, while he realized with no less perspicacity that there was not a scene, not a phrase in any opera of the mighty Wagner that could be detached from its context without ruining it. The scraps thus cut from the whole and served up at a concert lost all meaning, all sense, for, like the chapters in a book that mutually complete each other, and all concur to bring about the same conclusion, the same final effect, his melodies were used by Wagner to define the character of his personages, to incarnate their thoughts, to express their motives, visible or secret, and their ingenious and persistent repetitions were only intelligible for an audience which followed the subject from its first opening, and watched the characters grow little by little more clearly defined, observed them develop in surroundings from which they could not be separated, without seeing them perish like branches severed from a tree. So des Esseintes thought, convinced that of all the horde of melomaniacs who every Sunday fell into ecstasies on the benches, 20 at most knew the ska the musicians were massacring, when the box openers were kind enough to hold their tongues and let the orchestra be heard. The circumstance also being remembered that the intelligent patriotism of the French nation forbade the production of an opera of Wagner's at a Paris theatre, there was nothing left for the curious amateur who is unskilled in the arcana of music and cannot, or will not travel to Bayreuth, save to stay at home, and that was the reasonable course des Esseintes had adopted. On another side, more popular, easier music and detached morceaux taken from the old-fashioned operas scarcely appealed to him. The trivial tunes of Auber and Boieldieu, of Adam and Flotto, and the commonplaces of musical rhetoric favored by Ambroise Thomas, Bazin and their like repelled him just as much as the antiquated sentimentalities and cheap graces of the Italian composers. He had therefore resolutely refused to have anything to do with music, and for all the years this renunciation lasted, he found nothing to look back upon with any pleasure save a few chamber concerts at which he had heard Beethoven, and above all Schumann and Schubert, who had stimulated his nerves as keenly as the most telling and tragical poems of Edgar Allan Poe. Certain settings for the violoncello, by Schumann, had left him positively panting with emotion, gasping for breath under the stress of hysteria. But it was chiefly Schubert's Lieder that had stirred him to the depths, lifted him out of himself, then prostrated him as after a wasteful outpouring of nervous fluid, after a mystic debauch of soul. This music thrilled him to the very marrow, driving back an infinity of forgotten griefs, of old vexations, on a heart amazed to contain so many confused miseries and obscure sorrows. This music of desolation, crying from the deepest depths of being, terrified, while fascinating him. Never, without nervous tears rising to his eyes, had he been able to repeat the young girl's plaints. For in this lamento, there was something more than heartbroken, something despairing that tore his entrails, something recalling the end of love's dream in a dismal landscape. Every time they came back to his lips, these exquisite and funereal laments called up before his fancy a lonely place beyond the city boundaries, a beggarly, forsaken locality, where noiselessly, in the distance, lines of poor folks, harassed by life's wretchedness, filed away, bent double into the gloom of twilight, while meantime he himself, full of bitterness, overflowing with disgust, felt himself standing alone, all alone in the midst of weeping nature, overborne by an unspeakable melancholy, by an obstinate distress, the mysterious intensity of which brooked no consolation, no comparison, no respite. Like a passing bell, the despairing air haunted his brain now that he lay in bed, enfeebled by fever and tormented by an anxiety the more implacable because he could no longer discover its cause. Eventually, he surrendered himself to the current, let himself be swept away by the torrent of the music, suddenly bawed for a brief minute by the plainsong of the psalms that rose with its long-drawn bass notes in his head, whose temples seemed bruised and battered by the clappers of 100 bells. One morning, however, these noises fell quiet. He was in better possession of his faculties and asked the servant to hand him a mirror. He hardly knew himself. His face was earthen in hue, the lips dry and swollen, the tongue furrowed, the skin wrinkled. His straggling hair and beard, which his man had not trimmed since the beginning of his illness, added to the horror of the sunken cheeks and staring, watery eyes that burned with a feverish brightness in this death's head bristling with unkempt hair. Worse than his weakness, worse than his irrepressible fits of vomiting which rejected every attempt at taking food, worse than the wasting from which he suffered, this disfigurement of face alarmed him. He thought he was done for. Then, in spite of the exhaustion that crushed him down, the fierce energy of a man at bay brought him to a sitting posture in his bed, lent him strength to write a letter to his Paris doctor, and order his servant to go instantly to find him and bring him back with him, cost what it might, the same day. In an instant, he passed from the most absolute despair to the most comforting hope. The physician in question was a noted specialist, renowned for the cure of nervous disorders. He must before now have cured more obstinate and more dangerous cases than mine. Des Esseintes told himself. Not a doubt of it, I shall be set up again in a few days' time. But presently again, this overconfidence was followed by a feeling of utter disenchantment. No matter how learned and how perspicacious they may be, doctors really know nothing about nervous disease, the very cause of which they cannot tell. Like all the rest, he would prescribe the everlasting oxide of zinc and quinine, bromide of potassium and valerian. And who can say, he went on to himself, clinging to the last twig of hope, if the reason why these remedies have hitherto failed me is not simply because I have not known how to employ them in proper doses. Despite everything, this waiting for expected relief gave him new life, but presently a fresh dread assailed him. Suppose the doctor should not be in town, or should decline to disturb his arrangements. Then came yet another panic, lest his servant should have failed to find him at all. This threw him into the depths of despair. His mind began to fail again, jumping, moment by moment, from the most inordinate hopefulness to the most baseless apprehension, exaggerating both his chances of sudden recovery and his fears of immediate danger. Hour after hour slipped by, and a time arrived when, despairing and exhausted, convinced the doctor would never come, he told himself over and over again in impotent anger that, if only he had seen to it in time, he would undoubtedly have been saved. Then, after a while, his rage with his servant, his indignation at the doctor's delay, abated, and he began to cherish a bit of vexation against himself instead, blaming his own procrastination in having waited so long before sending for help, persuading himself that he would have been perfectly well by now, if, even the night before only, he had provided himself with good, strong medicines and proper nursing. Gradually, these alternate paroxysms of hope and fear that tormented his half-delirious brain grew milder, as these repeated panics wore down his strength. He dropped into a sleep of exhaustion broken by incoherent dreams, a kind of coma interrupted by periods of wakefulness too brief for consciousness to be regained. He had finally lost all notion of what he wished and what he feared so completely that he was merely bewildered, and felt neither surprise nor satisfaction, when suddenly the doctor made his appearance in the room. The servant, no doubt, had informed him of the manner of life des Esseintes led, and of various symptoms he had himself been in a position to notice since the day when he had picked up his master by the window where he lay, felled by the violence of his perfumes, for he asked the patient very few questions, knowing indeed his antecedents for many years past. But he examined and sounded him, and carefully scrutinized the urine, in which certain white streaks told him the secret of one of the chief determining causes of his nervous collapse. He wrote a prescription, and took his leave without a word, saying he would come again. His visit comforted des Esseintes, albeit he was alarmed at the doctor's silence, and besought his servant not to hide the truth from him any longer. The man assured him the doctor had showed no signs of anxiety, and suspicious as he was, des Esseintes could detect no tokens whatever of prevarication or falsehood in the old man's calm face. Then his thoughts grew more cheerful. Indeed, the pain had stopped, and the feebleness he had experienced in every limb had merged into a sort of agreeable languor, a feeling of placid content at once vague and slowly progressive. Then he was at once astonished and pleased to find his bedside table unlittered with drugs and medicine bottles, and a pale smile hovered over his lips when finally his servant brought him a nourishing enema compounded with peptone, and informed his master that he was to repeat the little operation 3 times every 24 hours. The thing was successfully carried out, and des Esseintes could not help secretly congratulating himself on the event which was the coping stone, the crowning triumph, in a sort, of the life he had contrived for himself. His predilection for the artificial had now, and that without any initiative on his part, attained its supreme fulfillment. A man could hardly go farther. Nourishment thus absorbed was surely the last aberration from the natural that could be committed. What a delicious thing, he said to himself, it would be if one could, once restored to full health, go on with the same simple regime. What a saving of time, what a radical deliverance from the repugnance meat inspires in people who have lost their appetite, what a definite and final release from the lassitude that invariably results from the necessarily limited choice of viands, what a vigorous protest against the degrading sin of gluttony. Last but not least, what a direct insult cast in the face of old Mother Nature, whose never-varying exigencies would be forever nullified. In this vein, he went on talking to himself under his breath. Why, it would be easy enough to sharpen one's appetite by swallowing a strong aperient, then when one could truly tell oneself, "Come, what hour is it now? Seems to me it must be high time to sit down to dinner. I have a wolf in my stomach." The table would be laid by depositing the noble instrument on the cloth, and lo, before you had time so much as to say grace, the troublesome and vulgar task of eating would be suppressed. Some days later, the man handed his master an enema altogether different in color and smell from the peptone suppositories. "Why, it's not the same," exclaimed des Esseintes, looking with consternation at the liquid poured into the apparatus. He demanded the menu as he might have done in a restaurant, and unfolding the physician's prescription, he read out. He sat pensive. He had never succeeded, on account of the ruined state of his stomach, in taking a serious interest in the art of cookery. Now he was surprised to find himself all of a sudden pondering over combinations of a posteriori gourmandise. Then a grotesque notion shot across his brain. Perhaps the doctor had imagined his patient's abnormal palate was wearied by this time of the flavor of peptone. Perhaps, like a skillful chef, he had wished to vary the savor of the foods administered, to prevent the monotony of the dishes leading to a complete loss of appetite. Once started on this train of thought, des Esseintes busied himself in composing novel recipes, contriving dinners for fast days and Fridays, strengthening the dose of cod liver oil and wine, while striking out the beef tea as being meat and therefore expressly forbidden by the Church. But before very long, the necessity disappeared of deliberating about these nourishing liquids, for the doctor managed little by little to overcome the nausea and gave him, to be swallowed by the ordinary channel, a syrup of punch mixed with powdered meat and having a vague aroma of cocoa about it that was grateful to his genuine mouth. Weeks passed, and the stomach at last consented to act. Occasionally fits of nausea still recurred, which, however, ginger beer and Riviere's antiemetic draught were effectual in subduing. Eventually, little by little, the organs recovered with the help of the pepsines, and ordinary foods were digested. Strength returned, and Des Esseintes was able to stand on his feet and try to walk about his bedroom, leaning on a stick and holding on to the furniture. Instead of being pleased with this success, he forgot all his past sufferings, was irritated by the length of his convalescence, and upbraided the doctor for protracting it in this slow fashion. True, sundry ineffectual experiments had delayed matters. No better than quinine did the stomach tolerate iron, even when mitigated by the addition of laudanum, and these drugs had to be replaced by preparations of arsenic. This after a fortnight had been lost in useless efforts, as Des Esseintes noted with no small impatience. At last, the moment was reached when he could remain up for whole afternoons at a time and walk about his rooms without assistance. Then his working room began to get on his nerves. Defects to which custom had blinded his eyes now struck him forcibly on his coming back to the room after his long absence. The colors chosen to be seen by lamplight seemed to him discordant under the glare of daylight. He thought how best to alter them, and spent hours in contriving artificial harmonies of hues, hybrid combinations of cloths and leathers. Without a doubt, I am on the high road to health, he told himself, as he noted the return of his former preoccupations and old predilections. One morning, as he was gazing at his orange and blue walls, dreaming of ideal hangings made out of stoles of the Greek church, of gold-fringed Russian dalmatics, of brocaded copes patterned with Slavonic lettering, adorned with precious stones from the Urals and rows of pearls, the doctor came in and, noting what his patient's eyes were looking at, questioned him. Then Des Esseintes told him of his unrealizable ideals and began to plan out new experiments in color, to speak of novel combinations and contrasts of hues that he meant to contrive, when the physician soused a sudden douche of cold water over his head, declaring in the most peremptory fashion that, come what might, it would not be in that house he could put his projects into execution. Then, without giving him time to recover breath, he announced that so far he had only attacked the most urgent necessity, the re-establishment of the digestive functions, but that now he must deal with the nervous derangements which were by no means mitigated and would require for their cure years of regimen and careful living. He concluded with the ultimatum that, before trying any course of cure, before beginning any sort of hydropathic treatment, impracticable in any case at Fontenay, he was bound to abandon this solitary existence, to return to Paris and take part again in the common life of men, in a word, endeavor to find diversions the same as other people. But they don't divert me, the pleasures other people enjoy, protested Des Esseintes indignantly. Without discussing the question, the doctor simply assured his hearer that this radical change of life which he ordered was in his opinion a matter of life and death, of restored health or insanity followed at short notice by tuberculosis. Then it is a case either of death or deportation, cried Des Esseintes in exasperation. The physician, who was imbued with all the prejudices of a man of the world, only smiled and made for the door without vouchsafing an answer. Roman 16, Des Esseintes shut himself up in his bedroom and turned a deaf ear to the knocking of the men's hammers who were nailing up the packing cases the servants had got ready. Each stroke seemed to beat on his heart and send a pang of pain through his flesh. The sentence pronounced by the doctor was being executed. The dread of enduring all over again the same sufferings he had borne before, the fear of an agonizing death, had exercised a more powerful influence over Des Esseintes than his hatred of the detestable existence to which the physician's orders condemned him could counteract. And yet, he kept telling himself, there are people who live alone, without a soul to speak to, self-absorbed and utterly aloof from society, like the reclusionists and Trappists for instance, and there is nothing to show that these unfortunates, these wise men, run mad or develop consumption. These examples he had quoted to the doctor. without effect. The latter had merely repeated in a dry tone, admitting of no reply, that his verdict, confirmed moreover by all the writers on nervous diseases, was that distraction, amusement, cheerfulness, were the only means of benefiting this complaint which, on the mental side, remained unaffected by any remedies in the nature of drugs. Finally, annoyed by his patient's reproaches, he had once for all declared his refusal to go on with his case, unless he consented to take change of air and live under altered conditions of hygiene. Des Esseintes had immediately repaired to Paris, where he had consulted other specialists, and frankly submitted his case to them. All had with one accord and unhesitatingly approved their colleagues' prescriptions. Thereupon, he had taken a flat still vacant in a newly built house, had returned to Fontenay and, white with rage, had given his servant orders to pack his boxes. Buried in his armchair, he was now pondering these express directions of the faculty which upset all his plans, broke all the ties binding him to his present life, made his future projects futile. So, his time of bliss was over? This haven, that sheltered him from the storms, he must abandon and put out again into the storm-tossed ocean of human folly that had battered and bruised him so sorely. The doctors prated of amusement, of distraction. With whom, pray with what, did they expect him to be blithe and gay? Had he not deliberately put himself under a social ban? Did he know one single friend who would be willing to essay a life, like his, of contemplation, of dreamy abstraction? Did he know a single individual capable of appreciating the delicate shades of a style, the subtle joints of a picture, the quintessence of a thought, one whose soul was so finely framed as to understand Mallarmé and love Verlaine? Where, when, in what depths must he sound to discover a twin soul, a mind free of commonplace prejudices, blessing silence as a boon, ingratitude as a solace, suspicion as a pot of security, a harbor of refuge? In the society he had frequented before he took his departure for Fontenay. Why, the majority of the clowns he associated with in those times must, since that date, have yet further stultified themselves in drawing-rooms, grown more degraded sitting at gaming tables, reached lower depths in the arms of prostitutes. Nay, the most part must by now be married. After having enjoyed all their life hitherto the leavings of the street loafers, it was their wives who at present owned the leavings of the streetwalkers. For, master of the first fruits, the vulgar herd was the one and only class that did not feed on refuse. What a pretty change of partners, what a gallant interchange, this custom adopted by a society that still calls itself prudish. Des Esseintes growled to himself. Yes, nobility was utterly decayed, dead. Aristocracy had fallen into idiocy or filthy pleasures. It was perishing in the degeneracy of its members, whose faculties grew more debased with each succeeding generation, till they ended with the instincts of gorillas quickened in the pâtés of grooms and jockeys, or else, like the once famous houses of Choiseul-Praslin, Polignac, Chevreuse, wallowed in the mud of legal actions that brought them down to the same level of baseness as the other classes. The very mansions, the time-honored scutcheons, the heraldic blazons, the stately pomp and ceremony of this ancient caste had disappeared. Its estates no longer yielded revenue, they and the great houses on them had come to the hammer, for money ran shot to buy the smiles of women that bewitched and poisoned the besotted descendants of the old families. The least scrupulous, the least dull-witted, threw all shame to the winds. They mixed in low plots, stirred up the filth of base finance, appeared like common pickpockets at the bar of justice, serving at any rate to set off the tact of human justice, which, finding it impossible to be always impartial, ended the matter by making them librarians in the prisons. This eagerness after gain, this itch for filthy lucre, had found a counterpart also in another class, the class that had always lent for support on the nobility, the clergy to wit. Now were to be seen on the outside sheets of the papers advertisements of cons cured by a priest. The monasteries were transformed into apothecaries, laboratories, and distilleries. They sold recipes, or manufactured the stuff themselves. The Cistercians, chocolate, Trappistine, semolina, tincture of arnica, the Marist Brotherhood, bisulfate of chalk for medical purposes and vulnerary water, the Jacobines, anti-apoplectic elixir, the disciples of Saint Benedict, Benedictine, the monks of Saint Bruno, Chartreuse. Business had invaded the cloisters, where, in lieu of antiphonaries, fat ledges lay on the lectins. Like a leprosy, the greed of the century devastated the church, kept the monks bending over inventories and invoices, turned the fathers superior into confectioners and quacksalvers, the lay brothers and novices into common packers and vulgar bottle washers. And yet, spite of everything, it was still only among ecclesiastics that des Esseintes could hope for relations congruent, up to a certain point, with his tastes. In the society of the clergy, generally learned and well-educated men, he might have spent some affable and agreeable evenings, but then he must have shared their beliefs and not be a mere waverer between skeptical notions and spasms of conviction that came surging from time to the surface, buoyed up by the memories of childhood. He must needs have held identical views, refused to accept, as he was ready enough to do in his moments of ardor, a Catholicism spiced with a touch of magic, as under Henry Roman III, and a trifle of sadism, as at the end of the 18th century. This special brand of clericalism, this vitiated and artistically perverse type of mysticism, towards which he was tending at certain seasons, could not even be discussed with a priest, who would either have failed to understand what he meant or would have excommunicated him there, and then in sheer horror. For the 20th time, the same insoluble problem tormented him. He would feign this state of suspicion and suspense against which he had struggled in vain at Fontenay should have an end. Now that he was to turn over an entirely new leaf, he would fain have forced himself to possess faith, to seize it and clothe himself in it, to fasten it with clamps in his soul, to put it beyond the reach of all the reasonings that shake it and uproot it. But the more he desired it, and the less the emptiness of his mind was filled, the more the visitation of the Saviour delayed its coming. Just in proportion, indeed, as his religious faith increased, as he craved with all his strength, as a ransom for the future and a help in the new life he was to lead. This faith that showed itself in glimpses, though the distance still dividing him from it appalled him, did doubts rise, crowding his ever-excited brain, upsetting his ill-poised will, repudiating on grounds of common sense, of mathematical demonstrations, the mysteries and dogmas of the Church. He should have been able to stop these discussions with himself. He told himself with a groan. He should have been able to shut his eyes, let himself be carried along with the stream, forget all the accursed discoveries that have shattered the religious edifice from top to bottom during the last 2 centuries. Yet, really and truly, he sighed, it is neither the physiologists nor the skeptics who destroy Catholicism. It is the priests themselves, whose clumsy writings might well root up the most firmly grounded convictions. In the Dominican collection, was there not to be found a certain doctor of theology, Révérend Pierre Rouard Descartes, a preaching brother, who in a brochure entitled, "Of the Falsification of the Sacramental Substances," has demonstrated beyond a doubt that the major part of masses were null and void, by reason of the fact that the materials used in the rite were sophisticated by dealers. For years, the holy oils had been adulterated with goose grease, the taper wax with burnt bones, the incense with common resin and old benzoin. But worse than all, the substances indispensable for the holy sacrifice, the 2 things without which no oblation was possible, had likewise been falsified, the wine by repeated dilutings and the illicit addition of Pernambuco bark, elderberries, alcohol, alum, salicylate, litharge. The bread, that bread of the Eucharist that must be kneaded of the fine flour of wheat, by ground haricot beans, potash and pipe clay? Nay, now they had gone further yet. They had dared to suppress the wheat altogether, and shameless dealers manufactured out of potato meal nearly all the hosts. Now God declined to come down and be made flesh in potato flour. This was a surety, an indisputable fact. In the 2nd volume of his Moral Theology, His Eminence Cardinal Gausset had also dealt at length with this question of adulteration from the divine standpoint, and, according to the authority of this master which there was no gainsaying, the celebrant could not consecrate bread made of oats, buckwheat, or barley, and though the case of rye bread at least admitted of doubt, no question could be raised, no argument sustained, when it came to using potato meal, which, to employ the ecclesiastical expression, was in no sense a substance competent for the blessed sacrament. By reason of the easy manipulation of this meal, and the good appearance presented by the unleavened cakes made of this substance, the unworthy and fraudulent substitution had become so widely prevalent that the mystery of the transubstantiation could hardly be said to exist any longer, and priests and faithful laymen communicated, all unwittingly, with neutral elements. Ah, the days were far away when Radegonde, Queen of France, used with her own hands to prepare the bread destined for the altars. The days when, by the custom of Cluny, 3 priests or 3 deacons, fasting, clad in alb and amice, after washing face and fingers, sorted out the wheat grain by grain, crushed it in the handmill, kneaded the dough with cold spring water and baked it themselves over a clear fire, singing psalms the while. All this, des Esseintes told himself, cannot hinder the natural result that this prospect of being constantly duped, even at the holy table itself, is not of a sort to establish beliefs already tottering. Besides, how accept an omnipotence that is hindered by a pinch of potato meal or a drop of alcohol? These thoughts still further darkened the aspect of his future existence and rendered his horizon yet more dark and threatening. Of a surety, no haven of refuge was open to him, no shore of safety left. What was to become of him in Paris yonder, where he had neither relatives nor friends? No tie bound him any more to the Faubourg Saint-Germain that was now quavering in its dotage, scaling away in a dust of desuetude, lying derelict, a worn-out, empty hull, amid a new society. And what point of contact could there be between him and that bourgeois class that had little by little climbed to the top, taking advantage of every disaster to fill its coffers, stirring up every kind of catastrophe to make its crimes and thefts pass muster? After the aristocracy of birth, it was now the turn of the aristocracy of money. It was the caliphate of the counting-house, the despotism of the Rue du Sentier, the tyranny of commerce with its narrow-minded, venal ideas, its ostentatious and rascally instincts. More nefarious, more vile than the nobility it had plundered and the clergy it had overthrown, the bourgeoisie borrowed their frivolous love of show, their decrepit boastfulness, which it vulgarized by its lack of good manners, stole their defects which it aggravated into hypocritical vices. Obstinate and sly, base and cowardly, it shut down ruthlessly its eternal and inevitable dupe, the populace, which it had itself unmuzzled and set on to spring at the throat of the old castes. Now the victory was won. Its task once completed, the plebs had been for its health's sake bled to the last drop, while the bourgeois, secure in his triumph, throned it jovially by dint of his money and the contagion of his folly. The result of his rise to power had been the destruction of all intelligence, the negation of all honesty, the death of all art. In fact, the artists and men of letters, in their degradation, had fallen to their knees and were devouring with ardent kisses the unwashed feet of the high-placed haustrockies and low-bred satraps on whose alms they lived. In painting, it was a deluge of effeminate futilities. In literature, a welter of insipid style and spiritless ideas. What was lacking was common honesty in the business gambler, common honor in the freebooter who hunted for a dowry for his son while refusing to pay his daughters, common chastity in the Voltairean who accused the clergy of incontinence while he was off himself to sniff, like a dull fool and a hypocrite, pretending to be the rake he was not, in disorderly dens of pleasure, at the greasy water in toilet vessels, and the hot, acrid effluvium of dirty petticoats. It was the vast, foul bagnio of America transported to our continent. It was, in a word, the limitless, unfathomable, incommensurable firmament of blackguardism of the financier and the self-made man, beaming down, like a despicable sun, on the idolatrous city that grovelled on its belly, hymning vile songs of praise before the impious tabernacle of commerce. Well, crumble then, society, perish, old world, cried des Esseintes, indignant at the ignominy of the spectacle he had conjured up, and the exclamation broke the nightmare that oppressed him. Ah, he groaned, to think that all this is not a dream, to think that I am about to go back into the degraded and slavish mob of the century. He tried to call up, for the healing of his wounded spirit, the consoling maxims of Schopenhauer. He said over to himself Pascal's grievous axiom. The soul sees nothing that does not afflict it when it thinks of it. But the words rang in his brain like sounds without sense. His weariness of spirit disintegrated them, robbed them of all meaning, all consolatory virtue, all effective and soothing force. He realized, at last, that the arguments of pessimism were powerless to comfort him, that the impossible belief in a future life could be the only comment. A fit of rage swept away like a hurricane his efforts after resignation, his attempts at indifference. He could deceive himself no more. There was nothing left for it. Everything was over. The bourgeoisie were guzzling, as it might be at Clamart, on their knees, from paper parcels, under the grand old ruins of the church, which had become a place of assignation, a mass of debris, defiled by unspeakable quibbles and indecent jests. Could it be that, to prove once for all that he existed, the terrible God of Genesis and the pale crucified of Golgotha were not going to renew the cataclysms of an earlier day, to rekindle the reign of fire that consumed the ancient homes of Sin, the cities of the plain? Could it be that this foul flood was to go on spreading and drowning in its pestilential morass this old world, where now only seeds of iniquity sprang up and harvests of shame flourished? Suddenly, the door was unclosed. In the distance, framed in the opening, appeared men carrying lights in their caps, with clean-shaven cheeks and a tuft on the chin, handling packing cases and shifting furniture. Then the door closed again after the servant, who marched off with a bundle of books under his arm. Des Esseintes dropped into a chair, in despair. "In 2 days more I shall be in Paris," he exclaimed. "Well, all is over, like a flowing tide. The waves of human mediocrity rise to the heavens, and they will engulf my lost refuge. I am opening the sluice gates myself, in spite of myself. Ah, but my courage fails me, and my heart is sick within me. Lord, take pity on the Christian who doubts, on the skeptic who would fain believe, on the galley slave of life who puts out to sea alone, in the darkness of night, beneath a firmament illumined no longer by the consoling beacon fires of the ancient hope." Roman II, after the sale of his household goods, Des Esseintes kept on the 2 old servants who had looked after his invalid mother, and between them had filled the double office of general factotum and hall porter at the Château de l'Herps. The latter had, up to the date of its being put up for sale, remained empty and untenanted. He took with him to Fontenay this pair of domestics broken in to play the part of sick nurses, trained to the methodical habits of wardsmen at a hospital, accustomed to administer at stated hours spoonfuls of physic and doses of medicinal draughts, subdued to the rigid quietude of cloistered monks, shut off from all communication with the outer world, content to spend their lives in close rooms with doors and windows always shut. The husband's duty was to keep the rooms clean and fetch the provisions, the wife's to attend to the cooking. Their master gave up the first floor of the house for their accommodation, made them wear thick felt shoes, had double doors installed with well-oiled hinges, and covered the floors with heavy carpeting so as to prevent his hearing the faintest sound of their footsteps overhead. Then he arranged with them a code of signals, fixing the precise significance of different rings on his bell, few or many, long or short, and appointed a particular spot on his writing desk, where each month the account books were to be left. In fact, made every possible disposition so as to avoid the obligation of seeing them or speaking to them more often than was absolutely indispensable. More than this, as the woman must needs pass along the front of the house, occasionally on her way, to an outhouse where the wood was stawed, and he was resolved not to suffer the annoyance of seeing her commonplace exterior, he had a costume made for her of Flemish grogram, with a white mutch and a great black hood to muffle face and head, such as the Beguines still wear to this day at Ghent. The shadow of this medieval coif gliding by in the dusk gave him a conventual feeling, reminding him of those peaceful, pious settlements, those abodes of silence and solitude buried out of sight in a corner of the bustling, busy city. He fixed the hours of meals, too, in accordance with a never-varying schedule. Indeed, his table was of the plainest and simplest, the feebleness of his digestion no longer permitting him to indulge in heavy or elaborate repasts. At 5 o'clock in winter, after dusk had closed in, he ate an abstemious breakfast of 2 boiled eggs, toast and tea, then came dinner at 11. He used to drink coffee, sometimes tea or wine, during the night, and finally played with a bit of supper about 5 in the morning, before turning in. These meals, the details and menu of which were settled once for all at the beginning of each season of the year, he took on a table placed in the middle of a small room, communicating with his study by a padded corridor, hermetically closed and allowing neither smell nor sound to penetrate from one to the other of the 2 apartments it served to connect. The dining room in question resembled a ship's cabin with its wooden ceiling of arched beams, its bulkheads and flooring of pitch pine, its tiny window opening cut through the woodwork as a pothole is in a vessel's side. Like those Japanese boxes that fit one inside the other, this room was inserted within a larger one, the real dining room as designed by the architect. This latter apartment was provided with 2 windows. One of these was now invisible, being hidden by the bulkhead or partition wall, which could however be dropped by touching a spring, so that fresh air might be admitted to circulate freely around and within the pitch pine enclosure. The other was visible, being situated right opposite the pothole contrived in the woodwork, but was masked in a peculiar way, a large aquarium filling in the whole space intervening between the pothole and the real window in the real house wall. Thus the daylight that penetrated into the cabin had first to pass through the outer window, the panes of which had been replaced by a single sheet of plain mirror glass, then through the water, and last of all through the glazing of the pothole, which was permanently fixed in its place. At the hour when the steaming samovar stood on the table, the moment when in autumn the sun would be setting in the west, the water in the aquarium, dull and opaque by daylight, would redden and throw out fiery flashes as if from a glowing furnace over the light-colored walls. Sometimes, of an afternoon, if des Esseintes happened to be up and about at that time of day, he would turn the taps connected with a system of pipes and conduits that enabled the tank to be emptied and refilled with fresh water, and then, by pouring in a few drops of colored essences, he could enjoy at his pleasure all the tints, green or gray, opaline or silvery, that real rivers assume according to the hue of the heavens, the greater or less ardor of the sun's rays, the more or less threatening aspect of the rain clouds, in a word, according to the varying conditions of season and weather. This done, he could picture himself in the 'tween decks of a brig, as he gazed curiously at a shoal of ingenious mechanical fishes that were wound up and swam by clockwork past the pothole window and got entangled in artificial water weeds. At other times, as he inhaled the strong smell of tar with which the room had been impregnated before he entered it, he would examine a series of colored lithographs on the walls, of the sort one sees in packet-boat offices and shipping agencies, representing steamers at sea bound for Valparaiso, or the River Plate, alongside framed placards giving the itineraries of the Royal Mail steam packet services and of the various ocean liners, freighting charges and pots of call of the transatlantic mail boats, etc. Then, presently, when he was tired of consulting these timetables, he would rest his eyes by looking over the collection of chronometers and mariners' compasses, sextants and dividers, binoculars and charts scattered about the table, whereon figured only a single book, bound in sea-green morocco, The Adventures of Arthur Gordon Pym, specially printed for his behoof on pure linen-laid paper, hand-picked, bearing a seagull for watermark. In the last resort, he could turn his gaze upon a litter of fishing rods, brown tanned nets, rolls of russet-colored sails, a miniature anchor made of caulk painted black, all heaped together near the door that communicated with the kitchen by a passage padded, like the corridor joining the dining room and study, in such a way as to absorb every unpleasant smell and disturbing noise. By these means he could procure himself, without ever stirring from home, in a moment, almost instantaneously, all the sensations of a long voyage, the pleasure of moving from place to place, a pleasure which indeed hardly exists save as a matter of after recollection, almost never as a present enjoyment at the moment of the actual journey. This he could savor to the full at his ease, without fatigue or worry, in this improvised cabin, whose ordered disorder, whose transitional look and temporary arrangement, corresponded closely enough with the nature of the flying visits he paid it, and the limited time he devoted to his meals, while it offered an absolute contrast to his working room, a fixed and final spot, a place of system and settled habit, a room manifestly contrived for the definite enjoyment of a life of cloistered and learned leisure. In fact, it appeared to him a futile waste of energy to travel when, so he believed, imagination was perfectly competent to fill the place of the vulgar reality of actual prosaic facts. To his mind, it was quite possible to satisfy all the cravings commonly supposed to be the hardest to content under the normal conditions of life, and this merely by a trifling subterfuge, by a more or less close simulation of the object aimed at by these desires. Thus it is a sufficiently well-known fact that in these days the epicure who frequents those restaurants that have a reputation for the excellence of their cellars is really and truly gratifying his palate by drinking rare vintages artificially manufactured out of common, cheap wines treated after M. Pasteur's methods. Now, whether genuine or faked, these wines have the same aroma, the same color, the same bouquet, whence it follows that the pleasure experienced in imbibing these fictitious, doctored beverages is absolutely identical with the satisfaction that would be enjoyed from tasting the pure, unsophisticated liquor, now unprocurable even at its weight in gold. Transferring this artful sophistication, this clever system of adulteration, into the world of the intellect, there is no doubt we can, and just as easily as in the material world, enjoy false, fictitious pleasures every whit as good as the true. No doubt, for instance, a man can undertake long voyages of exploration sitting in his armchair by the fireside, helping out, if needful, his recalcitrant or sluggish imagination by the perusal of some work descriptive of travels in distant lands. No doubt again that it is quite possible, without ever stirring from Paris, to obtain the health-giving impression of sea-bathing. In 2 words, all that is required in this last case is simply to take a walk to the Bain Vigia on a pontoon moored right out in the middle of the Seine. There, by just salting your bath and mixing with the water, according to the formula given in the pharmacopoeia, a compound of sulfate of soda, hydrochlorate of magnesia and lime, by drawing from a box carefully secured by a screw top, a ball of twine, or a scrap of rope's end bought for the purpose, at one of those great marine star dealers' emporiums, whose huge warehouses and cellars reek with the salty smell of the sea and seapots. By inhaling these odors, which the twine or rope's end are bound to retain, by examining a lifelike photograph of the casino, and industriously reading the guide, Joanne describing the beauties of the seaside resort where you would like to be, by letting yourself be lulled by the waves raised in the bath, by the passing river steamers, as they steer close past the bathing pontoon, by listening to the sobbing of the wind as it blusters through the arches of the bridges, and the dull rumble of the omnibuses rolling 6 feet above your head across the Pont Royal. Just by doing and suffering these simple things, the illusion is undeniable, overmastering, perfect. You are as good as at the seaside. The whole secret is to know how to set about it, to be able to concentrate the mind on a single point, to attain to a sufficient degree of self-abstraction to produce the necessary hallucination, and so substitute the vision of the reality for the reality itself. To tell the truth, artifice was in Des Esseintes' philosophy the distinctive mark of human genius. As he used to say, nature has had her day. She has definitely and finally tired out by the sickening monotony of her landscapes and skyscapes the patience of refined temperaments. When all is said and done, what a narrow, vulgar affair it all is, like a petty shopkeeper selling one article of goods to the exclusion of all others. What a tiresome store of green fields and leafy trees. What a wearisome commonplace collection of mountains and seas. In fact, not one of her inventions, deemed so subtle and so wonderful, which the ingenuity of mankind cannot create. No forest of Fontainebleau, no fairest moonlight landscape, but can be reproduced by stage scenery, illuminated by the electric light. No waterfall, but can be imitated by the proper application of hydraulics, till there is no distinguishing the copy from the original. No mountain crag but painted pasteboard can adequately represent. No flower but well-chosen silks and dainty shreds of paper can manufacture the like of. Yes, there is no denying it, she is in her dotage and has long ago exhausted the simple-minded admiration of the true artist. The time is undoubtedly come when her productions must be superseded by art. Why? To take the one of all her works which is held to be the most exquisite, the one of all her creations whose beauty is by general consent deemed the most original and most perfect, woman to wit, have not men, by their own unaided effort, manufactured a living yet artificial organism that is every whit her match from the point of view of plastic beauty? Does there exist in this world of ours a being, conceived in the joys of fornication and brought to birth amid the pangs of motherhood, the model, the type of which is more dazzlingly, more superbly beautiful than that of the 2 locomotives lately adopted for service on the Northern Railroad of France? One, the Crampton, an adorable blonde, shrill-voiced, slender-waisted, with her glittering corset of polished brass. Her supple, cat-like grace, a fair and fascinating blonde, the perfection of whose charms is almost terrifying when, stiffening her muscles of steel, pouring the sweat of steam down her hot flanks, she sets revolving the puissant circle of her elegant wheels and darts forth a living thing at the head of the fast express or racing seaside special. The other, the Injurth, a massively built, dark-browed brunette, of harsh, haw-stoned utterance, with thick-set loins, panoplied in armor-plating of sheet iron, a giantess with disheveled mane of black eddying smoke, with her 6 pairs of low, coupled wheels. What overwhelming power when, shaking the very earth, she takes in tow, slowly, deliberately, the ponderous train of goods wagons. Of a certainty, among women, frail, fair-skinned beauties or majestic, brown-locked charmers, no such consummate types of dainty slimness and of terrifying force are to be found. Without fear of contradiction may we say, man has done, in his province, as well as the God in whom he believes. Thoughts like these would come to Des Esseintes at times when the breeze carried to his ears the the far-off whistle of the baby railroad that plies shuttle-wise backwards and forwards between Paris and Sceaux. His house was within a 20 minutes' walk or so of the station of Fontenay, but the height at which it stood and its isolated situation left it entirely unaffected by the noise and turmoil of the vile hordes that are inevitably attracted on Sundays by the neighborhood of a railway station. As for the village itself, he had hardly seen it. Only at night from his window, he had looked out over the silent landscape that stretches down to the foot of a hill on the summit of which rise the batteries of the Bois de Verrières. In the shadow, to right and left, loomed other dimly seen masses, terracing the hillside and dominated by other far-off batteries and fortifications, the high revetments of which seemed in the moonlight as if washed in with silver pigment upon a dark background of sky. The plain lay partly in the shadows cast by the hills, while the centre, where the moonlight fell, looked as if it were powdered with starch and smeared with cold cream. In the warm air that fanned the pale grass and brought with it a spicy perfume, the trees stood out clearly silhouetted with their shaggy leaves and thin stems, which threw black bars of shadow across the chalky earth strewed with pebbles that sparkled like shards of broken crockery. The artificial, rather theatrical air of this landscape was to des Esseintes' taste, but after that one afternoon devoted to the search for a house at the hamlet of Fontenay, he had never again trodden its streets by daylight. In fact, the green cry of this district inspired him with no sort of interest, not offering even the dainty, melancholy charm to be found in the pitiful, sickly vegetation that has so sore a struggle to live on the rubbish heaps of suburban spots near the ramparts. Besides, on that memorable day, he had caught sight of paunchy citizens with flowing whiskers and smartly dressed individuals with mustaches, carrying their heads high, as if they were something sacrosanct, evidently magistrates or military officers. And after such a sight, his usual horror of the human face had been still further accentuated. During the last months of his residence in Paris, at the period when, utterly disillusioned, depressed by hypochondria, eaten up by spleen, he had reached such a pitch of nervous irritability that the mere sight of an unpleasant object or disagreeable person was deeply graven on his brain, and several days were needed to efface the impress, even to a slight degree, of the human form that had formed one of his most agonizing torments when passed casually in the street. In positive fact, he suffered pain at the sight of certain types of face, resented almost as insults the condescending or crabbed expressions of particular visages, and felt himself sorely tempted to box the ears of such, and such a worthy citizen who strolled by with half-closed lids and a magisterial air, another who stood swinging his cane and admiring himself in the shop windows, or yet another who seemed to be pondering the fate of the universe, as he absorbed with frowning brows the titbits and gossipy paragraphs of his morning paper. He scented such a depth of stupidity, such a lively hatred of all his own ideals, such a contempt for literature and art, and everything he himself adored, implanted and profoundly fixed in the meagre brains of these tradesmen, preoccupied to the exclusion of all else by schemes of swindling and money-grubbing, and only accessible to the ignoble distraction that alone appeals to mean minds, politics, that he would rush back home in a fury and lock himself up with his books. Worst of all, he loathed with all his powers of hate the new types of self-made men, the hideous boors who feel themselves bound to talk loud and laugh uproariously in restaurants and cafes, who elbow you, without apology, on the pavements, who, without a word of polite excuse or so much as a bow, drive the wheels of a child's go-kart between your legs. Roman 3, one division of the shelves fixed against the walls of his blue and orange working room, was occupied exclusively by Latin works. Those works which minds broken into conventionality, by listening year after year to the miserable teaching of school and college lecturers, designate under the generic name of the decadents. The truth is, the Latin language, as it was written at the period which learned professors still persist in calling the Golden Age, roused his interest scarcely at all. That idiom, confined within such narrow limits with its carefully counted, almost invariable turns of phrase, without suppleness of syntax, without color or light and shade, that idiom, ironed smooth on every seam, pruned of the rugged but often picturesque expressions of earlier epochs, could at a pinch enunciate the pompous nullities, the vague commonplaces repeated ad nauseum by the rhetoricians and poets of that day. But so lacking was it in originality, so instinct with tediousness, that we must, in our studies of language and literature, come down to the French style of the age of Louis Roman XIV, to find one so willfully emasculated, so solemnly tiresome and sapless. Among other authors, the gentle Virgil, he whom school ushers name the Swan of Mantua, presumably because he was not born in that city, appeared to him as one of the most terrible of pedants, one of the most dismal twaddlers antiquity ever produced. His shepherd swains, all washed and beribboned, taking turn and turn about to empty over the unfortunate readers, had their slops of sententious, chilly verses. His Orpheus, whom he compares with a weeping nightingale, his Aristeus blubbering over bees, his Aeneas, that weak-kneed, fluent personage who stalks, like a shadow figure at a show, with wooden gestures behind the ill-fitted and badly oiled screen of the poem, set him beside himself with exasperation. He might indeed have put up with the tedious fiddle-faddle these marionettes exchange by way of dialogue as a stage device. He might even have excused the impudent plagiarisms perpetrated on Homer, Theocritus, Aeneas, Lucretius. The flagrant theft Macrobius has revealed to us of the whole second book of the Aeneid, copied almost word for word from a poem of Pisander's. He might have forgiven, in fact, all the indescribable dullness of this farrago of borrowed verses. But what revolted him more than all was the false ring of those hexameters, with their tinny tinkle like the rattle of a cracked pot, with their longs and shots weighed out by the pound according to the unalterable laws of a pedantic, barren prosody. It was the framework of these stiff and formal lines that was beyond all bearing. With their official stamp and cringing subservience to grammatical propriety, these verses each mechanically bisected by an unmodifiable caesura, then stopped off at the tail, always in precisely the same way, by a dactyl knocking up against a final spondee. Borrowed from the cast-iron system perfected by Catullus, that unvarying metrical scheme, unimaginative, inexorable, stuffed full of useless verbiage and endless amplifications. An array of ingeniously contrived pegs, each fitting into its corresponding and expected hole. That poor trick of the Homeric standing epithet, dragged in again and again without rhyme or reason. All that scanty vocabulary with its dull, flat tones, were a torment to his sensibility. It is only fair to add that, if his admiration for Virgil was decidedly lukewarm, and his appreciation of the light lucubrations of Ovid anything but mocked, the disgust he felt for the elephantine graces of Horace, the twaddle of this unmitigated lout who smirks at his audience with the painted face and villainous jests of a superannuated clown, was limitless. In prose, his enthusiasm was not a whit greater for the redundant figures and nonsensical digressions of Chickpea, Cicero, the braggadocio of his apostrophes, the claptrap of his never-ending appeals to patriotism, the exaggerated emphasis of his harangues, the ponderousness of his style, well-fed and full-fleshed, but run to fat and devoid of bones and marrow, the intolerable litter of his sonorous adverbs opening every sentence, the monotonous structure of his potly periods tied awkwardly to each other by a thread of conjunctions, worst of all his wearisome habits of tautology, were anything but attractive to him. Caesar again was little more to his taste, for all his reputation for conciseness. His was the opposite excess, a dry-as-dust aridity, a deadly dullness, an unseasonable constipation of phrase that passes belief. The end of it all was that he could find mental pabulum neither among these writers nor among that other class, which still forms the delight of dilettante scholars. Sallust, who indeed is less insipid than most of the rest. Livy, sentimental and pompous. Seneca, turgid and jejune. Suetonius, lymphatic and horrifying. Tacitus, the most nervous in his studied concision, the most biting, the most sinewy of them all. In poetry, Juvenal, despite some vigorously conceived lines, Persius, despite his mysterious insinuations, both left him cold. Neglecting Tibullus and Propitius, Quintilian and the two Plinies. Statius, marshal of Bilbiles, Terence even and Plautus, whose jargon, full as it is of neologisms, made up words and diminutives, might have pleased him, had not his low wit and coarse jocosity repelled him. Des Esseintes only began to be interested in the language of Rome on the appearance of Lucan, with whom it took on a wider range, becoming henceforth more expressive and less harsh. That author's labored workmanship, his verse, veneered with enamels, studded with jewels, caught his fancy, albeit his exclusive preoccupation with form, his tinkling sonorities, his metallic brilliancies, did not entirely hide from his eyes this author's vacuity of thought and the emptiness of the windbag phrases that plump out the carcass of the Pharsalia. The writer he really loved, and who made him reject for good and all from among the books he read, Lucan and his sounding periods, was Petronius. Petronius was an acute observer, a delicate analyst, a marvelous delineator. Calmly, without prejudice, without animosity, he described the daily life of Rome, setting down in the lively little chapters of the Satyricon the manners, customs, and morals of his day. Noting facts as they occurred, putting them down in positive black and white, he disclosed the trivial, everyday existence of the commonalty, its incidents, its bestialities, its sensualities. Here, we have the inspector of lodgings coming to inquire the names of the travelers lately arrived. There, it is a brothel where men are prowling round naked women, standing beside placards giving name and price, while through the half-open doors of the rooms the couples can be seen at work. Elsewhere again, now in country houses full of insolent luxury, amid a mad display of wealth and ostentation, now in poverty-stricken taverns with their broken-down pallet beds swarming with fleas, the society of the period runs its race, debauched cut-purses like Asiltos and Eumolpus on the lookout for a piece of luck. Old wantons of the male sex with their tucked-up gowns and cheeks plastered with ceruse and acacia red, minions of 16, plump and curly-headed, women frantic with hysteria, legacy hunters offering their boys and girls to gratify the lustful caprices of rich men. All these and more gallop across the pages, quarrel in the streets, finger each other at the baths, belabor each other with fisticuffs like the characters in a pantomime. All this told with an extraordinary vigor and precision of coloring, in a style that borrows from every dialect, that cribs words from every language imparted into Rome, that rejects all the limitations, breaks all the fetters of the so-called Golden Age, that makes each man speak in his own peculiar idiom, freemen without education, the vernacular Latin, the argot of the streets, foreigners, their barbarian lingo, saturated with African, Syrian, Greek expressions, idiotic pedants like the Agamemnon of the Satyricon, a rhetoric of invented words. All these people are drawn with a free pencil, squatted round a dining table, exchanging the imbecile conversation of tipsy revelers, mouthing dotards wise saws and pointless proverbs, all eyes turned upon Trimalchio, the giver of the feast, who sits picking his teeth, offers the company chamber pots, discourses of his insides, begging his guests to make themselves at home. This realistic romance, this slice cut from the raw of Roman life, without one thought, whatever people may say, whether of reforming or satirizing society, without any moral purpose whatever or idea of moralizing, this tale, there is neither intrigue nor action in it, bringing before the reader the love adventures of male prostitutes, analyzing with calm, address the joys and griefs of these amours and these amorous couples, depicting in language wrought to the perfection of a piece of goldsmith's work, without the writer once showing himself, without a word of comment, without one phrase of approbation or disapproval of his character's deeds and thoughts, the vices of a decrepit civilization, an empire falling to ruin, riveted des Esseintes' attention. He saw in the refinements of its style, the keenness of its observation, its closely knit, methodical construction, a strange likeness, a curious analogy with the 3 or 4 modern French novels that he could stomach. We may be sure he bitterly regretted the loss of the Huysmans and the Albutia, 2 works by Petronius mentioned by Planciades Fulgentius, but now vanished beyond possibility of recovery. However, the bibliophile side of him came in to console the scholarly, as he fondled in reverent hands the example he owned of the superb edition of the Satyricon, the 8vo edition bearing date 1585 printed by J. Dowser at Leyden. After Petronius, his collection of Latin authors came to the 2nd century of the Christian era, skipping over the Declama Fronto, with his old-fashioned turns of speech and his ill-adjusted, ill-polished style, leaving on one side the Nox Attici of Aulus Gellius, his disciple and friend, a sagacious and inquisitive mind, but as a writer embarrassed by a sticky, glutinous style, only stopping when he reached Apuleius, the Editio Princeps of which author he possessed the folio printed at Rome in 1469. This African rhetorician was his delight. The Latin language was surely at its best and richest in him, rolling along in a full, copious flood, fed by many tributary streams from all the provinces of the empire, and combining all these different elements to form one strange, exotic dialect, hardly dreamed of before. In it new mannerisms, new details of Latin society found expression in new turns of phrase, invented in the stress of conversation in a little Roman town in a corner of Africa. Moreover, the man's bonhomie, he was a fat, jovial boon companion, there could be no doubt of that. And the warm-blooded exuberance of his southern nature tickled our hero's fancy. He had the air of a gay and genial comrade, not mealy-mouthed by any means, alongside of the Christian apologists, his contemporaries, the soporific Minutius Felix, a pseudo-classic, ladling out in his Octavius Cicero's heavy periods, grown heavier than ever, or even Tertullian himself, whom he kept on his shelves more perhaps for the sake of the Aldine edition of his works than for any love of the matter. Well equipped as he was for theological disquisitions, the argumentations of the Montanists against the Catholic Church, the polemics of the latter against Gnosticism, left him cold. So, despite the preciosity of Tertullian's style, a style rigorously compressed, full of quibbles and amphibologies, based on a liberal use of participles, emphasized by continual antitheses, crammed with puns and plays upon words, variegated with words borrowed from the language of jurisprudence and the diction of the Greek fathers. He hardly ever now opened the Apologetica or the Tractate on Patience. The most he ever did was to skim through a page or two of the De Cultu Feminarum, in which Tertullian charges the sex not to bedeck their persons with jewels and precious stuffs, and forbids them to make use of cosmetics, because they are thereby trying to correct and improve on nature. These ideas, the precise opposite of his own, made him smile, though the part played by Tertullian as Bishop of Carthage seemed to him suggestive in the way of pleasant daydreams. In a word, it was really the man more than his works that attracted him. He had, in truth, lived in stormy times, at a period of fearful stress and strain, under Caracalla, under Macrinus, under that amazing personage, the high priest of Emesa, Elagabalus. And he had gone on calmly and quietly writing his sermons, composing his dogmatic treatises, preparing his apologies and homilies, while the Roman Empire was tottering to its foundations, while the frantic follies of Asia and the foul vices of paganism were at their worst. He was preaching with an air of perfect self-possession, carnal abstinence, frugality of diet, sobriety of dress at the very moment when, treading on powder of silver and sand of gold, his head crowned with a tiara, his robes studded with precious stones, Elagabalus was at work among his eunuchs, at women's tasks, calling himself by the title of empress, and every night lying with a new emperor, selecting him for choice from the ranks of the court barbers and scullions, or the charioteers from the circus. This contrast delighted him. Then the Latin language, after attaining to supreme maturity in Petronius, was beginning to break up. The literature of Christianity was claiming its place, bringing in along with new ideas, new words, unfamiliar constructions, strange verbs, adjectives of far-fetched meanings, abstract nouns, hitherto scarce in the Roman tongue, and of which Tertullian had been one of the first to introduce the usage. Only this degeneration, which was carried further after Tertullian's death by his pupil St. Cyprian, by Arnobius, by the muddy Lactantius, was eminently unattractive. It was a gradual decay, slow and incomplete, marked by awkward attempts to return to the emphasis of the Ciceronian periods, not yet possessing that special raciness which in the fourth, and still more in the succeeding centuries, the odor of Christianity will give to the pagan tongue, as it decomposes little by little, acquires a stronger and stronger aroma of decay, dropping bit by bit to pieces pari passu with the crumbling of the civilization of the ancient world, with the collapse, before the advance of the barbarian hordes, of the empires rotted by the putrescence of the ages. Only one Christian poet, Commodian of Gaza, was to be found in his library as representative of the art of the 3rd century. The Common Apologeticum, written about 259 AD, is a compendium of rules of conduct, taught into acrostics, composed in rude hexameters, divided by a caesura after the fashion of heroic verse, but without any attention to quantity or the rules of hiatus, and often eked out with rhymes of the kind ecclesiastical Latin later on afforded numerous examples of. These strained, sombre verses, with their touch of savagery, full of common, vernacular expressions, of words deflected from their original meanings, appealed to him, interested him even more than the style, overripe and already decadent, the historians Ammianus Marcellinus and Aurelius Victor, of the letterwriter Symmachus and the compiler and grammarian Macrobius. He even preferred them to the lines, correctly scanned, and the variegated and superbly picturesque diction of Claudian, Rutilius, and Ausonius. These were in their day the masters of the art. They filled the dying empire with their swan songs, the Christian Ausonius with his Cento Nuptialis and his copious and elaborate poem on the Moselle. Rutilius, with his hymns to the glory of Rome, his anathemas against the Jews and against the monks, his itinerary of Cisalpine Gaul, where he manages sometimes to render certain aspects of the beauties of nature, the vague charm of landscapes reflected in water, the mirage of mists, the flying vapors about the mountain tops. Then there is Claudian, a kind of avatar of Lucan, who dominates all the 4th century with the terrific clarion of his verse. A poet who wrought a striking and sonorous hexameter, beating out, amid showers of sparks, the right epithet at a blow, attaining a certain grandeur, filling his work with a puissant breath of life. In the Western Empire falling more and more into ruin, amid the confusion of the repeated disasters that fall upon it, unchecked by the constant threat of invasion, by the barbarians now pressing in hordes at the very gates of the empire whose bolts and bars are cracking under the strain, he revivifies antiquity, sings of the rape of Proserpine, lays on his brilliant colors, goes by with all his fires ablaze in the gathering gloom that is overspreading the world. Paganism lives again in him, sounding its last fanfare, raising its last great poet high above the Christianity that is from his day onwards utterly to submerge the language and forever after remain absolute arbiter and master of poetry. With Paulinus, pupil of Ausonius, with the Spanish priest Juvenus, who paraphrases the Gospels in verse, with Victorinus, author of the Maccabee, with Sanctus Bertigalensis, who in an eclogue copied from Virgil makes the herdsmen Egon and Buculus deplore the maladies of their flocks. Then these are succeeded by all the series of the saints, Hilary of Poitiers, the champion of the faith of Nicaea, the Athanasius of the West, as he was called, Ambrosius, the author of indigestible homilies, the wearisome Christian Cicero, Damasus, the fabricator of epigrams cut and polished like precious stones, Jerome, the translator of the Vulgate, and his adversary Vigilantius of Comminges, who attacks the worship of the saints, the abuse of miracles and the practice of fasts, and already preaches, using arguments the ages will go on repeating one to the other, against monastic vows and the celibacy of the clergy. At last, in the 5th century, comes Augustine, Bishop of Hippo. Him des Esseintes knew only too well, for he was the writer of all others most highly reputed by the Church, the founder of Christian orthodoxy, the theologian whom good Catholics regard as an oracle, a sovereign authority. Result: he never opened his books anymore, albeit he had celebrated, in his confessions, his disillusionment with this world, and with groans of pious contrition, in his Civita's day, had endeavored to assuage the woeful distress of the age by seductive promises of better things to come in a future life. In the years when he was an active theologian, he was already a tired man, sated with his own preachings and jeremiads, weary of his theories on predestination and grace, exhausted by his fights against the schisms. Des Esseintes liked better to dip into the psychometre of Prudentius, the inventor of the allegorical poem, destined later on to flourish uninterruptedly in the Middle Ages, are the works of Sidonius Apollinaris, whose correspondence, stuffed with sallies, points of wit, archaisms, enigmas, attracted him. He was always ready to read the panegyrics, wherein, in support of his pompous praises, he invokes the deities of paganism, and in spite of his better judgment, could not but acknowledge a weakness for the affectations and hidden meanings of these poems put together by an ingenious mechanic who loves his machine, scrupulously oils its working parts, and is prepared at a pinch to invent new ones just as complicated and as useless as the old. After Sidonius, again, he kept on familiar terms with the panegyrist Maribauds. Sedulius, author of rhymed poems and alphabetical hymns of which the Church has appropriated portions to incorporate in her offices. Marius Victor, whose dark and dismal tractate on the perversity of morals is lit up here and there by lines that glitter like phosphorus. Paulinus of Pella, the poet of that icy production, the Eucharisticon, Orientius, Bishop of Uc, who in the distichs of his Monitoria rails at the license of women, whose faces, he declares, destroy the nations. The interest that des Esseintes felt in the Latin language remained as strong as ever even now when, rotten through and through, it hung a decaying carcass, losing its limbs, distilling its pus, barely keeping, in the utter corruption of its body, a few sound pots which the Christians abstracted to preserve them in the salt pickle of their new dialect. The second half of the 5th century was come, the appalling period when unspeakable troubles afflicted the world. The barbarians were ravaging Gaul. Rome, paralyzed, sacked by the Visigoths, felt her life frozen within her veins as she saw her outlying limbs, the east and the west, struggling in a sea of blood, growing more and more exhausted from day to day. Amid the general dissolution, amid the assassinations of Caesars that follow close on each other's heels, amid the uproar of slaughter that rolls from end to end of Europe, a wild hurrah broke forth, terrifying men's hearts and drowning all other sounds. On the banks of the Danube, thousands of men, perched on little horses, wrapped in rat-skin coats, hideous Tartars with immense heads, flat noses, chins furrowed with wounds and scars, jaundiced, hairless faces, are rushing down helter-skelter on the provinces of the Lower Empire, overwhelming everything in the whirlwind of their advance. Civilization disappeared in the dust of their gallop, in the smoke of their fires. Darkness fell upon the world, and the peoples trembled in consternation as they heard the dread host rush by with a sound of thunder. The horde of Huns swept over Europe, precipitated itself on Gaul, to be overwhelmed on the plains of Chalons where Attius heaped up its dead in a fearful carnage. The land was gorged with blood, a very sea of rolling purple. 200,000 corpses barred the road and broke the onrush of this avalanche that, turned aside, fell like a thunderclap on Italy, whose ruined cities flamed up to heaven like so many fired hayricks. The Eastern Empire crumbled under the shock. The expiring life it still dragged out in decrepitude, and corruption was extinguished. The lost end of the universe indeed seemed near at hand. The cities Attila had passed over were decimated by plague and famine. The Latin tongue, too, seemed to be perishing amid the ruins of a world. Years rolled by. Presently the barbarian idioms grew more regular, began to emerge from their uncouth envelopes, to develop into true languages. Latin, rescued in the general cataclysm by the monasteries, was limited to the religious houses and the secular cures. Only here and there a few poets appeared, cold, difficult versifiers. The African Dracontius with his Hexameron, Claudius Mamet with his liturgical poems, Avitus of Vienna, then presently biographers such as Ennodius, who relates the miracles of St. Epiphanes, the acute and venerated diplomatist, the upright and vigilant Pasta, such as Eugippus, who has recorded for us the incomparable life of St. Saverin, the mysterious anchorite, the humble ascetic, who appeared like an angel of mercy to the mourning nations, mad with pain and fear. Then again writers like Veranius of the Gévaudan, who composed a little treatise on continence, like Aurelian and Ferreolus, who compiled church canons, historians like Rothurius of Agde, famed for a history of the Huns, now lost. Works of the next succeeding centuries were few and far between on des Esseintes' shelves. Still the 6th century was represented by Fortunatus, Bishop of Poitiers, whose hymns and the Vexilla Regis, hacked out of the ancient caucase of the Latin language, and flavored with the aromatic spices of the Church, haunted his thoughts on certain days, by Boetius Gregory of Tours and Jonans. Then, in the 7th and 8th centuries, inasmuch as, over and above the low Latin of the chroniclers, such as Fredegarius and Paul the Deacon, and verses comprised in the Bangor antiphonary, one hymn in which, the one that forms an acrostic and has one and the same rhyme ending every line, composed in honor of St. Congil, he sometimes looked at, contemporary literature was almost exclusively confined to lives of the saints. The legend of St. Columba, by the Cenobite Jonas, and that of the blessed Cuthbert compiled by the Venerable Bede from the notes of an anonymous monk of Lindisfarne. He confined himself to turning over at odd moments the pages of these hagiographers and rereading extracts from the lives of St. Rusticular and St. Radegond, related, the former by Defensorius, Synodite of Ligugé, the latter by the modest and simple-hearted Baudonivia, a nun of Poitiers. However, certain singular productions of Latin literature in Anglo-Saxon lands were more to his liking. There was, for instance, the whole series of the Enigmas of Aldhelm, of Tatwine, of Eusebius, those inheritors of Symphosius Mantle, and in especial the riddles composed by St. Boniface in the form of acrostics, where the answer is given by the initial letters of the lines of each stanza. His predilection grew less and less towards the end of these 2 centuries, finding small pleasure indeed in the ponderous prose of the Carlovingian Latinists, the Alcuins and Eginhards, He contented himself, by way of specimens of the language of the 9th century, with the anonymous chronicler of St. Gall, with Freculf and Reginan, with the poem on the siege of Paris, indited by Abba Le Courbet, with the Hotulus, the didactic poem of the Benedictine Walafrid Strabo, whose canto devoted to the glorification of the pumpkin, symbol of fecundity, charmed his sense of humor. Another favorite was the poem of Ermold the Black, celebrating the exploits of Louis le Debonair, a poem written in regular hexameters, in a severe, black style, in a diction of iron tempered in monastic waters, with here and there threads of sentiment embedded in the hard metal. Yet another, the De Viribus Herbarum, a poem of Mesa Floridus on simples, which particularly delighted him by its poetical recipes, and the extraordinary virtues he attributes to certain herbs and flowers. To the Aristolochia or birthwort, for example, which mixed with beef and laid as a plaster on a woman's abdomen, is an infallible specific to make her bear a male child, or the borage, which sprinkled in an infusion about a dining hall, ensures the guests being all merry, or the peony, the pounded root of which cures headache for good and all, or the fennel, which, applied to a woman's bosom, clarifies her discharges and stimulates the sluggishness of her periods. Except for a few special volumes, unclassed, certain works, modern or undated, Kabbalistic, medical and botanical, sundry odd tomes of Means Patrology, preserving Christian poems not to be found elsewhere, and Wernstoff's Anthology of the Minor Latin Poets, except for Muicius, Faubourg's Manual of Classical Erotology, the Mochiology, and the Diaconals for the use of father confessors, which he would take down from the shelves to dust at long intervals. With these exceptions, his Latin collection stopped with the beginning of the 10th century. For truly the quaint originality, the complex simplicity of Christian Latinity had likewise come to an end. Henceforth, the fiddle-faddle of philosophers and scholiasts, the vain logomachers of the schoolmen, were to reign in undisputed mastery. The sooty masses of chronicles and books of history, the leaden lumps of the cotularies, were to rise in more and more mountainous heaps, while the stammering grace, the clumsy but often exquisite simplicity of the monks setting in a pious hotchpotch, the poetical relics of antiquity were no more, the fabrication of verses of refined sweetness, of substantive smelling of incense, of quaint adjectives, roughly shaped out of gold, in the barbarous, fascinating taste of Gothic jewelry, ceased. The old editions, fondly cherished by des Esseintes, came to an end, and making a prodigious jump over the centuries, he loaded the rest of his shelves with modern, vernacular works that, heedless of the slow progression of the ages, came down at once to the French of the present day. Roman 4, a carriage stopped late one afternoon before the house at Fontenay. As des Esseintes never received a visitor, as even the postman did not venture within these deserted precincts, never having either newspaper, review, or letter to leave there, the servants hesitated, asking themselves if they ought to open. But presently, at the repeated summons of the bell outside the wall pulled with a vigorous hand, they went so far as to draw aside the Judas let into the door. This done, they beheld a gentleman whose whole breast was covered, from neck to waist, with a vast buckler of gold. They informed their master, who was at breakfast. "By all means," said he, "bring the gentleman in," for he remembered having on one occasion given his address to a lapidary to enable the man to deliver an article he had ordered. The gentleman came in, made his bow, and deposited in the dining-room, on the pitch-pine flooring, his gold shield, which swayed backwards and forwards, rising a little bit from the ground, and extending at the extremity of a snake-like neck, a turtle's head, which next instant it drew back in a scare under its shell. This turtle was the result of a whim that had suddenly occurred to des Esseintes a shot while before his leaving Paris. Looking one day at an oriental carpet with iridescent gleams of color, and following with his eyes the silvery glints that ran across the web of the wool, the colors of which were an opaque yellow and a plum violet, he had told himself it would be a fine experiment to set on this carpet something that would move about, and the deep tint of which would bring out and accentuate these tones. Possessed by this idea, he had strolled at random through the streets, had arrived at the Palais Royal, and in front of Chevet's window had suddenly struck his forehead. A huge turtle met his eyes there, in a tank. He had bought the creature, then, once it was left to itself on the carpet, he had sat down before it and gazed long at it, screwing up his eyes. Alas! There was no doubt, the negro head hue, the raw sienna tone of the shell dimmed the sheen of the carpet, instead of bringing out the tints. The dominant gleams of silver now barely showed, clashing with the cold tones of scraped zinc alongside this hard, dull carapace. He gnawed his nails, searching in vain for a way to reconcile these discordances, to prevent this absolute incompatibility of tones. At last he discovered that his original notion of lighting up the fires of the stuff by the to and fro movements of a dark object set on it was mistaken. The fact of the matter was, the carpet was still too bright, too crude, too new-looking. Its colors were not sufficiently softened and toned down. The thing was to reverse the proposed expedient, to deaden the tints, to stifle them by the contrast of a brilliant object that should kill everything round it, casting the flash of gold over the pale sheen of silver. Thus looked at, the problem was easier to solve. Accordingly, he resolved to have his turtle's back glazed over with gold. Once back from the jewelers who had taken it in to bought at his workshop, the beast blazed like a sun in splendor, throwing its flashing rays over the carpet, whose tones were weak and cold in comparison, looking for all the world like a Visigothic Taj inlaid with shining scales, the handiwork of some barbaric craftsman. At first, des Esseintes was enchanted with the effect, but he soon came to the conclusion that this gigantic jewel was only half finished, that it would not be really complete and perfect till it was encrusted with precious stones. He selected from a collection of Japanese curios a design representing a great bunch of flowers springing from a thin stalk, took it to a jeweler's, sketched out a border to enclose this bouquet in an oval frame, and informed the dumbfounded lapidary that every leaf and every petal of the flowers was to be executed in precious stones and mounted in the actual scales of the turtle. The choice of the stones gave him pause. The diamond had grown singularly hackneyed now that every businessman wears one on his little finger. Oriental emeralds and rubies are less degraded and fine, flashing lights, but they are too reminiscent of those green and red eyes that shine as headlights on certain lines of Paris omnibuses. As for topazes, burnt or raw, they are cheap stones, dear to the humble housewife who loves to lock up a jewel case or two in a glass cupboard. Of another sort, the amethyst, albeit the church has given it something of a sacerdotal character, is yet a stone spoilt by its frequent use to ornament the red ears and bulbous hands of butchers' wives who are fain at a modest cost to bedeck their persons with genuine and heavy jewels. Alone among all these, the sapphire keeps its fires inviolate, unharmed by the folly of tradesmen and money-grubbers. The brilliance of its fire that sparkles from a cold, limpid background has to some degree guaranteed against defilement its discreet and haughty nobility. But unfortunately by artificial light, its bright flames flash no longer, the color sinks back into itself and seems to go to sleep, only to wake and sparkle again at daybreak. No, not one of these stones satisfied des Esseintes. Besides, they were all too civilized, too familiar. He preferred other, more startling and uncommon sorts. After fingering a number of these and letting them trickle through his hands, he finally picked out a series of stones, some real, some artificial, the combination of which should produce a harmony, at once fascinating and disconcerting. He combined together the several parts of his bouquet in this way. The leaves were set with stones of a strong and definite green color, chrysoberyls, asparagus green, peridots, leek green, olives, olive green, springing from twigs of almandine and uvarovite of a purple red, gems throwing out sparkles of a clear, dry brilliance like the incrustations of tata that glitter on the insides of wine casks. For the blossoms that stood isolated, far removed from the stalk, he used an ashen blue, rejecting, however, definitely the oriental turquoise that is used for brooches and rings, and which, along with the commonplace pearl and the odious coral, form the delight of vulgar souls. He selected exclusively those European turquoises that, strictly speaking, are only a fossil ivory impregnated with coppery infiltrations, and whose sea-green blue is heavy, opaque, sulphurous, as if jaundiced with bile. This done, he could now proceed to encrust the petals of such blossoms as grew in the middle of the bunch, those in closest neighborhood of the stem, with certain translucent stones, possessing a glossy, sickly sheen with feverish, vivid bursts of fire. 3 gems, and only 3, he employed for this purpose: Ceylon cat's eyes, cymophanes, and sapphirines. All 3 were stones that flashed with mysterious, incalculable sparkles, painfully drawn from the chill interior of their turbid substance. The cat's eye of a greenish gray, striped with concentric veins that seemed to be endowed with motion, to stir and shift every instant according to the way the light falls. The the cymophane with bluish waterings running across the milky hue that appears afloat within, the sapphirine that lights up blue, phosphorescent fires on a dull, chocolate-brown background. The lapidary took careful notes and measures as to the exact places where the stones were to be let in. And the edges of the shell? He presently asked des Esseintes. The latter had thought at first of a border of opals and hydrophanes, but these stones, interesting as they are by their curious variations of color and changes of sparkle, are too difficult and untrustworthy to deal with. The opal has a quite rheumatic sensitiveness. The play of its rays is entirely modified according to the degree of moisture, and of heat and cold, while the hydrophane has no fire, refuses to light up the gray glow of its furnace except in water, after it has been wetted. Finally, he settled on stones whose hues would supplement each other: the hyacinth of Compostela, mahogany red; the aquamarine, sea green; the balas ruby, vinegar rose; the pseudomania ruby, pale slate color. Their comparatively feeble play of colors would suffice to light up the deadness of the dull, gray shell, while leaving its full value to the brilliant bouquet of jeweled blossoms which they framed in a slender garland of uncertain splendors. Des Esseintes stood gazing at the turtle where it lay huddled together in one corner of the dining room, flashing fire in the dim half-light. He felt perfectly happy. His eyes were intoxicated with the splendors of these flowers flashing in jeweled flames against a golden background. Then, contrary to his use, he had an appetite and was dipping his slices of toast spread with super-excellent butter in a cup of tea, an impeccable blend of Sia Fayoun, Moyutan and Konski, yellow teas, imported from China into Russia by special caravans. This liquid perfume he drank from those cups of oriental porcelain known as eggshell china, so delicate and transparent are they. In the same way, just as he would have nothing to say to any other save this adorably dainty ware, he refused to use as dishes and plates anything else but articles of genuine antique silver gilt, a trifle wan so that the underlying silver shows a little here and there under the film of gold, giving a tender, old-world look as of something fading away in a quiet death of exhaustion. After swallowing his last mouthful, he went back to his study, whither he directed a servant to bring the turtle, which obstinately declined to make the smallest effort towards locomotion. Outside the snow was falling. In the lamplight, ice arabesques glittered on the dark windows, and the hoarfrost sparkled like crystals of sugar on the bottle-glass panes speckled with gold. A deep silence wrapped the little house that lay asleep in the darkness. Des Esseintes stood lost in dreams. The logs burning on the hearth filled the room with hot, stifling vapors, and presently he threw the window partly open. Like an overhanging canopy of reversed ermine, the sky rose before him, a black curtain dappled with white. An icy wind was blowing, that sent the snow spinning before it, and soon reversed this first arrangement of black and white. The sky returned to the correct heraldic blazon, became a true ermine, white dappled with sable, where the black of night showed here and there through the general whiteness of the snowy mantle of descending snowflakes. He closed the window again. But this quick change, without any intermediate transition, from the torrid heat of the room to the cold of midwinter, had given him a shock. He crouched back beside the fire, and thought he would swallow a dose of spirits to restore his bodily temperature. He made his way to the dining room, where in a recess in one of the walls, a cupboard was contrived, containing a row of little barrels, ranged side by side, resting on miniature stocks of sandal wood, and each pierced with a silver spigot in the lower pot. This collection of liquor casks he called his mouth organ. A small rod was so arranged as to connect all the spigots together, and enable them all to be turned by one and the same movement, the result being that, once the apparatus was installed, it was only needful to touch a knob concealed in the paneling to open all the little conduits simultaneously and so fill with liquor the tiny cups hanging below each tap. The organ was then open. The stops, labeled flute, horn, vox humana, were pulled out, ready for use. Des Esseintes would imbibe a drop here, another there, another elsewhere, thus playing symphonies on his internal economy, producing on his palate a series of sensations analogous to those wherewith music gratifies the ear. Indeed, each several liquor corresponded, so he held, in taste with the sound of a particular instrument. Dry Curaçao, for instance, was like the clarinet with its shrill, velvety note, Kummel like the oboe, whose timbre is sonorous and nasal, Crème de Menthe the anisette like the flute, at one and the same time sweet and poignant, whining and soft. Then, to complete the orchestra, comes Kirsch, blowing a wild trumpet blast. Gin and whiskey, deafening the palate with their harsh outbursts of comets and trombones. Liqueur brandy, blaring with the overwhelming crash of the tubas, while the thunder peals of the cymbals and the big drum, beaten might and main, are reproduced in the mouth by the rackies of Chios and the mastics. He was convinced, too, that the same analogy might be pushed yet further, that quartets of stringed instruments might be contrived to play upon the palatal arch, with the violin represented by old brandy, delicate and heady, biting and clean-toned, with the alto, simulated by rum, more robust, more rumbling, more heavy in tone, with vespetro, long-drawn, pathetic, as sad and tender as a violoncello, with the double bass, full-bodied, solid and black as a fine, old bit of beer. One might even, if anxious to make a quintet, add yet another instrument, the harp, mimicked with a sufficiently close approximation by the keen seva, the silvery note, clear and self-sufficing, of dry cumin. Nay, the similarity went to still greater length. Analogies not only of qualities of instruments, but of keys were to be found in the music of liquors. Thus, to quote only one example, Benedictine figures, so to speak, the minor key corresponding to the major key of the alcohols, which the scores of wine merchants' price lists indicate under the name of green chartreuse. These assumptions once granted, he had reached a stage, thanks to a long course of erudite experiments, when he could execute on his tongue a succession of voiceless melodies, noiseless funeral marches, solemn and stately, could hear in his mouth solos of creme de menthe, duets of vespetro and rum. He even succeeded in transferring to his palate selections of real music, following the composer's motif step by step, rendering his thought, his effects, his shades of expression, by combinations and contrasts of allied liquors, by approximations and cunning mixtures of beverages. Sometimes again, he would compose pieces of his own, would perform pastoral symphonies with the gentle blackcurrant ratafia that set his throat resounding with the mellow notes of wobbling nightingales, with the dainty cacaochuva that sung sugar-sweet madrigals, sentimental ditties like the romances d'Estelle, or the vous dirai-je maman of former days. But tonight, des Esseintes had no wish to taste the delights of music. He confined himself to sounding one single note on the keyboard of his instrument, filling a tiny cup with genuine Irish whiskey, and taking it away with him to enjoy at his leisure. He sank down in his armchair, and slowly savored this fermented spirit of oats and barley. A strongly mocked, almost poisonous flavor of creosote diffused itself through his mouth. Little by little, as he drank, his thoughts followed the impression thus reawakened on his palate, and stimulated by the suggestive savor of the liquor, were roused by a fatal similarity of taste and smell to recollections half obliterated years ago. The acrid, carbolic flavor forcibly recalled the very same sensation that had filled his mouth and burned his tongue while the dentists were at work on his gums. Once started on this track, his recollections, at first wandering vaguely over all the different practitioners he had had to do with, drew to a point, converging on one of the whole number, the eccentric memory of whose proceedings was graven with particular emphasis on his memory. The thing had happened 3 years before. Seized in the middle of the night with an abominable toothache, he had done everything a man does in such a case, plugging his jaws with cotton wool, stumbling against the furniture, pacing up and down his room like a madman. It was a molar that had been stopped again and again, and was past cure. Only the dentist's forceps could end his misery. In a fever of agony, he waited for daylight, firmly resolved to bear the most atrocious operation, if only it would put an end to his sufferings. Still holding his jaws between his hands, he asked himself what to do. The dentists he usually consulted were well-to-do practitioners who could not be seen at a moment's notice. A visit must be arranged beforehand, a regular appointment made. That is out of the question, I cannot wait, he told himself, so he made up his mind to go to the first dentist he could find, to resort to any common, low-class tooth-draw, one of those fellows with fists of iron, who, ignorant as they may be of the art, a mighty useless art, be it said by the way, of attending to decayed teeth and stopping hollow ones, know how to extirpate with unparalleled rapidity the most obstinate of aching stumps. Places of the sort open at daybreak, and there is no waiting. 7 o'clock struck at last. He dashed out of doors, and remembering a name he knew of such a mechanic calling himself a dentist and living at the corner of a neighboring street, he hurried thither, biting his handkerchief and keeping back his tears as best he might. Arrived in front of the house, which was advertised by a huge wooden placard, whereon the name Gatanax sprawled in enormous yellow letters on a black background, and two little glazed cases in which artificial teeth were ranged in symmetrical lines in gums of pink composition, joined together by mechanical springs of brass wire. He stood panting for breath, the sweat rolling from his temples. A horrid spasm shook him. A shudder ran over his skin. And lo, relief came, the pain stopped, the tooth ceased to ache. He halted irresolute on the pavement, but eventually he mastered his terror, climbed a dark staircase, mounting 4 steps at a time to the 3rd floor. There he found on a door an enameled plaque repeating in sky blue, lettering the same legend as on the board below. He pulled the bell, then, appalled at the great red blotches of expectoration he caught sight of on the steps, he suddenly turned tail, resolved to endure toothache all his life long, when a fearful screech reached his ears through the partition and reechoed in the well of the staircase, nailing him to the spot in a trance of horror, while at the same instant a door opened and an old woman begged him to come in. Shame had won the day over fear. He was shown into a dining room, then another door opened noisily, admitting a formidable grenadier of a man, dressed in a frock coat and black trousers that seemed carved in wood. Des Esseintes followed him into an inner sanctum. From that moment, his sensations had been vague. Confusedly, he remembered dropping into an armchair before a window and stammering out as he put a finger to his tooth. "It has been stopped already. I am afraid there's nothing can be done." The man had cut short this explanation peremptorily, inserting an enormous forefinger into his mouth. Then, muttering something from under his lacquered, pointed mustaches, he had picked up an instrument from a table. Thereupon the drama had begun. Clinging to the arms of the operating chair, Des Esseintes had felt a sensation of cold in his cheek. Then his eyes had seen 3 dozen candles all at once, and so unspeakable were the tortures he was enduring, he had started beating the floor with his feet and bellowing like an animal under the slaughtener's knife. There was a loud crack. The molar had broken in coming away. He thought they were pulling off his head, smashing in his skull. He lost all control of himself, howled at the top of his voice, fought furiously against the man who now came at him again as if he would plunge his arm to the bottom of his belly, had then suddenly stepped back a pace and, lifting the patient bodily by the tooth still sticking in his jaw, had let him fall back again violently in a sitting posture into the chair. Next moment he was standing up blocking the window, and puffing and panting as he brandished at the end of his pincers a blue tooth with a red thread hanging from it. Half fainting, Des Esseintes had spit out a basin full of blood, waved away the old woman who now came in offering him the stump of his tooth, which she was preparing to wrap up in a piece of newspaper, and had fled, after paying 2 francs, taking his turn to leave his signature in bloody spittle on the steps. Then he was once more in the street, a happy man, feeling 10 years younger, ready to be interested in the various trifles. Beer. He shivered, horrified at these dismal reminiscences. He sprang up to break the horrid nightmare of his thoughts and, coming back to everyday matters, began to feel anxious about the turtle. It still lay quite still. He touched it. It was dead. Accustomed no doubt to a sedentary life, an uneventful existence spent under its humble carapace, it had not been able to support the dazzling splendor imposed on it, the glittering garment in which it had been clad, the pavement of precious stones wherewith they had inlaid its poor back like a jeweled pyx. Simultaneously with his craving to escape a hateful world of degrading restrictions and pruderies, the longing never again to see pictures representing the human form toiling in Paris between four walls or roaming the streets in search of money, had obtained a more and more complete mastery over his mind. Having once divorced himself from contemporary existence, he was resolved to suffer in his hermit's cell no spectres of old repugnances and bygone dislikes. Accordingly, he had chosen only to possess pictures of a subtle, exquisite refinement, instinct with dreams of antiquity, reminiscent, it may be, of antique corruption, but at any rate remote from our modern times and modern manners. He had selected for the diversion of his mind and the delight of his eyes works of a suggestive charm, introducing him to an unfamiliar world, revealing to him traces of new possibilities, stirring the nervous system by erudite fantasies, complicated dreams of horror, visions of careless wickedness and cruelty. Of all others, there was one artist who most ravished him with unceasing transports of pleasure, Gustave Moreau. He had purchased his 2 masterpieces, and night after night he would stand dreaming in front of one of these, a picture of Salome. The conception of the work was as follows: a throne, like the high altar of a cathedral, stood beneath an endless vista of vaulted arches springing from thick-set columns, resembling the pillars of a Romanesque building, encased in many-colored brickwork, encrusted with mosaics, set with lapis lazuli and sardonyx, in a palace that recalled a basilica of an architecture at once Saracenic and Byzantine. In the center of the tabernacle surmounting the altar, which was approached by steps in the shape of a recessed half-circle, the tetrarch Herod was seated, crowned with a tiara, his legs drawn together, with hands on knees. The face was yellow, like parchment, furrowed with wrinkles, wan with years. His long beard floated like a white cloud over the starry gems that studded the gold-fringed robe that molded his breast. Round about this figure, that sat motionless as a statue, fixed in a hieratic pose like some Hindu god, burned cressets from which rose clouds of scented vapor. Through this gleamed, like the phosphoric glint of wild beasts' eyes, the flash of the jewels set in the walls of the throne. Then the smoke rolled higher, under the arcades of the roof, mingling its misty blue with the gold dust of the great beams of sunlight pouring in from the domes. Amid the heady odor of the perfumes, in the hot, stifling atmosphere of the great basilica, Salome, the left arm extended in a gesture of command, the right bent, holding up beside the face a great lotus blossom, glides slowly forward on the points of her toes, to the accompaniment of a guitar whose strings a woman strikes, sitting crouched on the floor. Her face wore a thoughtful, solemn, almost reverent expression as she began the wanton dance that was to rouse the dormant passions of the old Herod. Her bosoms quiver, and, touched lightly by her swaying necklets, their rosy points stand pouting. On the moist skin of her body glitter clustered diamonds, from bracelets, belts, rings, dot sparks of fire. Over her robe of triumph, bestrewn with pearls, broidered with silver, studded with gold, a corselet of chaste goldsmith's work, each mesh of which is a precious stone, seems ablaze with coiling fiery serpents, crawling and creeping over the pink flesh like gleaming insects with dazzling wings of brilliant colors, scarlet with bands of yellow like the dawn, with patent diapering like the blue of steel, with stripes of peacock green. With concentrated gaze and the fixed eyes of a sleepwalker, she sees neither the tetrarch, who sits there quivering, nor her mother, the ruthless Herodias who watches her, nor the hermaphrodite or eunuch who stands saber in hand on the lowest step of the throne, a terrible figure, veiled to below the eyes, the sexless dugs of the creature hanging like twin gourds under his tunic barred with orange stripes. The thought of this Salome, so full of haunting suggestion to the artist and the poet, had fascinated des Esseintes for years. How often had he read in the old Bible of Pierre Varriquet, translated by the doctors in theology of the University of Louvain, the Gospel of St. Matthew, where it recounts in brief, naive phrases the beheading of the precursor. How often had he dreamed dreams between the simple lines. But when Herod's birthday was kept, the daughter of Herodias danced before them, and pleased Herod. Whereupon, he promised with an oath to give her whatsoever she would ask. And she, being before instructed of her mother, said, "Give me here John Baptist's head in a charger." And the king was sorry, nevertheless, for the oath's sake and them which sat with him at meat, he commanded it to be given her. And he sent and beheaded John in the prison. And his head was brought in a charger and given to the damsel, and she brought it to her mother. But neither St. Matthew, nor St. Mark, nor St. Luke, nor any other of the sacred writers had enlarged on the maddening charms and the active allurements of the dancer. She had always remained a dim, obliterated figure, lost with her mysterious fascination in the far-off mist of the centuries, not to be realized by exact and pedestrian minds, only appealing to brains shaken and sharpened, made visionary as it were by hysteria. She had always eluded the grasp of fleshy painters, such as Rubens, who travestied her as a Flemish butcher's wife, always baffled the comprehension of writers who have never yet succeeded in rendering the delirious frenzy of the wanton, the subtle grandeur of the murderess. In the work of Gustave Moreau, going for its conception altogether beyond the meager facts supplied by the New Testament, des Esseintes saw realized at last the Salome, weird and superhuman, he had dreamed of. No longer was she merely the dancing girl, who extorts a cry of lust and concupiscence from an old man by the lascivious contortions of her body, who breaks the will, masters the mind of a king by the spectacle of her quivering bosoms, heaving belly and tossing thighs. She was now revealed in a sense as the symbolic incarnation of world-old vice, the goddess of immortal hysteria, the curse of beauty supreme above all other beauties, by the cataleptic spasm that stirs her flesh and steels her muscles, a monstrous beast of the apocalypse, indifferent, irresponsible, insensible, poisoning, like Helen of Troy of the old classic fables, all who come near her, all who see her, all who touch her. So understood, she belonged to the ancient theogonies of the Far East. No longer she drew her origin from biblical tradition, could not even be likened to the living image of Babylonish Haudam, or the Scarlet Woman, the royal harlot of Revelations, bedecked like her with precious stones and purple, tired and painted like her. For she was not driven by a fateful power, by a supreme, irresistible force, into the alluring perversities of debauch. Moreover, the painter seemed to have wished to mark his deliberate purpose to keep outside centuries of history, to give no definite indication of race or country or period, setting as he does his Salome in the midst of this strange palace, with its confused architecture of a grandiose complexity, clothing her in sumptuous, fantastic robes, crowning her with a diadem of no land or time shaped like a Phoenician tower such as Salammbô wears, putting in her hand the scepter of Isis, the sacred flower of Egypt and of India, the great lotus blossom. Des Esseintes strove to fathom the meaning of this emblem. Did it bear the phallic signification the primordial religions of India give it? Did it proclaim to the old tetrarch a sacrifice of a woman's virginity, an exchange of blood, an incestuous embrace asked for and offered on the express condition of a murder? Or was it intended to suggest the allegory of fertility, the Hindu myth of life, an existence held betwixt the fingers of woman, snatched away and defiled by the lustful hands of man, who is seized by a sudden madness, bewildered by the cry of the flesh? Perhaps, too, in arming his enigmatic goddess with the revered lotus flower, the painter had thought of the dancing harlot of all times, the mortal woman the temple of whose body is defiled, cause of all the sins and all the crimes. Perhaps he had remembered the sepulchral rites of ancient Egypt, the ritual ceremonies of the embalmment, when surgeons and priests stretch the dead woman's body on a slab of jasper, then with curved needles extract her brains through the nostrils, her entrails through an incision opened in the left side. Finally, before gilding the nails and teeth, before coating the corpse with bitumen and precious essences, insert into her sexual pots, to purify them, the chaste petals of the divine flower. Be this as it may, an irresistible fascination breathed from the canvas, but the watercolor entitled The Apparition was perhaps even yet more troubling to the senses. In it, Herod's palace towered aloft like an Alhambra on light columns iridescent with Moorish checkerwork, joined as with silver mortar, consolidated with cement of gold. Arabesques surrounded lozenges of lapis lazuli and wound all along the cupolas, whereon marquetries of mother-of-pearl, wandered glittering rainbows, flashes of prismatic color. The murder had been done. Now the headsman stood there impassive, his hands resting on the pommel of his long sword, stained with blood. The decapitated head of the saint had risen up from the charger where it lay on the flags, and the eyes were gazing out from the livid face with its discolored lips and open mouth, the neck all crimson, dripping tears of gall. A mosaic encircled the face whence shone an aureola dotting gleams of fire under the porticos, illuminating the ghastly lifting of the head, revealing the glassy eyeballs that seemed fixed, glued to the figure of the dancing wanton. With a gesture of horror, Salome repulses the appalling vision that holds her nailed to the floor, balanced on her toe tips. Her eyes are dilated, her hand grips her throat convulsively. She is almost naked. In the ardor of the dance, the veils have unwound themselves, the brocaded draperies of her robes have slipped away. She is clad now only in goldsmith's artistries and translucent gems. A gorget clips her waist like a corselet, and for clasp superb, a wondrous jewel flashes lightnings in the furrow between her bosoms. Lower, on the hips, a girdle swats her, hiding the upper thighs, against which swings a gigantic pendant, a falling river of carbuncles and emeralds. To complete the picture, where the body shows bare betwixt gorget and girdle, the belly bulges, dimpled by the hollow of the navel that recalls a graven seal of onyx with its milky sheen and tint as of a rosy fingernail. Beneath the ardent rays flashing from the precursor's head, every facet of her jeweled bravery catches fire. The stones burn, outlining the woman's shape in flaming figures. Neck, legs, arms glitter with points of light, now red as burning brands, now violet as jets of gas, now blue as flames of alcohol, now white as moonbeams. The dreadful head flashes and flames, bleeding always, dripping gouts of dark purple that point the beard and hair. Visible to Salome, alone, It embraces in the stare of its dead eyes neither Herodias, who sits dreaming of her hate satiated at last, nor the Tetrarch, who, leaning rather forward with hands on knees, still pants, maddened by the sight of the woman's nakedness, reeking with heady fumes, dripping with balms and essences, alluring with scents of incense and myrrh. Like the old king, des Esseintes was overwhelmed, overmastered, dizzied before this figure of the dancing girl, less majestic, less imposing, but more ensnaring to the senses than the Salome of the oil painting. In the callous and pitiless statue, in the innocent and deadly idol, the emotion, the terror of the human being had dawned. The great lotus flower had disappeared, the goddess vanished. An atrocious nightmare now gripped the throat of the mime, intoxicated by the whirl of the dance, of the courtesan, petrified, hypnotized by terror. In this she was altogether feminine, obedient to her temperament of a passionate, cruel woman. She was active and alive, more refined and yet more savage, more hateful and yet more exquisite. She was shown awakening more powerfully the sleeping passions of man, bewitching, subjugating more surely his will, with her unholy charm as of a great flower of concupiscence, born of a sacrilegious birth, reared in a hothouse of impiety. As des Esseintes used to maintain, never before at any epoch had the art of watercolor succeeded in reaching such a brilliancy of tint. Never had the poverty of chemical pigments been able thus to set down on paper such coruscating splendors of precious stones, such glowing hues as of painted windows illumined by the noonday sun, glories so amazing, so dazzling of rich garments and glowing flesh tints. And, falling into a reverie, he would ask himself what were the origin and antecedents of the great painter, the mystic, the pagan, the man of genius who could live so remote from the outside world as to behold, here and now in Paris, the splendid, cruel visions, the magic apotheoses of other ages. Who had been his predecessors? This des Esseintes found it hard to say. Here and there, he seemed influenced by vague recollections of Mantegna and Jacopo de Barbari. Here and there, by confused memories of Da Vinci and the feverish coloring of Delacroix. But in the main, the effect produced by these masters' work on his own was imperceptible. The real truth was that Gustave Moreau was a pupil of no man. Without provable ancestors, without possible descendants, he remained, in contemporary art, a unique figure. Going back to the ethnographic sources of the nations, to the first origins of the mythologies whose blood-stained enigmas he compared and unriddled, reuniting, combining in one the legends derived from the Far East and metamorphosed by the beliefs of other peoples. He thus justified his architectonic combinations, his sumptuous and unexpected amalgamations of costumes, his hieratic and sinister allegories, made yet more poignant by the restless apperceptions of a nervous system altogether modern in its morbid sensitiveness. But his work was always painful, haunted by the symbols of superhuman loves and superhuman vices, divine abominations committed without enthusiasm and without hope. There breathed from his pictures, so despairing and so erudite, a strange magic, a sorcery that moved you to the bottom of the soul, like that of certain of Baudelaire's poems, and you were left amazed, pensive, disconcerted by this art that crossed the lost frontier lines of painting, borrowing from literature its most subtle suggestions, from the art of the enameler, its most marvelous effects of brilliancy, from the art of the lapidary and the engraver, its most exquisite delicacies of touch. These two images of Salome, for which des Esseintes' admiration was boundless, were living things before his eyes where they hung on the walls of his working study on special panels, reserved for them among the shelves of books. But this was by no means the end of the purchases of pictures he had made with a view to beautifying his solitude. True, he had sacrificed all the first story of his house, the only one above the ground floor, and occupied none of its rooms for his personal use, but the latter even by itself demanded a large number of pictures to cover the nakedness of its walls. This ground floor was distributed as follows. A dressing room, communicating with the bedroom, occupied one angle of the building. From the bedroom, you passed into the library, from the library into the dining room, which formed the other angle. These rooms, making up one front of the house, extended in a straight line, pierced with windows giving on the valley of Aunay. The opposite side of the edifice consisted of 4 rooms exactly corresponding, so far as size and disposition went, with the former. Thus a kitchen stood at the corner, answering to the dining room. A large vestibule, serving as entrance hall to the dwelling, matched the library, a kind of boudoir, the bedroom, the closets and bathrooms, the dressing room. All these latter rooms looked out on the side opposite to the valley of Aunay, towards the Tour du Croy and Chatelain. As to the staircase, it was built against one side of the house, on the outside, so that the servants' footsteps, trampling up the steps, reached des Esseintes deadened and less noisy. He had had the boudoir hung with tapestry of a vivid red, and on each of the far walls were displayed in ebony frames prints by Jan Lycken, an old Dutch engraver, almost unknown in France. The works he possessed of this artist, at once fantastic and depressing, vigorous and brutal, included the series of his religious persecutions, a collection of appalling plates representing all the tortures which the savagery of religious intolerance has invented, plates exhibiting all the horrors of human agony. Men roasted over braziers, skulls laid open by sawed cuts, pierced with nails, riven asunder with saws, bowels drawn out of the belly, and twisted round rollers, fingernails torn out one by one with pincers, eyes put out, eyelids turned back and transfixed with pins, limbs dislocated or carefully broken bones laid bare and scraped for hours with knives. These productions, replete with abominable imaginations, stinking of the stake, reeking with blood, echoing with curses and screams of agony, made des Esseintes' flesh creep as he stood stifled with horror in the red boudoir. But over and above the qualms of disgust they provoked, over and above the dreadful genius of the man and the extraordinary vividness he gave his figures, there were likewise to be found among the thronging multitudes that people his marvelous drawings, among the hosts of spectators sketched with a dexterity of hand reminding us of Callot, but with a power that amusing but trivial draftsmen never possessed, curious reconstructions of the life of other places and periods, architecture, costumes, manners and customs in the days of the Maccabees, at Rome during the persecutions of the Christians, in Spain under the Inquisition, in France in the Middle Ages, and at the date of the St. Bartholomew and the Dragonnades, were all noted with a scrupulous exactitude, and put on paper with a supreme skill. These prints were mines of curious information. A man could look at them for hours, and never weary. Profoundly suggestive of ideas, they often helped des Esseintes to kill the time on days when books refused to interest him. Moreover, Lycken's own life was yet another attraction to him, explaining indeed the wildness of his work. A fervent Calvinist, a hidebound sectary, a fanatic of hymns and prayers, he composed religious poems, which he illustrated with his Baron, paraphrased the Psalms in verse, lost himself in deep studies of the Bible, from which he would emerge, haggard and enraptured, his brain haunted by bloody pictures, his mouth full of the maledictions of the Reformation, and roused to an ecstasy by its songs of terror and fury. Added to this, he was one who scorned this world, gave up his goods to the poor, lived on a crust of bread himself. In the end, he had taken boat along with an old servant maid, carried away by a fanatic admiration of the man, put to sea at a venture, landing wherever his vessel came ashore and preaching the gospel to all peoples, trying to live without eating, a madman and a savage almost at the last. In the adjoining room, the vestibule, a larger apartment paneled with cedar wood the color of a cigar box, were ranged in rows other engravings and drawings equally extraordinary. Bresden's Comedy of Death was one, where in an impossible landscape, bristling with trees, coppices and thickets taking the shape of demons and phantoms, swarming with birds having rats' heads and tails of vegetables, from a soil littered with human bones, vertebrae, ribs and skulls, spring willows, knotted and gnawed, surmounted by skeletons tossing their arms in unison and chanting a hymn of victory, while a Christ flies away to a sky dappled with little clouds. A hermit sits pondering, his head between his hands, in the recesses of a grotto. A beggar dies worn out with privations, exhausted with hunger, stretched on his back, his feet extended towards a stagnant pool. Another was the Good Samaritan by the same artist, an immense pen and ink drawing, lithographed, a wild entanglement of palms, service trees, oaks, growing all together in defiance of seasons and climates, an outburst of virgin forest, crammed with apes, owls, and screech owls, cumbered with old stumps shapeless as roots of coral, a magic wood, pierced by a clearing dimly revealing far away, beyond a camel and the group of the Samaritan and the man who fell by the wayside, a river and behind it again, a fairy-like city climbing to the horizon line, rising to meet a strange-looking sky, dotted with birds, woolly with rolling clouds, swelling, as it were, with bales of vapor. You would have thought it the work of an early Italian master or a half-developed Albert Dürer, composed under the influence of opium. But, much as he admired the delicacy of detail and the imposing conception of this plate, Des Esseintes was more particularly attracted by the other pictures that decorated the room. These were signed Odilon Redon. In their light frames of unpainted pear wood, with a gold beading, they contained productions of an inconceivable eccentricity. A head in a Merovingian style, placed upon a cup. A bearded man, having something about him recalling at one and the same time a Buddhist priest and an orator at a public meeting, touching with the tip of his finger a colossal cannonball. A horrible spider, with a human face lodged in the middle of its body. Then there were crayons that went further yet in the horrors of a nightmare dream. Here it was an enormous die that winked a mournful eye, there, a series of landscapes, barren, parched, burnt-up plains, riven by earthquakes, rising in volcanic heights wreathed with wild clouds under a livid, stagnant sky. Sometimes even the subjects seemed to be borrowed from the dreams of science, to go back to prehistoric times. A monstrous flora spread over the rocks. Everywhere were erratic blocks, glacial mud streams, and amongst them human beings whose ape-like type. The heavy jaws, the projecting arches of the brows, the receding forehead, the flattened top of the skull, recalled the ancestral head, the head of the earliest Quaternary period, when man was still a fruit-eater and speechless, a contemporary of the mammoth, the woolly-haired rhinoceros, and the giant bear. These drawings passed all bounds, transgressing in 1,000 ways the established laws of pictorial art, utterly fantastic and revolutionary, the work of a mad and morbid genius. In fact, there were some of these faces, staring out with great, wild, insane eyes, some of these shapes exaggerated out of all measure, or distorted, as if seen refracted through water, that evoked in Des Esseintes' memory recollections of typhoid fever, remembrances that had stuck persistently in his head of hot nights of misery and horrid childish nightmares. Overcome by an indefinable sense of distress before these designs, the same distress he had formerly experienced at the sight of certain proverbs of Goya's, which they resembled, as also after reading some of Edgar Allan Poe's stories, whose mirages of hallucination and effects of terror Odilon Redon seemed to have transferred into a sister art, he would rub his eyes and gaze at a radiant figure that, amid these frenzied designs, rose calm and serene, a figure of melancholia, seated before a round sun's disk, on rocks, in an attitude of depression and despondency. Then the gloom would be dissipated as if by magic. A pleasing sadness, a languor of gentle mournfulness, would fill his thoughts, and he would meditate for hours before this work, which, with its splashes of color wash gleaming amid the heavy chalks, struck a brilliant note of liquid green and pale gold to relieve the unbroken black of all these crayons and engravings. Besides this series of Redon's works, covering nearly all the panels of the vestibule, he had hung in his bedroom an extravagant design, a sketch by Theocopuli, a Christ with livid flesh tints, the drawing of which was exaggerated, the coloring crude, the vigor excessive and undisciplined, an example of that painter's second manner, when he was tormented with the one haunting idea of avoiding any resemblance to Titian at all costs. This gloomy work of art, with its tints of dead black and unhealthy green, corresponded in Des Esseintes' ideas with certain conclusions he came to with regard to the furnishing of the same apartment. There existed, according to him, two ways and only two of arranging a bedroom, either to make it a place for pleasure, contrived to excite the passions for nightly adventure, or else to regard it as a retreat dedicated to sleep and solitude, a home of quiet thoughts, a kind of oratory. In the first case, the Louis Roman XV style was preeminently the one for refined minds, for people exhausted above all by stress and strain of mental sensibility. Indeed, only the 18th century has known how to envelop woman in a vicious atmosphere, shaping its furniture on the model of her charms, copying the contortions of her ardor, imitating the spasms of her amorousness in the waving lines and intricate convolutions of wood and copper, adding a spice to the sugar-sweet languor of the blonde by the vivid, bright tone of its ornamentation, mitigating the salty savor of the brunette by tapestries of subdued, liquid, almost insipid hues, a chamber of the sort he had already included in his Paris abode, with the broad, white bed that gives an added titillation, an enhanced satisfaction to the depraved senses of an old voluptuary, that is like a cynic's grin in face of pretended chastity, before Gru's innocent sprigs of girlhood, before the artificial purity of naughty sheets that seem spread for children and young virgins. In the other case, And now that he was determined to break with the agitating memories of his past life, this was the only one possible. He must contrive a bedchamber to resemble a monk's cell in a religious house. But here came difficulty upon difficulty, for he refused absolutely to endure for his personal occupation the austere ugliness that marks such refuges for penitence and prayer. By dint of turning the question over this way and that, and looking at it from every side, he arrived at the conclusion that the result to be aimed at amounted to this: to arrange by means of objects cheerful in themselves a melancholy whole, or rather, while preserving its character of plain ugliness, to impress on the general effect of the room, thus treated a kind of elegance and distinction. To reverse, in fact, the optical delusion of the stage, where cheap tinsel plays the part of expensive and sumptuous robes, to gain indeed precisely the opposite effect, using costly and magnificent materials so as to give the impression of common rags. In a word, to fit up a Trappist's cell that should have the look of the genuine article, and yet of cost be nothing of the sort. He set about the task as follows: to imitate the ochre wash that is the invariable mark of administrative and clerical direction, he had the walls hung with saffron silk. To represent the chocolate brown of the wainscot, the regulation color for such like places, he paneled the lower part of these same walls with wood painted a rich, deep purple. The effect was charming, recalling, though how different really, the bald stiffness of the pattern he was copying, with modifications. The ceiling, in the same way, was covered with unbleached white cloth, giving the appearance of plaster, but without its crude, shiny look. Then for the cold tiles of the floor, he mimicked these very successfully, thanks to a carpet with a pattern of red squares, interspersed with spots of a whitish hue where the occupant's sandals might have been supposed to leave their mark. This room he furnished with a little iron bedstead, a sham hermit's couch, constructed out of old pieces of wrought and polished iron, its plainness relieved at head and foot by a leaf and flower ornamentation, tulips and vine tendrils intertwined, once part of the balustrade of the great staircase of an old chateau. By way of night table, he installed an antique prie-dieu, the inside of which would hold a utensil, while the top supported a book of offices of the church. He erected against the opposite wall a state pew, surmounted by an open-work canopy decorated with ornaments carved in the solid wood. He used candelabra that had come from a desecrated church, in which he burned real wax tapers purchased at a special house patronized by the clergy, for he felt a genuine repugnance for all the modern methods of illumination, whether petroleum, rock oil, gas, or composite candles, all alike in their crude, dazzling effects. In bed in the morning, as he lay with his head on the pillow before falling asleep, he would gaze at his theocopulae, the painful coloring of which modified to some degree the soft cheerfulness of the yellow silk on the walls and gave it a graver tone. At these times, he could easily picture himself living 100 leagues from Paris, far from the world of men, in the depths of a monastery. And, after all, the illusion was not difficult to sustain, for truly he was living a life largely analogous to that of a monk. In this way, he enjoyed the advantages of confinement in a cloister, while he escaped its inconveniences. The quasi-military discipline, the lack of comfort, the dirt and herding together, and the monotonous idleness. Just as he had made his cell into a warm, luxurious bedchamber, so he had procured himself an existence carried on under normal conditions, without hardship or incommodity, sufficiently occupied, yet free from irksome restraints. Like an eremite, he was ripe for solitude, harassed by life's stress, expecting nothing more of existence. Like a monk again, he was overwhelmed with an immense fatigue, a craving for peace and quiet, a longing to have nothing more to do henceforth with the vulgar, who were in his eyes all utilitarians and fools. In short, though he was conscious of no vocation for the state of grace, he felt in himself a genuine sympathy for the folks shut up in monasteries, persecuted by a society that hates them and can never forgive the well-grounded contempt they entertain for it, nor the wish they manifest to redeem, to expiate by long years of silence the ever-increasing licentiousness of its grotesque or silly conversations. Vi buried in a vast hooded armchair, his feet resting on the silver-gilt balls of the fire-dogs, his slippers roasting before the burning logs that shot out bright, crackling flames as if lashed by the furious blast of a blowpipe. Des Esseintes laid down on a table the old quarto he was reading, stretched himself, lit a cigarette, and presently lapsed into a delicious reverie, his mind hurrying full chase in pursuit of old-time reminiscences. For months he had not given these a thought, but now, They were suddenly revived by the associations of a name that recurred without apparent reason to his memory. Once more he could see with surprising clearness his friend Daguerrean's embarrassment, when once, at a gathering of confirmed old bachelors, he had been forced to confess to the final completion of the arrangements for his marriage. Everybody protested and drew a harrowing picture for his benefit of the abominations of sleeping two in a bed. Nothing availed. He had lost his head. He believed implicitly in the good sense of his future wife, and would have it he had discovered in her quite exceptional gifts of tenderness and devotion. Among them all, des Esseintes had been the only one to encourage him in his design. This, after learning the fact that his comrade's fiancée wished to live at the corner of a newly constructed boulevard, in one of those modern flats that are built on a circular ground plan. Convinced of the merciless influence exerted by petty vexations, more disastrous as these are for highly strung temperaments than the great sorrows of life, and basing his calculations on the fact that Daguerrean possessed no fortune of his own, while his wife's dowry was all but non-existent, he foresaw in this harmless wish an indefinite vista of ludicrous miseries to come. Daguerrean proceeded in due course to buy furniture, all made on the round, console tables hollowed out at the back, so as to form a semicircle, curtain poles curved like a bow, carpets cut crescent-shaped, a whole suite of furniture made specially to order. He spent twice as much as other people. Then presently, when his wife, finding herself short of money for her dress, got tired of living in this roundhouse and removed to an ordinary square habitation at a lower rent, no single piece of furniture would fit in or look right. Little by little, these unconscionable chairs and tables and chests of drawers gave rise to endless squabbles. Conjugal happiness, already worn thin by the friction of a life in common, grew week by week more and more ambiguous. Mutual recriminations followed, as they found it impossible to live in their drawing-room, where sofas and console tables refused to touch the wall, and, in spite of wedges and props, shook and shivered whenever you came near them. Funds were lacking for repairs and improvements, which, to tell the truth, were quite impracticable. Everything became a subject of bitterness and quarreling, from the drawers that had warped in the wobbling furniture to the petty thefts of the maidservant who took advantage of her master and mistress's squabbles to rob the cash-box. In one word, their life grew unbearable. He sought amusement out of doors. She tried to find in the arms of lovers an anodyne for the wretchedness of her overcast and monotonous life. By common consent, they cancelled the settlements and petitioned for a separation. Yes, my plan of campaign was quite correct. Des Esseintes had told himself on hearing the news. He enjoyed the same satisfaction a strategist feels when his maneuvers, planned long beforehand, end in victory. Now, sitting there before his fire, and thinking over the breakup of this household which he had helped by his advice to bring together, he threw a fresh armful of wood onto the hearth, and so off again, full cry in his dreams. Belonging to the same order of ideas, other memories now began to crowd upon him. It was some years ago now since one evening in the Rue de Rivoli, he had come across a young scamp of 16 or so, a pale-faced, quick-eyed child, as seductive as a girl. He was sucking laboriously at a cigarette, the paper of which was bursting where the sharp ends of the cos-caporal had come through. Cursing the stuff, the lad was rubbing kitchen matches down his thigh. They would not light, and soon he came to the end of the box. Catching sight of des Esseintes, who was watching him, he came up, touching his peaked cap, and asked politely for a light. Des Esseintes offered some of his own scented dubicus, after which he entered into conversation with the lad and urged him to tell the story of his life. Nothing could well be more ordinary. His name was Auguste Langlois, and he worked at making pasteboard boxes. He had lost his mother and had a father who beat him unmercifully. Des Esseintes' thoughts were busy as he listened. "Come and have a drink," he said, and took him to a café where he regaled him with goes of heady punch. The child drank his liquor without a word. "Look here," broke in des Esseintes suddenly, "would you like some fun this evening? I'll pay the piper." And he had thereupon carried off the youngster to Madame Laura's, a lady who kept an assortment of pretty girls on the third floor of a house in the Rue Mosnier. There was a series of rooms with red walls diversified by circular mirrors, the rest of the furniture consisting mainly of couches and wash-basins. There, petrified with surprise, Auguste, as he fingered his cloth cap, had stared with round eyes at a battalion of women whose painted lips exclaimed all together, "Oh, the little lad. Why, he is sweet. But tell us, my angel, you're not old enough yet, surely?" A brunette had interjected, a girl with prominent eyes and a hook nose who filled at MME. Laura's establishment the indispensable role of the handsome Jewess. Quite at his ease and very much at home, des Esseintes was talking familiarly in a low voice with the mistress of the house. "Don't be afraid, stupid," he turned to the child to say. "Come now, make your choice, it's my treat," and he pushed the lad gently towards a divan, onto which he fell between two women. They drew a little closer together, on a sign from Madame Laura, enveloping Auguste's knees in their peignoirs, and bringing under his nose their powdered shoulders that emitted a warm, heady perfume. The child never stirred, but sat there with burning cheeks, a dry mouth and downcast eyes, darting from under their lids downward glances of curiosity that refused obstinately to leave the upper part of the girl's thighs. Vanda, the handsome Jewess, kissed him, giving him good advice, telling him to do what father and mother told him, while her hands were straying all the time over the lad's person. A change came over his face, and he threw himself back in a kind of transport on her bosom. "So it's not on your own account you've come tonight," observed Madame Laura to des Esseintes. "But where the devil did you get hold of that baby?" she added, when Auguste had disappeared with the handsome Jewess. "In the street, my dear lady. Yet you're not drunk," muttered the old woman. Then, after thinking a bit, she proceeded with a motherly smile. "Ah, I understand, you rascal, you like him young, do you?" Des Esseintes shrugged his shoulders. "You're wide of the mark." "Oh, miles away from it," he laughed. "The plain truth is I am simply trying to train a murderer. Now just follow my argument. This boy is virgin and has reached the age when the blood begins to boil. He might, of course, run after the little girls of his neighborhood, and still remain an honest lad while enjoying his bit of amusement. In fact, have his little share of the monotonous happiness open to the poor. On the contrary, by bringing him here and plunging him in a luxury he had never even suspected the existence of, and which will make a lasting impression on his memory. By offering him every fortnight a treat like this, I shall make him acquire the habit of these pleasures which his means forbid his enjoying. Let us grant it will take 3 months for them to become absolutely indispensable to him, and by spacing them out as I do, I avoid all risk of satiating him. Well, at the end of the 3 months, I stop the little allowance I am going to pay you in advance for the benevolence you show him. Then he will take to thieving to pay for his visits here. He will stop at nothing that he may take his usual diversions on this divan in this fine gaslit apartment. If the worst comes to the worst, he will, I hope, one fine day kill the gentleman who turns up just at the wrong moment as he is breaking open his desk. Then my object will be attained. I shall have contributed, so far as in me lay, to create a scoundrel, an enemy the more for the odious society that wrings so heavy a ransom from us all. The woman gazed at the speaker with eyes of amazement. "Ah, so there you are," he exclaimed, as he saw Auguste creeping back into the room, red and shy, skulking behind the fair Vanda. "Come, youngster, it is getting late, make your bow to the ladies." Then he explained to him on their way downstairs that, once every fortnight, he might pay a visit to Madame Laura's without putting hand in pocket. Finally, on reaching the street, as they stood together on the pavement, he looked the abashed child in the face and said, "We shall not meet again after this. Do you go back hot-foot to your father, whose hand is itching for work to do, and never forget this half-divine command, do unto others as you would not have them do unto you. With that to guide you will go far. Good night, sir. But whatever you do, do not be ungrateful. Let me hear tidings of you soon as may be, in the columns of the police news." The little Judas, des Esseintes muttered to himself on this occasion, as he stirred the glowing embers. "To think that I have never once seen his name in the newspapers. True, it has been out of my power to play a sure game, that I have foreseen, yet been unable to prevent certain contingencies. Old Mother Laura's little tricks, for instance, pocketing the money and not delivering the goods. The chance of one of the women getting infatuated with Auguste, and, when the 3 months was up, letting him have his whack on tick. Or even the possibility of the handsome Jewess's highly spiced vices having scared the lad, too young and impatient to brook the slow and elaborate preliminaries, or stand the exhausting consummations of her caprices. Unless, therefore, he has been in trouble with the criminal courts since I have been at Fontenay, where I never read the papers, I am dished." He got up from his chair and took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room. "It would be 1,000 pities all the same," he mused, "for by acting in this way, I had really been putting in practice the parable of lay instruction, the allegory of popular education, which, while tending to nothing else than to turn everybody into Langlois, instead of definitely and mercifully putting out the wretched creature's eyes, tries its hardest to force them wide open, that they may see all about them other lots unearned by any merit, yet more benignant, pleasures keener and more brightly gilded, and therefore more desirable and harder to come at. And the fact is, went on des Esseintes, pursuing his argument, the fact is that, pain being the effect of education, seeing that it grows greater and more poignant the more ideas germinate, the more we endeavor to polish the intelligence and refine the nervous system of the poor and unfortunate, the more we shall be developing the germs, always so fiercely ready to sprout, of moral suffering and social hatred. The lamps were smoking. He turned them up and looked at his watch, 3 o'clock in the morning. He kindled a cigarette and plunged himself again in the perusal, interrupted by his dreaming of the old Latin poem De Laude Castitatis, written, in the reign of Gondebald, by Avitus, Bishop Metropolitan of Vienne. Romans 7. After this evening, when, without any apparent cause, he had dwelt upon the melancholy memory of Auguste Langlois, des Esseintes lived his whole life over again. He was now incapable of understanding one word of the volumes he perused. His eyes themselves refused to read. It seemed to him that his mind, satiated with literature and art, declined absolutely to absorb any more. He lived on himself, fed on his own substance, like those hibernating animals that lie topped in a hole all the winter. Solitude had acted on his brain as a narcotic. At first it had nerved and stimulated him, but its later effect was a somnolence haunted by vague reveries. It checked all his plans, broke down his will, led him through a long procession of dreams which he accepted with passive endurance, without even an attempt to escape them. The confused mass of reading and meditation on artistic themes which he had accumulated since he had lived alone as a barrier to arrest the current of old recollections, had been suddenly carried away, and the flood was let loose, sweeping away present and future, submerging them under the waves of the past, drowning his spirit in a vast lake of melancholy, on the surface of which floated, like grotesque derelicts, trivial episodes of his existence, ridiculously unimportant incidents. The book he was holding tumbled onto his knees. He did not try to resume it, but sat reviewing, full of fear and disgust, the years of his dead past. His thoughts pivoted, like swirling waters round a stake that stands firm and immovable in their midst, about the memories connected with Madame Laura and Auguste. What a time that was! The period of evening parties, of race meetings, of card-playing, of love scenes, ordered in advance and served to the minute, at the stroke of midnight, in his pink boudoir. His mind was obsessed by glimpses of faces, looks, unmeaning words that stuck in his memory in the way popular tunes have of doing, which for a while you cannot help humming over and over, but are as suddenly forgotten without your being aware of it. This epoch was of short duration. Then followed a siesta of memory, during which he buried himself once more in his Latin studies, anxious to efface every lost trace of these recollections of bygone years. But the game was fairly started. A second phase followed almost immediately on the first, when his thoughts clung persistently about his boyhood, and especially the part of it spent with the Jesuit fathers. These memories were more distant, yet clearer than the others, engraved on his heart more deeply and more ineffaceably. The leafy park, the long garden walks, the flower beds, the benches, all the material details rose before him. Then the gardens filled with a throng of boys and masters. He could hear the farmers' shouts at play, the latter's laughter as they mingled in the lads' spots, playing tennis with tucked-up cassocks. The skirts passed between their legs, or else talking under the trees to their pupils without the least affectation of superiority, as if conversing with comrades of their own age. He recalled that paternal yoke which discountenanced any form of punishment, declined to inflict impositions of 500 or 1,000 lines, was content to have the unsatisfactory task done over again, while the rest of the class were at recreation, more often than not preferred a mere reprimand, watched over the growing child with an active but loving care, striving to please his tastes, agreeing to walks in whatever direction he liked on Wednesday half-holidays, seizing the opportunity offered by all the little semi-official feast days of the church to add to the ordinary fare, at meals a treat of cakes and wine, or organize a country expedition. A yoke under which the pupil was never brutalized, but was admitted to open discussion, was treated in fact like a grown man, while still being pampered like a spoilt child. In this way, the fathers succeeded in gaining a real ascendancy over the young, molded to some extent the minds they cultivated, guided them in the desired direction, engrafted particular modes of thought on their intelligence, secured the development of their character after the required pattern by an insinuating, wheedling method of treatment which they continued to pursue afterwards, making a point of following their subsequent course of life, backing them in their career, keeping up an affectionate correspondence with them. Letters of the sort the Dominican Lacordaire knew well how to write to his former pupils at Sorres. One by one, des Esseintes went over the points of the training he had undergone, as he himself supposed without result. He quite appreciated its merits, albeit his temperament, recalcitrant and stubborn, coping and critical, eager to argue out every proposition, had prevented his being modeled by their discipline or ruled by what they taught him. Once outside the college walls, his skepticism had grown more acute, his intercourse with legitimist society, intolerant and narrow to the last degree, his talks with puzzle-headed church officials and half-educated priests whose blunders tore away the veil so cleverly contrived by the Jesuits, had still further fortified his spirit of independence and increased his distrust in any and every form of belief. He deemed himself, in a word, released from every tie, free from every obligation. All he had hitherto preserved, differing herein from all his friends who had been educated at lycées or lay boarding schools, was a highly favorable memory of his school and schoolmasters. Yet now, he was actually examining his conscience, beginning to ask himself if the seed heretofore fallen on barren ground was not showing signs of fructifying. The fact is, for some days he had been in an indescribably strange state of mind. For a brief moment he was a believer, an instinctive convert to religion. Then, after the shortest interval of reflection, all his attraction towards the faith would evaporate. But all the time and in spite of everything, he was anxious and disturbed in spirit. Yet he was perfectly well aware, if he looked into his own heart, that he could never have the humility and contrition of a truly Christian soul. He knew beyond all possibility of doubt that the moment of which Lacordaire speaks, the moment of grace, when the final ray of right penetrates the soul and draws together to a common center the truths that lie dispersed therein, would never come for him. He experienced none of that craving for prayer and modification without which, if we are to listen to the majority of priests, no conversion is possible. He felt no wish to supplicate a God, whose loving kindness seemed to him highly problematical. At the same time, the sympathy he still had for his former instructors was sufficient to interest him in their works and teachings. The inimitable accents of conviction he remembered, the ardent voices of men of superior intelligence he recalled, haunted his mind and made him doubt his own ability and strength of intellect. Living the lonely life he now did, with no fresh food for thought, no novel impressions to stimulate imagination, no exchange of sensations coming from outside, from meeting friends or society, from living the same life as other men, confined within an unnatural prison house, which he refused to escape from, all sorts of problems, never thought of during his residence in Paris, demanded a solution with irritating persistency. His study of the Latin works he delighted in, works almost without exception written by bishops and monks, had no doubt played their part in determining this crisis. Surrounded by a cloistered atmosphere, wrapped in a fragrance of incense that intoxicated his brain, he had got into an overwrought condition of nerves, and then, by a natural association of ideas, these books had ended by dimming his recollections of his life as a young man, while throwing into high relief those connected with his boyhood among the fathers. There is no difficulty, des Esseintes told himself with an effort after self-examination, in accounting for this eruption of the Jesuit element at Fontenay. Ever since I was a child, and without my knowing it myself, I have had this leaven, which had not previously fermented. Is not this inclination I have always felt towards religious thoughts and things perhaps a proof of this? But his efforts were all directed to persuading himself of the contrary, annoyed as he was to find himself no longer absolute master of his own soul. He sought for motives to account for the change in himself. Yes, he must have been forcibly drawn in the direction of the priesthood because the Church, and the Church only, has preserved the art, the lost beauty of the centuries. She is stereotyped, even in the cheap modern reproductions, the patterns of metal work, preserved the charm of chalices slim and tall as petunias, of sacred vessels of exquisite curves and contours, safeguarded, even in aluminium, in sham enamel, in colored glass, the grace of the models of olden days. As a matter of fact, the main part of the precious objects exhibited in the Musée de Cluny, having escaped by a miracle the foul savagery of the sans-culottes, come from the old abbeys of France. Just as in the Middle Ages the Church saved from barbarism, philosophy, history, and letters, so she has saved plastic art, Brought down to our own days, those wondrous patents in ecclesiastical robes and jewelry, which the manufacturers of church furniture and ornaments do their best to spoil, though they can never quite ruin the original beauty of form and color. There was therefore no cause for surprise in the fact that he had sought eagerly for these antique curios, that like many another collector, he had acquired such like relics from the shops of the Parisian antiquaries and the stores of country dealers. But despite all the good reasons he could call up to his aid, he could not quite manage to convince himself. No doubt, after due consideration, he still continued to look upon religion merely as a superb myth, as a magnificent imposture. And yet, heedless of all his excuses and explanations, his skepticism was beginning to wear thin. There was the fact, odd as it might seem. He was less confident at the present moment than he had been in his boyhood, in the days when the Jesuits exercised direct supervision over his training, when the teaching had to be received, when he was entirely in their hands, was theirs, body and soul, without family ties, without any outside influences of any kind to react against their ascendancy. Moreover, they had instilled in him a certain taste for the marvelous that had slowly and stealthily taken root in his soul, and was now coming to a head in this solitary life that could not but exert its influence on his silent, self-centered nature, forever moving within the narrow limits of certain fixed ideas. By dint of examining the processes of his thought, of striving to connect its threads together and discover its causes and conditioning circumstances, he eventually persuaded himself that its activities during his life in the world of men had their origin in the education he had received. Thus, his tendencies to artificiality, his longings for eccentricity, were these not, after all, results of plausible studies, superterrestrial refinements, semi-theological speculations? In ultimate analysis, they amounted to the same thing as religious enthusiasms, aspirations towards an unknown universe, towards a far-off beatitude, just as ardently to be desired as that promised to believers by the Scriptures. He pulled himself up short, broke off the thread of his reflections. Come, he chid himself angrily. I am more seriously hit than I thought. Here I am argufying with myself like a casuist. He remained pensive, troubled by a secret fear. No doubt, if Lacauder's theory was correct, he had nothing to dread, seeing that the magic touch of conversion does not come about in an instant. To produce the explosion, the ground must have been long and systematically mined. But if the novelists talk about the thunderclap of love at first sight, there is also a certain number of theologians who speak of the thunderclap of religion. Admitting the truth of this doctrine, no man then was safe against succumbing. There was no room left for self-analysis, no use in weighing presentiments, no object gained by taking preventive measures. The psychology of mysticism was futile. It was so because it was so, and there was no more to be said. Why, I am growing crazy, Des Esseintes told himself. The dread of the disease will end by bringing on the disease itself, if this goes on. He managed to shake off the influence of these preoccupations to some extent, but other morbid symptoms supervened. Now, it was the subject matter of various discussions that haunted him to the exclusion of everything else. The college garden, the school lessons, the Jesuit fathers sank into the remote background. His whole mind was dominated by abstractions. His thoughts were busy, in spite of himself, with contradictory interpretations of dogmas, with long-forgotten apostasies, denounced in his work on the councils of the Church by Pierre Labb. Fragments of these schisms, scraps of these heresies, which for centuries divided the Western and the Eastern churches, haunted his memory. Here it was Nestorius, protesting against the virgins bearing the title of Mother of God, because in the mystery of the Incarnation, it was not God, but rather the human creature she had carried in her womb. There it was Eutyches, maintaining that the image of Christ could not be like that of the rest of mankind, inasmuch as the divinity had been domiciled in his body, and had thereby changed its nature utterly and entirely. Elsewhere again, other quibblers would have it that the Redeemer had had no human body at all, that the language of the holy books on this point must be understood figuratively, while yet again Tertullian was found positing his famous quasi-materialistic axiom: nothing is incorporeal save what is not. Whatever is, has a body that is proper to itself. Till finally we come to the old question debated for years. Was the Christ bound alone to the cross, or did the Trinity, one in three persons, suffer, in its threefold hypostasis, on the gibbet of Calvary? All these difficulties tormented him, pressing for an answer. and mechanically, like a lesson already learnt by rote, he kept asking himself the questions and repeating the replies. For several succeeding days, his brain was seething with paradoxes and subtleties, puzzling over a host of hair-splitting distinctions, wrestling with a tangle of rule as complicated as so many points of law, open to any and every interpretation, admitting of every sort of quirk and quibble, leading up to a system of celestial jurisprudence of the most tenuous and burlesque subtlety. Then the abstract side fell in its turn into abeyance, and a whole world of plastic impressions took its place, under the influence of the Gustave Moreaus hanging on the walls. He beheld a long procession pass before his eyes of prelates, archimandrites, patriarchs, blessing the kneeling multitudes with uplifted arms of gold, wagging their white beards in reading of the scriptures, and in prayer. He saw dim crypts receive the silent ranks of innumerable penitents. He looked on, while men raised vast cathedrals where white-robed monks thundered from the pulpit. In the same fashion as De Quincey, after a dose of opium, would at the mere sound of the words Consul Romanus recall whole pages of Livy, would see the consuls coming on in solemn procession, and the pompous array of the Roman legionaries marching stately by, so des Esseintes, struck by some theological phrase, would halt in breathless awe as he pondered the flux and reflux of nations, and beheld the forms of bishops of other days standing forth in the lamplit gloom of basilicas. Visions like these kept him entranced, traveling in fancy from age to age, coming down at last to the religious ceremonies of the present day, enfolded in an endless flood of music, mournful and tender. Now he was beyond all self-justification. The thing was decided beyond appeal. It was just an indefinable impression of veneration and fear. The artistic sense was dominated by the well-calculated scenes of Catholic ceremonial. At these memories, his nerves quivered. Then, in a sudden mood of revolt, of swift revolution, ideas of monstrous depravity would attack him, thoughts of the profanities foreseen in the Confessor's Manual, degraded and filthy abuses of the holy water and the consecrated oil. Face to face with an omnipotent God, now stood up a rival full of energy, the demon, and he thought a hideous glory must needs result from a crime committed in open church by a believer fiercely resolved, in a mood of horrid merriment, of ascetic satisfaction, to blaspheme, to overwhelm with insult and recrimination the things most deserving veneration. Mad doings of magic, the Black Mass, the witches' Sabbath, horrors of demoniac possession and exorcism rose before his imagination. He began to ask himself if he were not guilty of sacrilege in possessing articles once consecrated to holy uses, church service books, chasubles, pyx covers. And strange to say, this notion of living in a state of sin afforded him a sense of proud satisfaction and pleasure. He found a delight in these acts of sacrilege, after all a possibly innocent sacrilege, in any case not a very serious offense, seeing he really loved these articles and put them to no base usage. Thus he comforted himself with prudent, coward considerations, his half-hearted condition of soul forbidding open crimes, robbing him of the needful courage to accomplish real sins, deliberate, damning iniquities. Eventually, little by little, these casuistries disappeared. He looked out, as it were, from the summit of his mind, over the panorama of the Church and her hereditary influence over humanity, as old as the centuries. He pictured her to himself, solitary and impressive, proclaiming to mankind the horror of life, the inclemency of fate, preaching patience, contrition, the spirit of sacrifice, essaying to heal men's sores by exhibiting the bleeding wounds of the Christ, guaranteeing divine privileges, promising the best part of paradise to the afflicted, exhorting the human creature to suffer, to offer to God as a holocaust his tribulations and his offenses, his vicissitudes and his sorrows. He saw her truly eloquent, a mother to the unfortunate, a pitiful father to the oppressed, a stern judge to oppressors and tyrants. At this point, des Esseintes recovered footing. Doubtless he was content to accept this admission of social rottenness, but his mind revolted against the vague remedy offered, the hope of another life. Schopenhauer was more exact. His doctrine and the Church's started from a common point of view. He, too, took his stand on the wickedness and baseness of the world. He, too, cried out, with the imitation of our Lord, in bitterness of spirit, "Verily it is a pitiful thing to be alive on the earth." He, too, preached the nullity of existence, the advantages of solitude, warned humanity that, whatever it did, whichever way it turned, it must still be unhappy. the poor man, because of the sufferings that spring from privations, the rich, by reason of the invincible ennui engendered by abundance. But he proclaimed no panacea, consoled you, as a cure for inevitable evils, with no alluring bait. Nor did he maintain the revolting dogma of original sin, did not try to convince you of the existence of a God supremely good and kind who protects the scoundrel, succors the fool, crushes infancy, brutalizes old age, chastises the innocent. He did not extol the benefits of a providence which has invented that abomination, useless, incomprehensible, unjust, and inept, physical pain. Far from endeavoring, like the Church, to justify the necessity of torments and trials, he exclaimed in his indignant pity, "If a God had made this world, I should not like to be that God. The misery of the world would break my heart." Schopenhauer had seen the truth. What were all the evangelical pharmacopoeias beside his treatises of spiritual hygiene? He made no professions of healing, offered the sick no compensation, no hope. But his theory of pessimism was, after all, the great consoler of chosen intellects, of lofty souls. It revealed society as it was, insisted on the innate foolishness of women, pointed you out the beaten tracks, saved you from disillusions by teaching you to restrict, so far as possible, your expectations. Never, if you felt yourself strong enough to check the impulse, to let yourself come to the state of mind of believing yourself happy at last if only, when you least expected it, heaven did not send crashing on your head some murderous tile from the housetops. Setting out from the same starting point as the imitation, this theory found the very same goal, but without losing itself on the road among mysterious mazes and impossible bypaths, in resignation and passivity. Only, if this resignation, frankly based on the observation of a deplorable condition of things and the impossibility of effecting any alteration in them, was accessible to the rich in spirit, it was only the more hardly to be received by the poor, whose grievances and indignation the kindly hand of religion was better adapted to appease. These reflections relieved des Esseintes of a heavy burden. The aphorisms of the great German thinker calmed the tumult of his thoughts, while at the same time the points of similarity between the two doctrines mutually helped each other to find a firm place in his memory, and he could never forget Catholicism, so poetical, so touching, in which he had been bathed as a boy, and whose essence he had absorbed through every pore. These returns towards religious convictions, these fears and doubts of uncertain faith had tormented him, especially since new complications had begun to show themselves in his health. They coincided with certain nervous disturbances that had lately arisen. Since his earliest childhood, he had been tormented by inexplicable repulsions, shuddering spasms that froze his backbone and clenched his teeth, whenever, for instance, he saw a servant maid in the act of wringing out wet linen. These instinctive dislikes had never changed, and to that day, it caused him genuine suffering to hear a piece of stuff torn in two, to rub his finger over a lump of chalk, to stroke the surface of wadded silk. The excesses of his bachelorhood, the abnormal strains put upon his brain, had extraordinarily aggravated his original nervous weakness, still further impoverished the exhausted blood of his race. In Paris, he had been obliged to resort to hydropathic treatment for trembling of the hands, for atrocious pains, for neuralgic agonies that seemed to cut his face in two, that beat with a never-ceasing hammering at his temples, sent stabbing throbs through his eyelids, provoked fits of nausea he could only subdue by stretching himself flat on his back in the dock. These inconveniences had gradually disappeared, thanks to a better regulated and quieter life. Now they were making themselves felt again, though in a different shape, diffused through the body generally. The pain left the head and attacked the stomach, which was swollen and hard, scotched the inwards as with a red-hot iron, brought on a condition of the bowels at once uneasy and constipated. Presently a nervous cough, dry and hacking, beginning always exactly at a set hour, and lasting for precisely the same number of minutes, woke him half-choking in his bed. Finally, he lost all appetite. Hot, gassy irritations rose like fire in his throat. The stomach was distended. He felt stifled after each attempt to eat. He could not endure the least constriction about the body, a buttoned trouser belt or a buckled waistcoat. He gave up spirituous liquors, coffee and tea, confined himself to a milk diet, resorted to bathing the body with cold water, stuffed himself with asafoetida, valerian, and quinine. He even consented to leave the house and take strolls in the country when the days of rain came that make the roads silent and deserted. He forced himself to walk, to take exercise, As a last resource, he renounced reading altogether for the time being and, consumed with ennui, determined by way of filling up this time of enforced leisure to carry out a project the execution of which he had again and again postponed out of laziness and dislike of change since the first day of his settling at Fontenay. No longer able to intoxicate himself afresh with the magical enchantments of style, to fall into an ecstasy over the delicious witchery of the rare and well-chosen epithet that, while still definite and precise, yet opens infinite perspectives to the imagination of the initiate, he resolved to complete the decoration of his dwelling, to fill it with costly hothouse flowers, and so procure himself a material occupation that should distract his thoughts, calm his nerves, and rest his brain. Moreover, he had hopes that the sight of their strange and magnificent colors might console him somewhat for the loss of the fancied or real shades of literary style, which his abstention from all reading was to make him forget for the moment, or lose altogether. Roman 8, he had always been madly fond of flowers, but this passion which, during his residence at Jutigny, had at the first embraced all flowers without distinction of species or genus, had in the end grown more discriminating and precise, limiting itself to a single type. For a long time now, he had scorned the everyday plants that blossom on the counters of Parisian florists, in dripping flower pots, under green awnings or red umbrellas. At the same time that his literary tastes, his preferences in art, had become more refined, no longer caring for any works but such as had been tried and sifted, the distillation of overwrought and subtle brains. At the same time that his disgust with generally accepted notions had reached its height, simultaneously his love of flowers had rid itself of all base residuum, all dregs of commonness, had been clarified, as it were, and purified. He pleased his fancy by likening a horticulturist's shop to a microcosm, wherein were represented all the different categories of society, poor, vulgar flowers, hovel flowers, so to speak, that are really in their proper place only on the windowsill of a garret. Roots that are crammed in milk tins and old earthen pots, the gilliflower for instance. Pretentious, conventional, silly flowers, whose only place is in porcelain vases painted by young ladies, such as the rose. Lastly, flowers of high lineage, such as the orchids, dainty and charming, trembling and delicate, such as the exotic flowers, exiles in Paris, kept in hothouses, in palaces of glass, princesses of the vegetable world, living apart, having nothing whatever in common with the flowers of the street, the blossoms that are the delight of grocers' wives. In a word, he could do no more than feel a trivial interest, a slight pity for the people's flowers, fading under the poisonous breath of sewers and sinks in squalid districts. To make up, he loathed those that go with the cream and gold reception rooms in new houses. He reserved, in fact, for the full and perfect delectation of his eyes, rare plants of hybrid type, coming from distant lands, kept alive by skill and pains in an artificial equatorial temperature, maintained by carefully regulated furnaces. But this choice of his, that had deliberately fallen on greenhouse flowers, had itself been further modified under the influence of his general ideas, his opinions that had now come to definite conclusions on all matters. In former days, in Paris, his innate preference for the artificial had led him to neglect the real flower for its copy, faithfully executed thanks to india rubber and twine, glazed cotton and lustring, paper and velvet. He possessed in accordance with this taste a marvelous collection of tropical plants, produced by the cunning fingers of supreme masters of the craft, following nature step by step, recreating her, taking the flower from its birth, carrying it to maturity, imitating it to its final decease, observing every shade of its infinite variety, the most fleeting changes of its awakening and its sleep, noting the pose of its petals blown back by the wind or beaten down by the rain, sprinkling on its morning leaves little drops of gum to represent dew, fashioning it according to every season, in full bloom, when the twigs bend under the weight of sap, or when it lifts its parched stem and ragged corolla as the petals drop away and the leaves fall. This admirable art had long fascinated him, but now he was dreaming of the construction of another sort of flora. He had done with artificial flowers aping the true. He wanted natural flowers imitating the false. He set himself to work out this problem, nor had he to search long or go far, for was not his house situated in the very middle of the district specially favored by the great flower growers? He went straight off to pay a visit to the hothouses of the Avenue de Chatelain and the Valley of Aunay, to return tired out and his purse empty, thinking of nothing but the strange species he had bought, ceaselessly haunted by his memories of superb and extraordinary blooms. 2 days later, the cots arrived. List in hand, des Esseintes called the Rosta, verified his purchases one by one. The gardeners unloaded from their vans a collection of caladiums whose swollen, hairy stalks carried enormous leaves, shaped like a heart. While keeping a general look of kinship, they were every one different. They included some extraordinary specimens, some rosy red, like the virginale which seemed cut out in glazed cloth, in shiny cot plaster, some all white, like the albane, that looked as if made of the semi-transparent membrane that lines an ox's ribs, or the diaphanous film of a pig's bladder. Others again, especially the one called Madame Maine, mimicked zinc, parodied pieces of stenciled metal-colored emperor green, blotched with drops of oil paint, streaks of red lead and ceruse. These, the Bosphorus was an example, gave the illusion of starched calico, spotted with crimson and myrtle green. Those, the Aurora Borealis for instance, had broad leaves the color of raw meat, intersected by striations of a darker red and purplish threads, leaves that seemed swollen and sweating with dark liquor and blood. This plant, the Aurora Borealis, and the albane between them, displayed the two opposite poles of constitution, the former bursting with apoplexy, the latter pallid with bloodlessness. The men brought other and fresh varieties, in this case presenting the appearance of a fictitious skin marked by an imitation network of veins. Most of them, as if disfigured by syphilis or leprosy, displayed livid patches of flesh, reddened by measles, roughened by eruptions. Others showed the bright pink of a half-closed wound or the red-brown of the crusts that form over a scar. Others were as if scotched with cauteries, blistered with burns. Others again offered hairy surfaces eaten into holes by ulcers and excavated by chancres. To finish the list, there were some that had just come from the doctor's hands, it seemed, plastered with black mercury dressing, smeared with green belladonna ointment, dusted over with the yellow grains of iodoform powder. Thus assembled all together, these strange blossoms struck des Esseintes as more monstrous yet than when he had first seen them ranged side by side with others, like patients in a hospital ward, down the long conservatories. Sapristi? He exclaimed, stirred to the depths. A new plant, of a type similar to the caladiums, the Alocasia metallica, moved his enthusiasm to a still higher pitch. Its leaves were overlaid with a layer of green bronze, shot with gleams of silver. It was the masterpiece, the fine flower of counterfeit. You might have thought it a bit of stovepipe, cut out of sheet iron in the shape of a spearhead, by a jobbing blacksmith. Next the men unloaded a tangled mass of leaves, lozenge-shaped, bottle green in hue. From their midst rose a switch on top of which trembled a great ace of hearts, as smooth and shiny as a capsicum. Then, as if to defy all the familiar aspects of plants, from the middle of this ace of hearts, of an intense vermilion, sprang a fleshy tail, downy, white and yellow, upright in some cases, cock-screwed above the heart, like a pig's tail in others. It was the Anthurium, one of the arum family, recently imported from Colombia. It formed part of a section of the same family to which also belonged an Amorphophallus, a plant from Cochin China, with long black stalks seamed with scars, like a negro's limbs after a thrashing. Des Esseintes' cup of joy was brimming over. Then they got out of the cots a fresh batch of monstrosities, the Echinopsis, showing a pink blossom like the stump of an amputated limb rising out of a compress of cotton wool, the Nidularium, displaying in its sod-like leaves gaping, ragged hollows, the Tillandsia lindeni, like a broken-toothed currycomb, of the color of wine must, the Cypripedium, with its involved, incoherent, incongruous contours that seemed the invention of a madman. It was shaped like a wooden shoe, or a little rag bag, above which was a human tongue retracted, with the tendon drawn tight, as you may see it represented in the plates of medical works treating of diseases of the throat and mouth. 2 miniature wings, of a jujube red, that seemed borrowed from a child's toy windmill, completed this grotesque conjunction of the underside of a tongue, color of wine lees and slate, and a little glossy pocket, the lining of which distilled a viscous glue. He could not take his eyes off this impossible-looking orchid, indigenous to India, till the gardeners, exasperated by these delays, began to read out aloud for themselves the labels fixed in the pots as they carried them in. Des Esseintes looked on in wonder, listened open-mouthed to the barbarous names of the herbaceous plants, the Encephalatos horridus, a gigantic artichoke, an iron spike painted rust color, like the ones they stick on the top of pot gates to prevent intruders climbing over. The Cocos macania, a sort of palm, with a notched and slender stem, everywhere surrounded with tall leaves like paddles and awes. The Zamia lemony, a huge pineapple, like an immense Cheshire cheese, growing in peaty soil and bristling at the apex with bobbed spears and cruel-looking arrows. The Sebotium spectabile, going one better ever than its congeners in the wild caprice of its structure, defying the maddest nightmare, throwing out from amid a clustered foliage of palm leaves a prodigious orangutan's tail, a brown, hairy tail curling over at the tip like a bishop's crozier. These, however, he barely glanced at, waiting impatiently for the series of plants that particularly fascinated him, those vegetable ghouls, the carnivorous plants. The flycatcher of the Antilles, with its shaggy edge, secreting a digestive liquid, provided with curved thorns folding into each other to form a bod grating over the insect it imprisons. The drosera of the peat mosses, furnished with rows of stiff, glandulous hairs. The Saracena, the Cephalothus with deep, voracious cups capable of absorbing and digesting actual lumps of meat. Last, but not least amazing, the Nepenthes whose eccentricity of shape overpasses all known limits. It seemed as though he could never weary of turning about in his hands the pot in which trembled this extravagant vagary of the flower tribe. It resembled the gum tree in its long leaves of a sombre, metallic green, but from the end of these leaves depended a green string, a sort of umbilical cord, carrying a greenish-colored urn, veined with purple, a sort of German pipe in porcelain, a strange kind of bird's nest that swung quietly to and fro, exhibiting an interior carpeted with a hairy growth. That one is a veritable miracle, Des Esseintes murmured to himself, but he was forced to cut short his manifestations of delight, for now the gardeners, in a hurry to be gone, were unloading the last of their wares and setting down side by side tuberous begonias and black crotons, flecked with red-lead spots, like rusty iron. Then he noticed that one name was still left on the list, the catalier of New Granada. They pointed out to him a little winged bellflower of a pale lilac, an almost invisible mauve. He drew near, put his nose to it and started back. It exhaled an odor of varnished deal, just the smell of a new box of toys, recalling irresistibly all the horrors of the New Year and New Year's presents. It struck him it would be well for him to beware of it, almost regretted having admitted among the scentless plants he had become possessor of the orchid that brought up the most unpleasant associations. He cast only one glance over this flood tide of vegetation that swelled in his vestibule. There they were, all confounded together, intercrossing their sod blades, their creases, their lance heads, forming a tangled mass of green weapons of war, over which floated like barbarian pennons of battle, blossoms dazzling and cruel in their brilliance. The atmosphere of the room was clearer by now, and soon, in a dark corner just above the floor, a light crept out, soft and white. He went up to it to discover it was a cluster of rhizomophs, each of which, as it breathed, was shedding this gleam like that cast by nightlights. All the same, these plants are amazing things, he muttered to himself, then he stepped back and embraced in one view the whole collection. Yes, his object was attained. Not one of them looked real. Cloth, paper, porcelain, metal seemed to have been lent by man to nature to enable her to create these monstrosities. When she had found herself incapable of copying human workmanship, she had been reduced to mimic the membranes of animals' insides, to borrow the vivid tints of their rotting flesh, the superb horrors of their gangrened skin. It is all a matter of syphilis, reflected Des Esseintes, his eyes attracted, riveted on the hideous mocking of the caladiums, lit up at that moment by a shaft of daylight. And he had a sudden vision of the human race tortured by the virus of long-past centuries. Ever since the beginning of the world, from sire to son, all living creatures were handing on the inexhaustible heritage, the everlasting malady that has devastated the ancestors of the men of today, has eaten to the very bone old fossil forms which we dig up at the present moment. Never wearying, it had traveled down the ages. To this day it was raging everywhere, disguised under ordinary symptoms of headache or bronchitis, hysteria or gout. From time to time, it would climb to the surface, attacking for choice badly cared for, badly fed people breaking out in gold pieces, setting, in horrid irony, a notch girl's parure of sequins on its wretched victims' brows, inscribing their skin, for a crown to their misery, with the very symbol of wealth and well-being. And lo, here it was reappearing, in its pristine splendor, on the bright-colored petals of flowers. It is true, pursued Des Esseintes, going back to the starting point of his argument, it is true that, For most of the time, nature is by herself incapable of producing species so morbid and perverse. She supplies the raw material, the germ and the soil, the procreative womb and the elements of the plant, which mankind rears, models, paints, carves afterwards to suit his caprice. Obstinate, confused, limited though she be, she has at last submitted, and her master has succeeded in changing by chemical reactions the substances of the earth, to utilize combinations long ripened for use, crossing slowly prepared for, to employ artful buddings, systematic graftings, so that nowadays he can make her produce blooms of different colors on the same bough, invents new hues for her, modifies, at his good pleasure, the age-old shapes of her plants. He clears off the rough from her half-hewn blocks, puts the finishing touches to her rude sketches, marks them with his signet, impresses on them his sign manual of art. There is no more to be said, he cried, resuming his train of thought. Mankind is able in the course of a few years to bring about a selection which sluggish nature can never effect but after centuries of time. No doubt of it, in these present times, the gardeners are the only and the true artists. He was a little weary, and felt stifled in this atmosphere of hothouse plants. The walks he had taken during the last few days had exhausted him. The change from the open air to the warmth of the house, from the sedentary life of a recluse to the free activity of an outdoor existence, had been too sudden. He left the hall and went to lie down on his bed, but bent on one single absorbing subject, as if wound up with a spring. The mind, though asleep all the while, went on paying out its chain, and he was soon wallowing in the gloomy fancies of a nightmare. He was standing in the middle of a ride in a great forest at dusk. He was walking side by side with a woman he did not know, had never seen before. She was tall and thin, had pale flaxen hair, a bulldog face, freckled cheeks, irregular teeth projecting below a flat nose. She wore a servant's white apron, a long kerchief crossed like a soldier's buff belt over her chest, a Prussian grenadier's half-boots, a black bonnet trimmed with ruchings, and a big bow. She had the look of a showwoman at a fair, a traveling mountebank or the like. He asked himself who the woman was whom he somehow knew to have been a long while in the room, to have long been an intimate part of his life. In vain he strove to remember her origin, her name, her business, the explanation of her presence. No recollection would come to him of this inexplicable liaison, of which, however, there could be no doubt. He was still searching his memory when suddenly a strange figure appeared in front of them. It was on horseback and trotted on for a minute, then turned round in the saddle. His blood gave one bound within him, and he remained nailed to the spot in utter horror. The ambiguous, sexless creature was green, and from under purple lids shone a pair of pale blue eyes, cold and terrible, 2 arms of an inordinate leanness, like a skeleton's bare to the elbows, shaking with fever, projected from ragged sleeves, and the fleshless thighs shuttered in churn boots, a world too wide. The awful eyes were fixed on des Esseintes, piercing him, freezing him to the marrow of his bones. More terrified still, the bulldog woman pressed against him and yelled death and destruction, her head thrown back, her neck stiffened with a spasm of wild terror. And lo, in an instant he knew the meaning of the appalling vision. He had before his eyes the image of the pox. Mad with fear, beside himself with consternation, he dashed into a side path, ran at headlong speed to a summer house standing among laburnums to the left of the road, where he dropped into a chair in a passage. In a few minutes, when he was beginning to get his breath, the sound of sobs made him look up. The bulldog woman was before him, a piteous, grotesque spectacle. She stood weeping hot tears, declaring she had lost her teeth in her panic, and, drawing from the pocket of her servant's apron a number of clay pipes, she proceeded to break them and stuff bits of the stems into the holes in her gums. "Come now, she's quite ridiculous," des Esseintes kept telling himself. "The pipes will never stick in," and as a matter of fact, they all came tumbling out of her jaws one after the other. At that moment, a galloping horse was heard approaching. A paralyzing fear seized des Esseintes. His limbs failed him, but the sound of hoofs grew momentarily louder. Despair stung him to action like the lash of a whip. He threw himself upon the woman, who was now trampling the pipe bowls underfoot, beseeching her to be quiet and not betray him by the noise of her boots. She struggled, but he dragged her to the end of the passage, throttling her to stop her crying out. Suddenly, he saw an alehouse door, with green painted shutters, pushed it open, darted in, and stopped dead. In front of him, in the middle of a vast clearing in the woods, enormous white parrots were jumping like rabbits in the moonlight. Tears of disappointment rose to his eyes. He could never cross the threshold of the door. "I should be dashed to pieces," he thought, And as if to justify his fears, the troop of giant pirates was reinforced. Their bounds now filled the whole horizon, the whole sky, which they knocked alternately with their heels and their heads. The horse came to a standstill. It was there, close by, behind a round window in the passage. More dead than alive. Des Esseintes turned round and saw through the circular opening 2 pricked ears, 2 rows of yellow teeth, nostrils breathing clouds of vapor that stank of fennel. He sank to the earth, abandoning all idea of resistance or even of flight. He shut his eyes so as not to see the dreadful eyes of the syphilis glaring at him through the wall, which nevertheless forced their way under his lids, glided down his spine, enveloped his body, the hairs of which stood up on end in pools of cold sweat. He expected any and every torment, only hoped to have done with it with one final annihilating blow. An age that beyond a doubt lasted a whole minute went by. Then he opened his eyes again with a shudder. All had vanished, without transition, as if by a change of scene, by a stage delusion. A hideous metallic landscape was disappearing in the distance, a landscape wan, desert, cloven with ravines. Dead and dreary, a light illumined this desolate place, a calm, white light, recalling the glint of phosphorus dissolved in oil. On the surface, something moved which took a woman's shape, a pallid, naked woman, green silk stockings molding the legs. He gazed at her curiously. Like horsehair curled by overhot irons, her locks were frizzled, with broken ends, urns of the nepenthes hung at her ears, tints of boiled veal showed in her half-opened nostrils. With entranced eyes, she called him in a low voice. He had no time to answer, for already the woman was changing. Gleams of iridescent colors flashed in her eyes, her lips assumed the fierce red of the anthuriums, the nipples of her bosom blazed out like 2 bright red pods of capsicum. A sudden intuition came to him. It is the flower, he told himself, and the spirit of reasoning still persisted in the nightmare, drew the same conclusions as he had already in the daytime from the plants as the malevolence of the virus. Then he noticed the terrifying irritation of the bosoms and of the mouth, discovered on the skin of the body stains of bista and copper, and recoiled in horror. But the woman's eye fascinated him, and he crept slowly, reluctantly towards her, trying to drive his heels into the ground to stay his advance, dropping to the earth, only to rise again to go to her. He was all but touching her when black Amorphophali sprang up on every side, and made dots at her belly that was rising and falling like a sea. He put them away from him, pushed them back, feeling an infinite loathing to see these hot, moist, firm stems coiling between his fingers. Then, in a moment, the odious plants disappeared, and 2 arms were seeking to wind themselves about him. An agony of terror set his heart beating wildly, for the eyes, the dreadful eyes of the woman, had become pale, cold blue, terrible to look at. He made a superhuman effort to free himself from her embraces, but with an irresistible gesture she seized and held him, and haggard with horror, he saw the savage nidularium blossom under her meager thighs, with its sawed blades gaping in blood-red hollows. His body was almost in contact with the hideous open wound of the plant. He felt himself a dying man, and awoke with a start, choking, frozen, frantic with fear, sobbing out, thank God, it is only a dream." Roman 9. These nightmares recurred again and again, till he was afraid to go to sleep. He would lie stretched on his bed, sometimes the victim of obstinate fits of insomnia and feverish restlessness, at others of abominable dreams only interrupted by the spasmodic awakening of a man losing foothold, pitching from top to bottom of a staircase, plunging into the depths of an abyss, without power to stop himself. For several days, the exhausting nervous disturbance gained the upper hand again, showing itself more violent and more obstinate than ever, though under new forms. Now the bedclothes were a weight not to be borne. He felt stifled under the sheets, while his whole body was tormented with tinglings. His thighs burned, his legs itched. To these symptoms were soon added a dull aching of the jaws and a sensation as if his temples were confined within a vice. His distress of mind grew more and more acute, but unfortunately, the proper means of mastering the merciless complaint were lacking. He had tried without success to fit up an installation of hydropathic appliances in his dressing room, but the impossibility of bringing water to the top of the hill on which his house was perched, the preliminary difficulty, indeed, of getting water at all in sufficient quantity in a village supplied by public fountains which only trickled sparingly at fixed hours, made his attempt abortive, finding it impracticable to get himself douched with jets of water, which, shot freely and forcible against the bony rings of the vertebral columns, formed the only method powerful enough to subdue the insomnia and bring back peace of mind, he was reduced to the employment of short aspersions in his bathroom or his tub. Mere cold aspersions followed by an energetic rubbing down with a horsehair glove at the hands of his valet. But these half measures were very far from scotching the disease. The most he felt was a temporary relief of a few hours, dearly bought, moreover, by a fresh access of the paroxysms returning to the charge with increased violence. He was consumed with infinite ennui. The pleasure he had felt in the possession of his amazing flowers was exhausted. He was tired already of looking at the texture of their leaves and the shades of their blossoms. Besides, for all the care he lavished upon them, most of his plants had died. These he had removed from the rooms, and then, to such a pitch of nervous irritability had he come, that the sight of the places left vacant for want of them wounded his eye and reduced him to a condition of further exasperation. To distract his attention and kill the interminable hours, he had recourse to his portfolios of prints and sorted his Goyas. The early states of certain plates of the Caprices, proofs distinguishable by their reddish tone, which he had bought in former days at sales, at extravagant prices, struck his fancy, and he lost himself in their contemplation, as he followed the weird fancies of the artist with an unfailing delight in his bewildering imaginations. Witches riding black cats, women extracting a dead man's teeth at the foot of the gallows, bandits, succubi, devils, and dwarfs. After this, he went through all the other series of the artist's etchings and acquaintance, his proverbs, so grotesque in their gloomy horror, his battle subjects, so ferocious in their bloodthirstiness, his plate of the garrote, of which he possessed a superb proof before letters, printed on heavy paper, unsized, with visible watermark lines showing in its substance. The savage vigor, the uncompromising, reckless talent of this artist captivated him. Yet, at the same time, the universal admiration his works had won put him off somewhat, and for years he had always refused to frame them, fearing, if he exhibited them, that the first noodle who might happen to see them would feel himself bound to talk inanities and fall into an ecstasy in stereotyped phrases as he stood in front of them. It was the same with his Rembrandts, which he would examine now and again on the sly. And indeed, it is very true that, just as the finest air in the world is vulgarized beyond all bearing once the public has taken to hum it and the street organs to play it, so the work of art that has appealed to the sham connoisseurs, that is admired by the uncritical, that is not content to rouse the enthusiasm of only a chosen few, becomes for this very reason, in the eyes of the elect, a thing polluted, commonplace, almost repulsive. This diffusion of appreciation among the common herd was in fact one of the sauce trials of his life. Unaccountable triumphs had forever spoilt his enjoyment in pictures and books he had once held dear. The approbation of the general voice always ended by making him discover some hitherto imperceptible blemish, and he would repudiate them, asking himself if his taste was not getting blunted and untrustworthy. He shut his portfolios and once more fell into a state of indifference and ill humor. To change the current of his ideas, he tried a course of emollient reading, essayed, with a view to cooling his brain, some of the solanacy of art. Read those books so charming for convalescents and invalids whom sensational stories or works richer in phosphates would only fatigue. Charles Dickens novels. But the volumes produced an effect just the opposite of what he looked for. His chaste lovers, his Protestant heroines, modestly draped to the chin, whose passions were so seraphic, who never went beyond a coy dropping of the eyes, a blush, a tear of happiness, a squeezing of hands, exasperated him. This exaggerated virtue drove him into the opposite extreme. In virtue of the law of contrasts, he rushed into the contrary excess, thought of passionate, full-bodied loves, pictured the doings of frail, human couples, of ardent embraces mouth to mouth, of pigeon kisses, as ecclesiastical prudery calls them when tongue meets tongue in naughty wantonness. He threw away his book, and banishing the mock modesty of Albion far from his thoughts, dreamed of the licentious practices, the salacious little sins the Church condemns. A commotion shook him. The insensibility of brain and body that he had supposed final and irrevocable was no more. Solitude has its influence, too, on broken nerves. He was filled with a craving, not now for religious conviction, but for the pleasant sins religion condemns. The habitual object of its threats and curses was the one thing that tempted him. The carnal side of his nature, that had lain dormant for months, roused, first of all, by the feebleness of the pious stuff he had been reading, then stirred to full wakefulness in a spasm of the nerves by the hateful English cant, now asserted itself, and the stimulated senses hawking back to the past, he found himself wallowing in the memories of his old dissipations. He got up and gloomily opened a little box of silver gilt, its lid set here and there with aventurines. It was full of bonbons of a violet color. One of these he took and turned it about in his fingers, thinking over the strange properties of these sweetmeats, sprinkled over with a powdering of sugar, like hoarfrost. Formerly, in the days when his impotency was an established fact and he could dream of women without bitterness, regret, or longing, he would place one of these sweetmeats on his tongue and let it melt in his mouth. Then, in a moment, would recur with an infinite tenderness recollections, almost effaced, altogether soft and languishing, of the lascivious doings of other days. These bonbons, an invention of Suridin's known under the ridiculous name of pearls of the Pyrenees, consisted of a drop of sarcanthus scent, a drop of essence of woman, crystallized in a piece of sugar. They entered by the papilla of the mouth, evoking reminiscences of water opalescent with rare vinegars, and deep, searching kisses, all fragrant with odors. As usual, his face broke into a smile as he drank in this amorous aroma. This shadowy semblance of caresses that revived in a corner of his brain a sense of female nudity and reawakened for a second the savor, once so adorable, of certain women. But today, it was no longer a muffled peal that was ringing. The drug's effect was no longer limited to reviving the memory of far-away, half-forgotten escapades. Rather was it to tear the veils from before his eyes and show him the bodily reality, in all its brutal farce and urgency. Heading the procession of mistresses that the taste of the sweetmeat helped to define in clear outlines, one riveted his attention, a woman with long, white teeth, a satiny skin, rosy with health, a shot nose, mouse-gray eyes, short-clipped, yellow hair. It was Miss Urania, an American girl with a supple figure, sinewy legs, muscles of steel, arms of iron. She had been one of the most famous of the acrobats at the Cirque. Whole evenings, des Esseintes had watched her performing. The first few times she had struck him as being just what she was, a powerfully made, handsome woman, but he had felt no desire to come into any closer contact with her. She had nothing about her to appeal to the tastes of a wan man of the world, yet for all this he returned again and again to the circus, drawn by some mysterious attraction, urged by some sentiment difficult to define. Little by little, as he watched her, his mind filled with strange notions. The more he admired her strength and suppleness, the more he seemed to see an artificial change of sex operating in her. Her pretty allurements, her feminine affectations fell more and more into the background, while in their stead were developed the charms attaching to the agility and vigor of a male. In a word, after being a woman to begin with, then something very like an androgyne, she now seemed to become definitely and decisively and entirely a man. This being so, just as a robust athlete falls in love with a thin slip of a girl, this woman of the trapeze should by natural tendency love a feeble, backboneless weakling like myself. Des Esseintes told himself. By dint of considering his own qualities and giving the rein to his faculties of comparison, he presently arrived at the conclusion that, on his side, he was himself getting nearer and nearer the female type. This point reached, he was seized with a definite desire to possess this woman, craving for her as an anemic young girl will for some great, rough Hercules whose arms can crush her to a jelly in their embrace. This change of sex between Urania and himself had stirred him deeply. "We are made for each other," he would declare, while, added to this sudden admiration of brute force, a thing he had hitherto detested, was the spice of the self-degradation involved in such a union. The same base delight a common prostitute enjoys in paying dear for the clumsy caresses of a bully. Meantime, as his determination to seduce the acrobat, to make his dreams a reality, if the thing could be done, was maturing, he confined his cherished illusion by attributing the same series of inverted thoughts as his own to the unconscious brain of the woman, reading his own desires repeated in the fixed smile that hovered on the lips of the performer turning on her trapeze. One fine evening, he made up his mind to open the campaign. Miss Urania deemed it necessary not to yield without some preliminary courting. Still, she showed herself not very exacting, knowing from common report that des Esseintes was wealthy, and that his name was a help towards starting woman on a successful career. But no sooner were his wishes granted than his disappointment passed all bounds. He had pictured the pretty American athlete to be as stolid and brutal as the strong man at a fair, But her stupidity, alas, was purely feminine in its nature. No doubt she lacked education and refinement, possessed neither good sense nor good wit, while at table she gave tokens of a brutish greediness, but all the childish weaknesses of a woman were there in full force. She had all the love of chatter and finery that marks the sex specially given up to trivialities. Any such thing as a transmutation of masculine ideas into her feminine person was a pure figment of the imagination. Besides, she was quite a little Puritan and was altogether innocent of those rude, athletic caresses des Esseintes at once desired and dreaded. She was not subject, as he had for a moment hoped she might be, to any morbid perversities of sex. Possibly, on searching the depths of her temperament, he might yet have discovered a penchant for a dainty, delicate, slimly built paramour, for a nature precisely the opposite of her own. But in that case, it would have been a preference not for a young girl at all, but for some merry-hearted little shrimp of a man, for some skinny, queer-faced clown. Inevitably des Esseintes resumed his part, momentarily forgotten as a man. His impressions of femininity, of feebleness, of a sort of protection bought and paid for, of fear even, disappeared entirely. He could deceive himself no longer. Miss Urania was just a mistress like any other, not justifying in any way the cerebral curiosity she had excited. Though just at first, the freshness and splendor of her beauty had surprised des Esseintes and kept him captivated, it was not long before he sought to sever the connection and bring about a speedy rupture, for his premature impotency grew yet more marked when confronted with the icy woman's caresses and prudish passivity. Nevertheless, she was the first to halt before him in the unbroken procession of these wanton memories. But at bottom, if she had made a deeper impression on his mind than a host of other women, whose allurements had been less fallacious and the pleasures they gave less limited, this came of the smell she exhaled as of a sound and wholesome animal. Her redundant health was the very antipodes of the anemic, perfumed savor, whose delicate fragrance breathed from Suridan's dainty sweetmeats. By sheer contrast of fragrance, Miss Urania was bound to hold a foremost place in his memory, but almost immediately, des Esseintes, startled for a moment by the unexpectedness of a natural, unsophisticated aroma, came back to more civilized sense and began inevitably to think of his other mistresses. They trooped across the field of memory in crowds, but above them all stood out the woman whose monstrous gift had for months given him such contentment. She was a brunette, a little lane woman, with black eyes and black hair worn in tight bandeau, that looked as if they had been plastered on her head with a brush, and potted on one side near the temple like a boy's. He had made her acquaintance at a café concert, where she was giving performances as a ventriloquist. To the amazement of a crowded audience who were half frightened at what they heard, she would give voices, turn and turn about, to half a dozen dolls of graduated sizes seated on chairs like a row of Pandean pipes. She would hold conversations with the little figures that seemed all but alive, while, in the auditorium itself, flies could be heard buzzing about the chandeliers, and the spectators whispering on the benches though they had never opened their mouths. Then a string of imaginary carriages would roll up the room from the door to the stage, seeming almost to graze the elbows of the seated audience, who started back, instinctively surprised to find themselves there at all. Des Esseintes had been fascinated. A crowd of new thoughts coursed through his brain. To open the campaign, he made all haste to reduce the fortress by the battery of banknotes, the ventriloquist catching his fancy by the very fact of the utter contrast she presented to the fair American. This brown beauty reeked of artfully prepared perfumes, heady and unhealthy scents, and she burned like the crater of a volcano. In spite of all his subterfuges, des Esseintes' vigor was exhausted in a few hours. Nonetheless, he persisted in allowing himself to be drained dry by her, for more than the woman as a woman, her phenomenal endowments attracted him. In fact, the plans he had proposed to himself to carry out were ripe for execution. He resolved to accomplish a project hitherto impossible of realization. One night, he had a miniature sphinx brought in, carved in black marble, couched in the classic pose with outstretched paws, and the head held rigid and upright together with a chimera, in colored earthenware, flourishing a bristling mane, darting savage glances from ferocious eyes, lashing into furrows with its tail, its flanks swollen like the bellows of a forge. He placed these monsters, one at each end of the room, put out the lamps, leaving only the red embers glowing on the hearth, to throw a vague and uncertain illumination about the chamber that exaggerated the apparent size of objects half lost in the semi-darkness. This done, he stretched himself on the bed beside his mistress, whose unsmiling face was visible by the faint glow from the fireplace, and awaited developments. With weird intonations which he had made her long and patiently rehearse beforehand, she gave life and voice to the two monsters, without so much as moving her lips, without even a glance in their direction. Then, in the silence of the night, began the wondrous dialogue of the chimera and the sphinx, spoken in deep, guttural tones, now hoarse, now shrill, like voices of another world. Here, chimera, stop, I say. No, never. Under the spell of Flaubert's marvelous prose, he listened trembling to the dreadful pair, and a shudder shook his body from head to foot, when the chimera uttered the solemn and magic sentence, I seek new perfumes, ampler blossoms, untried pleasures. Ah, it was to himself this voice, mysterious as an incantation, spoke. It was to him she told of her feverish desire for the unknown, her unsatisfied longing for the ideal, her craving to escape the horrible reality of existence, to overpass the confines of thought, to grope, without ever reaching it, after a certainty, in the mists of the regions beyond the bounds of aught. All the pitifulness of his own efforts filled his heart with sick disgust. Softly he pressed to his breast the silent woman by his side, clung to her for comfort like a frightened child, never even seeing the sulky looks of the actress forced to play a part, to exercise her craft, at home, in her hours of rest, far away from the footlights. Their liaison went on, but before long Essaint's feebleness grew more pronounced. The effervescence of his mental activities could no longer melt the icy fetters that held his bodily powers. The nerves refused to obey the mandates of the will. The lecherous caprices that appeal to old men dominated him. Feeling himself growing more and more inefficient as a lover, he had recourse to the most powerful stimulus of aged voluptuaries uncertain of their powers, fear. While he held the woman clasped in his arms, a hoarse, furious voice would burst out from behind the door. Let me in, I say. I know you have a lover with you. Just wait a minute and I'll let you know, you trollop. Instantly, like the libertines whose passions are stimulated by terror of being caught in flagrante delicto in the open air, on the river banks, in the Tuileries gardens, in a summer house, or on a bench, he would temporarily recover his powers, throw himself at the ventriloquist, whose voice went storming on outside the room, and he found an abnormal satisfaction in this rush and scurry, this alarm of a man running a risk, interrupted, hurried in his fornication. Unhappily, these sittings soon came to an end. In spite of the extravagant prices he paid, the ventriloquist sent him about his business, and the same night gave herself to a good fellow, whose requirements were less complicated, and his back stronger. Essaint's had regretted the woman, and when he recollected her artifices, other women seemed devoid of flavor. The affected graces of depraved children even appeared insipid, and so profound became his contempt for their monotonous grimaces that he could not bring himself to put up with them any more. Still chewing the bitter cud of his disillusionment, he was walking one day all alone in the Avenue de l'Aumarberg, when he was accosted near the Invalides by a young man, almost a boy, who begged him to tell him the shortest way to go to the Rue de Babylone. Essaint's indicated his road, and as he was crossing the esplanade too, they set off together. The lad's voice insisting, it seemed to his companion quite needlessly, on fuller instructions as to the way. Then you think, do you, that by turning left I should be taking the longer road, but I was told that if I cut obliquely across the avenue, I should get there all the quicker. Was timid and appealing at the same time, very low and very gentle. Essaint's looked him up and down. He seemed to have just left school, was poorly dressed in a little cheviot jacket tight round the hips and barely coming below the break of the loins, a pair of close-fitting black breeches, a turn-down collar cut low to display a puffed cravat, deep blue with white lines, Lavaliere shape. In his hand he carried a class book bound in bauds, and on his head was a brown, flat-brimmed bowler hat. The face was at once pathetic and strangely attractive, pale and drawn, with regular features shaded by long black locks. It was lit up by great liquid eyes, the lids circled with blue, set near the nose, which was splashed with a few golden freckles, and under which lurked a little mouth, but with fleshy lips divided by a line in the middle like a ripe cherry. They examined each other for a moment, eye to eye. Then the young man dropped his and stepped nearer. Soon his arm was rubbing against Essaint's, who slackened his pace, gazing with a thoughtful look at the lad's swaying walk. And lo, from this chance meeting sprang a mistrustful friendship that nevertheless was prolonged for months. To this day, Des Esseintes could not think of it without a shudder. Never had he experienced a more alluring liaison, or one that laid a more imperious spell on his senses. Never had he run such risks, nor had he ever been so well content with such a grievous sort of satisfaction. Among all the memories that pressed upon him in his solitude, the recollection of this attachment dominated all the rest. All the leaven of insanity that can torment a brain overstimulated by nervous excitation was fermenting within him. Moreover, to complete the satisfaction he found in these reminiscences, in this morose pleasure, as theology names this recurrence of old doings of shame, he combined with the physical visions, spiritual ardors roused by his former readings of the casuists, writers like Busenbaum and Diana, Liguori and Sanchez, treating of sins against the 6th and 9th commandments of the Decalogue. While giving birth to an extra-human ideal in this soul which it had impregnated, and which a hereditary tendency dating from the reign of Henry Roman III, perhaps predisposed in the same direction, religion had at the same time roused an illegitimate ideal of licentious pleasures. Libertine and mystic obsessions haunted, in an inextricable union, his brain that thirsted with an obstinate craving to escape the vulgarities of life, to plunge, utterly regardless of revered usages, into new and original ecstasies, into excesses celestial or accursed, but equally ruinous in the waste of phosphorus they involve. As a matter of fact, he issued from these reveries utterly exhausted, half dying. Then he would at once kindle the candles and lamps, flooding the room with light, thinking in this way to hear less distinctly than in the darkness the dull, persistent, intolerable beating of the arteries that throbbed and throbbed unceasingly under the skin of the neck.